Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories just for you. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. Right. We'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after a short break. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the legendary Bermuda Triangle, that fabled stretch of ocean where myth and mystery have been woven together for centuries. In part one of our journey, we traced its foundations from Christopher Columbus and his account of strange lights flickering over the waters. Then to the hidden reefs of Bermuda that lured countless wooden vessels to their unfortunate end. We spoke of supposed ghost ships discovered sailing aimlessly with no one aboard, and endless mats of seaweed ensnaring its victims as if compelled by some unseen sinister force. Tonight, we return to those same waters, not by galleon or caravel, but from the flight decks of the modern age. We'll step aboard an aircraft carrier to observe a squadron of American bombers vanish from radar in an instant. We'll wonder at the fate of a massive naval ship swallowed by the sea with hundreds of souls aboard. We'll hear of modern merchant ships slipping into fog banks, never to re-emerge. Throughout these tales of disappearance, truth and imagination coincide. Could it have been a rogue wave, or perhaps methane gases from the seabed? Or was it simply equipment failure, or a sudden storm? Other less credible theories include fables of long-lost cities, time slips, or visitors from beyond the stars, and we'll explore these too, but just for a bit of fun. In any case, what should we believe? And why does this corner of the Atlantic still hold our imagination so firmly? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow these mysteries across both sea and sky, from believable theories to pure conjecture. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey again into the enduring legend of the Bermuda Triangle. The USS Cyclops was a giant of her age. At more than 500 feet long and 65 feet across the beam, she loomed over smaller vessels wherever she sailed. Her twin funnels gave her an unmistakable profile, black smoke curling into the sky as her engines churned. Commissioned in 1910, she had spent years supplying coal to the American fleet, carrying her cargo steadily between bases and across oceans. When the United States entered the First World War, Cyclops became even more vital. Her holds filled with fuel for warships and with ores needed for armaments. By early 1918, the war in Europe raged on, though far from American shores. Cyclops had been serving in the South Atlantic, bringing manganese ore from Brazil to the United States, a key ingredient for hardening steel. Her decks were busy with sailors in navy blues, engines echoing deep in her hull, the rhythm of machinery pulsing day and night. She was not built for glamour or speed, but for strength. She was the Navy's dependable workhorse. When she docked in Rio de Janeiro that February, she was already heavy with manganese. From there, she began her homeward journey, stopping first at Barbados to take on coal and provisions. For a brief moment, the ship and her crew were anchored in sunlight, a welcome pause before the long passage north. Locals in Bridgetown saw her lying in the harbour, vast against the shore, her crew mingling on deck or stepping briefly onto land. She took in hundreds of tons of coal, stocked her galleys, and prepared for the next stage of her voyage. On the morning of the 4th of March, she set out once more, her prow turning northward. The sea lane between Barbados and Baltimore was well travelled. Other ships made the same journey every week, their routes recorded in logs and shipping news. Cyclops should have been no different. She was a collier under naval command, her course steady, her pace unremarkable. Yet after leaving port, no one saw her again. Days passed. Families in Maryland prepared for reunions, watching the calendar as the expected date of arrival drew near. At first, there was little concern. Ships could be delayed by weather or mechanical trouble. But as days turned into a week, with no telegrams, no sightings, unease began to spread. Soon it became clear that something had gone wrong. The Navy waited for a distress call that never came. Other ships scanned the horizon for smoke or drifting wreckage, but found nothing. The absence was total. Not a single splinter of wood, no lifeboat, no life jacket ever surfaced. Newspapers reported the loss with growing alarm. 309 people had been aboard, sailors, officers, and a scattering of civilians, and every one of them had disappeared along with the ship. In Baltimore, telegrams arrived at family homes, each message short and devastating. Cyclops missing, presumed lost. The Navy opened an inquiry, gathering statements from officers who had seen her last in Barbados, studying her cargo lists and charts. No conclusion could be drawn. The Atlantic had simply taken her, leaving no explanation. For the families, there was no closure, only the ache of absence. For the Navy, the loss stood as the greatest non-combat disaster in its history, a ship and crew swallowed without a trace. Over the years, the Cyclops became a name spoken with a shiver, her fate a story retold over and again as a steel giant that had simply slipped beneath the horizon, never to be seen again. The airfield at Fort Lauderdale buzzed with routine on December 5th, 1945. The war had ended just months before, and the United States Navy was shifting into peacetime training. Rows of Grumman Avenger bombers sat on the tarmac, their broad wings folded up like great seabirds. Painted in dark blue, each machine was powerful and dependable, designed for long-range patrols and torpedo runs. They had proven themselves in combat across the Pacific. Now, on this calm winter day, they were lined up for practice runs over the Atlantic. 5 of these aircraft would form the training mission known as Flight 19. At their head was Lieutenant Charles Taylor, a veteran pilot who had seen years of service in the war. Behind him were younger men, many fresh from training schools, eager but still learning. 14 crewmen prepared to board. They checked their gear, strapped on their life vests, and climbed into the cramped interiors of their planes. Ground crews moved between them, securing panels, fueling tanks, and making last adjustments to engines that roared to life one after another. The plan was straightforward. Flight 19 would take off, fly east over the ocean for a set distance, then turn north, and finally return westward to base. It was a standard triangular course, one designed to sharpen navigation and coordination. For those on the ground, the mission was unremarkable. Just another group of trainees practicing over the open sea. The Avengers lifted into the sky shortly after 2 in the afternoon, their engines thrumming over the coast before fading into the distance. At first, all seemed well. Radio messages came back confirming their course. The weather was mild, with scattered clouds and moderate seas below. Nothing suggested what was to come. Hours later, however, the first signs of trouble reached the base. Radio operators heard Lieutenant Taylor's voice reporting compass difficulties. Bearings did not make sense, positions seemed uncertain, and the formation had begun to drift off its planned route. Other messages followed, filled with confusion. Some suggested they were over the Florida Keys. Others thought they had gone too far east. The crew's training was being tested in ways they hadn't expected. As the afternoon wore on, radio contact grew more fragmented. Static cut across transmissions. Voices strained with uncertainty. Controllers on the ground tried to guide the men home, offering bearings and reassurances. But the words seemed not to reach their mark. Flight 19 pressed on, low on fuel, lost somewhere between sea and sky. Darkness came swiftly in December. By nightfall, base commanders realized the planes were not returning. A search and rescue mission was launched immediately, with aircraft and ships fanning out over the waters east of Florida. Among them was a large Martin Mariner flying boat carrying 13 men. It too vanished after taking off. Around this time, a tanker reported seeing an explosion far off the bow. For days, hundreds of vessels and aircraft combed the waters. The search was among the largest ever mounted in peacetime, yet no wreckage of the Avengers was found. The search returned empty-handed. Only the waves rolled on, indifferent to the loss. 14 men from Flight 19 and 13 more from the rescue plane were gone. The official report described the incident as cause unknown. Families of the crew were left with telegrams of sympathy and the enduring ache of uncertainty. What began as a simple training flight had ended as one of the most baffling disappearances in naval aviation. In the years following the war, the skies over the Atlantic grew busier than ever. Civilian airliners, sleek and promising, carried passengers between Britain, Bermuda, and the Americas. These were the early days of long-haul commercial flying, when routes still felt adventurous, and the ocean stretched beneath like an endless, restless plain. Crews were trained, engines inspected, and each flight carried with it the optimism of a new era. Yet the ocean, vast and inscrutable, was not always forgiving. On the 30th of January 1948, a British South American Airways plane known as Star Tiger prepared to leave the Azores for Bermuda. She was an Avro Tudor 4, a long-winged aircraft designed to carry dozens of passengers in relative comfort. That winter had been unusually harsh across the North Atlantic, and delays had disrupted her schedule. When she finally departed Santa Maria, she carried 25, including crew and passengers. The flight plan was direct. Star Tiger would fly low, below 2,000 feet, to avoid fierce headwinds. Her captain, David McMillan, was experienced and confident, supported by a skilled crew. As the hours passed, routine radio messages flowed back to air traffic control, confirming position and fuel. By dawn, the plane was nearing its destination. Then, the reports simply stopped. Radio traffic ceased without warning. Navigation beacons called into the void, and nothing answered. Bermuda prepared to welcome the flight, but watched in disbelief as the expected arrival time came and went without an aircraft in sight. Barely a year later, the story repeated itself. On the 17th of January 1949, another British South American Airways Tudor, this one named Star Ariel, lifted from Bermuda, bound for Kingston, Jamaica. She carried 7 crew and 13 passengers, including business people and holiday makers. Weather at departure was clear, visibility good, and spirits high. Shortly after takeoff, Captain John McPhee reported his position and course. His final transmission came minutes later, calm and routine. After that, silence. The loss of Star Ariel was perhaps even more confounding than that of her sister ship. Conditions had been near perfect, and the aircraft was in fine mechanical order. The search that followed was exhaustive. Dozens of planes and ships scoured the seas between Bermuda and Jamaica. They found no life rafts, no oil slicks, no floating debris. 20 souls were gone, just as the 25 before them had. In London, the disappearances drew grim attention. British South American Airways had now lost 2 of its aircraft in similar circumstances, on routes through the same region of ocean. Newspapers published photographs of the missing, their faces printed above headlines filled with unease. Families grieved without answers, and aviation authorities were left unable to explain what had occurred. These tragedies shook confidence in post-war aviation. The Tudor aircraft themselves were scrutinized, yet no clear fault was established. Crews had been capable, weather was not extreme, and the ocean beneath offered no clues. The Tudor fleet would eventually be withdrawn, but the mystery of those flights remained unsolved. For passengers stepping aboard planes in the years that followed, the names Star Tiger and Star Ariel lingered like faint shadows. They represented not only loss, but also the unnerving possibility that even in an age of radio, radar, and modern engines, aircraft could still vanish into the expanse between sky and sea. The mid-20th century brought an age of enormous ships. Freighters and tankers moved with heavy dignity across the trade routes of the Atlantic, carrying food, oil, and raw materials between continents. They were the arteries of global commerce, built strong to withstand weather and long months at sea. Their decks stretched for hundreds of feet. Their cargo holds vast caverns of steel. From the bridge, captains watched horizons for changes in wind and cloud, while crews tended engines and kept to the rhythm of watches. The Caribbean and Western Atlantic were especially busy. Tankers pushed north toward refineries on the American coast. Grain ships sailed from the Gulf of Mexico. Passenger liners threaded their way through the same waters, their decks crowded with holidaymakers. The routes were well established, mapped and charted since the days of wooden caravels, yet still the ocean remained unpredictable. The Marine Sulphur Queen was a ship fated never to return. She began her life as a T2 tanker in the Second World War, built to ferry fuel across oceans, before being rebuilt in the 1960s to carry her cargo throughout the Gulf. On the 4th of February 1963, she departed Beaumont, Texas, with nearly 15,000 tons aboard and a crew of 39. Her course took her through the Florida Straits, bound for Norfolk, Virginia. At first, everything seemed routine. She was sighted off Key West, her engines steady, her bow pointed northeast. Weather was mild, and no messages of trouble were sent. Then, without warning, she was gone. When she failed to arrive in Norfolk, the Coast Guard launched a vast search. Aircraft scoured the waters, ships swept the currents, and hundreds of miles were combed for wreckage. All that was found were a few scattered life jackets and pieces of wood. Too little to tell a story. The Marine Sulphur Queen was gone, her crew with her, but hers was not the only absence. In December 1967, the cabin cruiser Witchcraft set out from Miami with 2 men aboard, intending only a short pleasure trip to admire the city lights from the sea. Less than a mile offshore, she radioed the Coast Guard, reporting she seemed to have struck something or taken damage. A patrol boat rushed to her location within minutes. When it arrived, the Witchcraft had disappeared. No hull, no men, not even floating debris remained where she had been. Such incidents unnerved even seasoned mariners. Merchantmen were not fragile craft. They were built of steel, powered by strong engines, their crews trained in drills and safety routines. For them to vanish so suddenly, leaving behind no evidence, was a blow to confidence in the very systems of modern seafaring. Families waited for word that never came, ports prepared for arrivals that never appeared. The merchant marine kept sailing, of course. Trade did not stop, but among captains and crews, tales circulated of tankers and freighters that had slipped away into absence. By the 1950s, writers and journalists began to gather scattered tales of loss and present them as part of a single mystery. What had once been scattered incidents became linked in the public imagination, stories drawn together and woven into an ominous pattern. An article in the Miami Herald first suggested a connection. It was a short piece, more observation than theory, yet it struck a chord. The writer noted that ships and planes had vanished in the waters of the Triangle. Readers who knew the region began to recall their own stories of mishap or near disaster, and the idea of a zone of danger began to take form. The notion was fueled further in 1952, when a feature in Fate magazine laid out a series of disappearances with dramatic flair. The writer, George Sand, framed the events as part of a mystery not yet explained. His words reached an audience hungry for both post-war adventure and unexplained phenomena. By the time his article had circulated, the seeds of the Bermuda Triangle legend had been planted. Through the 1960s and 70s, books carried the idea far beyond Florida. Authors like Vincent Gaddis and Charles Berlitz published bestsellers filled with accounts of ships and planes lost without explanation. Maps, with neat triangular borders, appeared on dust jackets and in magazines, inviting readers to imagine a cursed zone of sea. Berlitz's book, The Bermuda Triangle, released in 1974, sold millions of copies worldwide. His book transformed the idea from maritime folklore into international fascination. These stories were written with drama and conviction. Accounts of Flight 19, the USS Cyclops, the Star Tiger, and many others were retold in ways that heightened their strangeness. Gaps in the record became evidence of mystery. Routine losses that might otherwise have been forgotten were bound together by a single phrase, the Bermuda Triangle. In headlines and paperbacks, a place that had been only ocean became something more, a region with a reputation. The media of the time thrived on such tales. Television documentaries followed, showing maps, animated reconstructions, and actors portraying the final moments aboard doomed vessels. Magazines with lurid covers sold at newsstands, promising new revelations about the Devil's Triangle. The legend became part of popular culture, mentioned in films, novels, and conversations wherever people spoke of the sea's dangers. For sailors and pilots, the name was more complicated. Many dismissed it as exaggeration, the product of writers who had never been to sea. Others admitted that the clustering of disasters was hard to ignore. But by now, the reputation had taken hold. To passengers stepping aboard a plane bound for Bermuda, the words Bermuda Triangle might stir an involuntary shiver. To children leafing through paperbacks, it became a mystery to share in hushed tones. For centuries, the ocean has held power to astonish, but those who lived by it knew that danger often came from natural forces rather than the supernatural. When the Bermuda Triangle became a household phrase, scientists and mariners looked first to the sea itself for explanations. One of the most persuasive ideas lay in the waves. The Atlantic is no tame body of water. Within the triangle, currents twist and clash, storms sweep in without warning, and walls of water can tower over 90 feet. Such a wave, striking broadside, could overwhelm even a tanker, leaving little behind but scattered debris. For sailors, the sea has never needed mystery to be deadly. The seabed beneath these waters adds another layer of risk. Along the continental shelf, the floor drops sharply into trenches thousands of feet deep. Wreckage that sinks here may never be found, swallowed in mud and pressure. Some scientists have even suggested that frozen methane hydrates within the seabed might suddenly release, sending up vast bubbles of gas that could reduce the buoyancy of water. A ship caught above might lose stability and founder before its crew could respond. While unproven, the idea reminds us that the seabed itself is restless, shifting, and unstable. Weather is another constant companion in these latitudes. The triangle sits where warm air from the tropics collides with cooler systems drifting down from the north. Thunderstorms can appear in minutes, lashing rain across decks and blinding pilots in cloud. Hurricanes, born in the equatorial Atlantic, often carve their first path through these very waters, tearing apart ships with winds and waves of colossal force. Even without a named storm, sudden squalls could catch a vessel off guard. The sea is treacherous, but the sky above it carries its own hazards. Pilots flying over the triangle knew that compasses could be unreliable here. The region is one of the few places on Earth where true north and magnetic north roughly align, a quirk that can confuse instruments and in earlier decades lead navigators off course. Clouds build quickly, masking the horizon. At night, without clear stars to guide by, disorientation comes easily. During the mid-20th century, when radio systems were less reliable and radar was still developing, such challenges could prove fatal. A pilot distracted by a flickering compass or struggling against unexpected headwinds might drift far from his intended path. Low fuel, poor visibility, and mechanical strain could combine until there was no chance of recovery. For aviators and seafarers, these were not abstract possibilities, but everyday realities. A mariner might recall a sudden squall that nearly capsized his vessel, or a pilot could describe turbulence so fierce it sent engines into strain. The fact that most survived did not erase the truth. The same conditions that merely tested one crew could overwhelm another. Seen this way, the Triangle's reputation could be explained not by hidden forces, but by a concentration of natural perils, strong currents, shifting weather, treacherous skies. Each could tip a routine voyage into disaster. To those who sought reason, the wonder wasn't that ships and planes were lost here, but that so many passed through safely. Even as scientists pointed to storms, waves, and human error, the public imagination reached for explanations far more extraordinary. The Bermuda Triangle had, by the 1960s and 70s, become more than a place on a map. It was a stage on which some of the most extravagant ideas of the age were played out. One strand of speculation traced its roots back to Plato. In his dialogues, he described Atlantis, a civilization said to have perished beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune. Writers seized on the thought that the Triangle might conceal its ruins. Perhaps, they suggested, some remnant of that lost city still pulsed with hidden energy, interfering with compasses and radios, pulling down ships and planes. Illustrations showed gleaming temples lying in the depths, beams of force rising from crystal towers. Readers were left to wonder if an ancient civilization had left behind technology beyond modern understanding. Others looked upward rather than downward. The age of space travel and science fiction was in full swing, and with it came the notion of visitors from beyond Earth. To those who embraced this vision, the missing ships and planes were not accidents at all, but abductions. Some imagined that crews had been taken aboard alien craft, their vessels dragged into the sky as specimens for study. Paperbacks depicted glowing discs hovering above aircraft, rays of light pulling them into darkness. A still more unusual suggestion was that the region contained rifts in time itself. Writers spoke of planes and ships slipping through invisible doors, never to return. Stories circulated of crews emerging in other eras, bewildered by surroundings centuries removed from their own. Though such tales belonged more to the realm of fantasy than evidence, they were repeated often enough to lodge in memory. These ideas gained traction, not only because they were dramatic, but because they matched the spirit of the era. The decades after the war were alive with curiosity about the unknown. Space exploration, the Cold War, and the rise of popular science fiction made audiences receptive to speculation that stretched far beyond the ordinary. The Bermuda Triangle provided the perfect canvas, vast, mysterious, and already associated with loss. Magazines sold quickly, with covers promising revelations about alien bases or ancient power sources. Television documentaries lingered on stories of time warps, dramatizing them with shadowy reconstructions. Even serious libraries found their shelves filled with colorful volumes describing the triangle as a gateway to other worlds. For those who preferred wonder to reason, the theories were irresistible. Yet even as they stretched credibility, these stories added to the triangle's endurance in popular culture. Children grew up reading them, travelers whispered them on long flights, and sailors joked about them while scanning the horizon. Atlantis, aliens, and time warps might not have persuaded scientists, but they gave the legend of the Bermuda Triangle its most extravagant and enduring color. As the reputation of the Bermuda Triangle spread through paperbacks and television specials, researchers began to take a closer look at the facts behind the stories. They did not set out to dazzle or frighten, but to sift records, examine logs, and ask a simple question: was this region truly more dangerous than any other part of the sea? What they found was less a mystery of the ocean and more a mystery of reporting. Many of the so-called vanishings had been exaggerated. Some vessels reported as lost later turned up damaged but afloat, or were discovered to have gone down in storms well documented at the time. Flights said to have disappeared in perfect weather were found on closer inspection to have departed in poor conditions. Insurance companies, whose livelihood depended on assessing risk, quietly published statistics. Their records showed that the number of losses in the triangle was no higher than in any other heavily trafficked region. Ships and planes had always been vulnerable to storms, equipment failure, and human error. To the actuaries, the sea between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico was busy, but not cursed. The U.S. Coast Guard echoed the same conclusion. In official statements, it described the waters as no more treacherous than others of similar size. Files were kept on incidents, but there was no evidence of forces beyond the natural. When sailors asked, officials spoke plainly. The ocean is wide, the weather fierce, and navigational mistakes are costly. That is all. Investigators also found that popular writers had sometimes distorted timelines to create patterns. Incidents separated by decades were grouped together to suggest clusters. In some cases, ships that had been declared lost had in fact sent distress calls, giving clear indications of storms or mechanical breakdowns. But these details rarely made it into the most dramatic accounts. Simplicity served the story better than accuracy. Scientists studying navigation pointed out that compasses in the region behaved normally except for one unusual feature. The area lies near a point where true north and magnetic north roughly coincide. While this could confuse inexperienced navigators in earlier decades, it was no supernatural anomaly, simply a quirk of geography. Likewise, the unpredictable weather, strong currents, and deep trenches of the Atlantic were hazards long known to mariners. For skeptics, the Bermuda Triangle was a lesson in how stories grow. A handful of disappearances, tragic but explainable, had been retold in ways that magnified their mystery. Each retelling left out the mundane, emphasized the strange, and built a sense of pattern where none truly existed. The triangle was less a danger of the ocean than a creation of the human imagination, fed by repetition and embellishment. And yet, skeptics found that reason alone rarely swept away belief. The allure of the unknown proved stronger than charts or statistics. Even as reports explained storms, squalls, and human error, readers continued to buy books that spoke of aliens and lost cities. The Triangle remained a place where the rational and the wondrous collided. In the end, researchers concluded that the Bermuda Triangle was not exceptional in its hazards. What made it exceptional was the story told about it, a tale repeated so often that it came to feel inevitable, as though the ocean itself had chosen to keep its secrets. Legends don't persist because they are proven. Rather, it's because they speak to something deep within us. The Bermuda Triangle has held the imagination for more than half a century, long after researchers declared its mysteries overstated. Its endurance lies not in statistics or charts, but in the way the human mind responds to the vastness of the unknown. For sailors, the name still carries a certain weight. A mariner setting course through the Straits of Florida may smile at the thought of the Triangle, but the story lingers all the same. Pilots, too, glance at their instruments a little more carefully when flying above the region. The legend has become part of the landscape, an invisible feature as real in thought as any reef or current. In popular culture, the Triangle lives on with remarkable persistence. Films, novels, and television programs continue to use it as a setting where the ordinary dissolves into the extraordinary. Children read of planes that vanished into cloud, or ships that sailed never to return, and the sense of awe is renewed for another generation. The legend survives because it offers both fear and wonder, a reminder that despite all we have mapped and measured, the sea retains a mystery of its own. For families who lost loved ones, of course, the Triangle is not a story, but a grief. Behind every mystery stands a roster of names, each one a person whose absence left a mark. Their fates deserve remembrance not for myth, but for the lives lived and cut short. The legend may have grown around them, yet at its heart are tragedies as real as any storm. Still, the question remains, why this region? Why does the idea of the Triangle hold such fascination when other seas have claimed as many, if not more? Perhaps it is because the stories fit so neatly within a shape we can draw on a map. Perhaps it is because so many tales were gathered at the right moment, in an age eager for mystery. Or perhaps it is simply because the mind resists the notion that the sea is indifferent, preferring instead to imagine it as deliberate, even enchanted. The truth is that the Bermuda Triangle is both less and more than its reputation suggests. Less, because the ocean here is no deadlier than anywhere else, its storms and currents part of the natural order. Yet more, because the legend has transcended fact, becoming a symbol of the unknown. It is not just a place, but an idea, a reminder of the illusion of safety and of how little control we hold when sky and sea close around us. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the legendary Bermuda Triangle, an enigmatic expanse of ocean where objective fact and maritime law are inextricably woven together like the very currents threading the Atlantic. Stretching roughly between Miami, Puerto Rico, and Bermuda, this ocean corridor has lured both sailors and storytellers into its inescapable grasp. Early European mariners feared the reefs around Bermuda, calling it the Isle of Devils, as storms and shipwrecks struck with unnerving regularity. Even Christopher Columbus wrote of unexplained phenomena and navigational instruments behaving in peculiar ways. During this era of exploration, the Bermuda Triangle was a navigational gauntlet. Crews would awaken trapped in tangled rafts of seaweed that stretched beyond the horizon. Others found themselves stranded for weeks in stretches of dead calm, where sails hung motionless in a sea of glass. By the 18th century, rumors spread of drifting ships with no crew aboard, prepared meals laid on tables, and logbooks that ended mid-sentence. Centuries later, squadrons of aircraft and mighty American naval vessels would vanish from radar screens. Was it bad luck? Hidden shoals, human error, or was it something else entirely? Theories abound, but whatever the truth, the Bermuda Triangle continues to hold sway in our collective imagination. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll explore the vast expanse of these storied waters, recalling the experiences of those left bewildered and the final voyages of so many who never returned at all. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's venture into part 1 of this 2-part series on the Bermuda Triangle. There is a stretch of ocean where the boundaries blur between wind and water, between fact and folklore. A triangle drawn not on official charts, but in the imagination of centuries. Its corners mark out an enormous swath of sea, reaching from the shores of Miami to the peaks of Puerto Rico and onto the reefs of Bermuda. Within it, storms rise with little warning. Currents run fast and strange, and the stories, well, they run deeper still. This part of the Atlantic lies at a crossroads of nature. To the west, the warm waters of the Gulf Stream surge northward like a great hidden river. It moves faster than most expect, sweeping vessels off course and tugging at anything adrift. Beneath the surface lie submerged banks and shoals, some mapped, many not, their sharp ridges waiting just below the waves. The sea here is not empty. It is layered, restless, and endlessly shifting. Weather moves quickly across these latitudes. Trade winds from the east meet tropical warmth rising off the sea, and when they clash, tempests are born. A sky that begins the day clear can end it dark with cloud, lightning flashing in sudden bursts. The hurricanes that form to the south often passed through this corridor, their paths sweeping across the triangle in long, deadly arcs. To those who made their living from the sea, this place soon became known for moods that changed faster than a sail could be hauled in. From the earliest days of exploration, ships passed through these waters by the hundreds. Some returned with spices, lumber, and stories of far-off lands. Others were never seen again. Their names lived on only in ledgers marked "Lost at Sea," or in family memories stretched thin over time. No wreckage, no survivors, just a departure, and then nothing. Over the centuries, mariners began to speak in hushed tones of this corner of the ocean. Tales passed from deck to dock and back again. Some of these stories were likely exaggerations. Others were misreadings of the weather, of the sea's many tricks. But not all could be explained away. The name Bermuda Triangle would not come until much later, but the sense of the place, its strangeness, its reputation, was already taking shape. There is something in the pattern of disappearances that unsettled even the most seasoned sailors. They had all seen storms, all faced hard seas. But here, something felt different. It wasn't just the danger. It was the feeling that the sea itself was watching. To travel through this triangle meant navigating not only weather and waves, but the accumulated weight of centuries. To those who first charted the North Atlantic, Bermuda was a place to be avoided, not because of enemy forces or wild inhabitants, but because the sea around it was cruel and deceptive. Sailors in the 16th century spoke of howling winds, sudden squalls, and the grinding sound of wood against reef. Even the most hardened crews approached it with caution, their eyes fixed on the horizon and their hands never far from the ropes. The island itself is beautiful, lush, green, and fringed with pink sand beaches. But that beauty conceals danger. Hidden just beneath the surface are vast coral reef systems, intricate and sharp. For ships built of oak and driven by wind, these reefs were often fatal. With few natural harbors to offer protection and no margin for navigational error, Bermuda became a graveyard long before it became a home. Storms seemed drawn to the place. Sailors reported that clouds gathered quickly above the island, even on days when the surrounding sea remained calm. Lightning flashed across the sky with little warning, and thunder rolled across the waves like a drumbeat of the deep. Vessels found themselves battered against rock before they even saw land. Some never saw it at all. In 1505, the Spanish navigator Juan de Bermudez passed by the island, lending it his name, but he made no attempt to land. Portuguese and Spanish sailors alike avoided it. They believed evil spirits lived there, that strange forces caused the wrecks and wild weather. Some even claimed to witness voices in the wind and strange lights that danced above the surf. And still, ships continued to wreck. Their shattered hulls drifted ashore or vanished entirely. Survivors were few, and those who did crawl onto Bermuda's rocky beaches often found themselves stranded for weeks, months, or longer. The island, isolated and unforgiving, offered little comfort, but even as it became a colony, the island's reputation did not soften. Maps continued to mark its reefs in thick ink, a warning to any captain who thought to sail too close. In time, the name Isle of Devils faded from common use, replaced by its formal name and colonial ties. But the fear remained, tucked into the corners of maritime lore. In the final months of 1492, 3 ships edged westward into waters that no European vessel had dared to cross. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria pushed deeper into the Atlantic, bound by hope and ambition, and led by a navigator with an unshakable belief in a western passage to Asia. They sailed into the unknown, and eventually into the mouth of the Bermuda Triangle. At the helm of the flagship, Columbus kept detailed notes. His journal, copied and translated many times over the centuries, records the everyday grind of sea life, changes in wind, sightings of birds, and the shifting patterns of ocean currents. But between the practical entries lie observations that have puzzled historians and fed storytellers for generations. Somewhere near the edge of the Sargasso Sea, the admiral began to notice strange behavior from his navigational instruments. The magnetic compass, the most trusted tool aboard, no longer pointed due north. At first, it was subtle, a few degrees adrift. Then, more pronounced. He did not share this with the crew. Tensions were already running high, and superstition thrived at sea. Instead, he made note of it privately, a quiet record of something he could not explain. The sky brought more unease. On the night of October the 11th, just hours before land was first sighted, Columbus and several of his men saw what he described as a light, small, flickering, hovering above the sea, and moving up and down as if borne by the waves. It vanished and returned again, too distant to be reached, too strange to be dismissed. Some have speculated it was a torch from land, or phosphorescent sea life disturbed by wind. Others believe it was something more, but the journal simply records what was seen and moves on. The voyage was successful in its own terms. Land was found. A return journey was made. But Columbus had entered a place the world had not yet even begun to understand. He would pass through these waters again on later voyages. Each time, the logs noted turbulent seas and erratic weather. Islands would rise from the mist and vanish again. The compass variation Columbus observed is now understood as a natural effect, caused by the shifting lines of Earth's magnetic field. Today, it's called magnetic declination, and it changes slightly depending on your location. But to a man with a wooden ship, a creaking mast, and a mutinous crew, it must have felt like the very laws of nature were fraying. What Columbus recorded was not a myth, it was a moment, and like so many moments in this region, it defied easy explanation. There is a place in the Atlantic where the sea gathers itself into stillness. No river feeds it, no shoreline contains it, and yet it exists, broad, unmoving, and curiously empty. The Sargasso Sea, named for the mats of golden-brown seaweed that drift across its surface. It sits at the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, like a pool untouched by time. Unlike other seas, the Sargasso is defined not by land, but by currents. 4 powerful flows: the Gulf Stream to the west, the Canary Current to the east, the North Atlantic Drift to the north, and the Equatorial Current to the south. All circle around it, trapping its waters in a slow, clockwise rotation. Inside this swirling gyre, the wind slackens, waves soften, and the ocean becomes strangely passive. For early mariners, the experience of sailing into the Sargasso Sea could feel like stepping into another world. The wind would die down with little warning. Sails hung limp against the masts, their canvas folding in on itself like sleeping wings. The seaweed, sargassum, gathered in vast drifting rafts, clinging to hulls, wrapping itself around rudders and trailing from the sides of ships in long golden streamers. From the deck, it could appear as if the ocean had solidified. One moment, a vessel would be moving briskly. The next, nothing. Hours passed, then days. Some crews found themselves becalmed for weeks. Provisions dwindled, tempers frayed. The same view met their eyes each morning. Endless mats of weed, a still horizon, and water so clear it felt like looking into a glassy void. The seaweed itself was unlike anything most had ever seen. It floated freely, anchored to nothing, and teeming with small creatures, crabs, shrimp, and fish that lived their entire lives among its fronds. It gave the sea an uncanny appearance, alive yet unmoving. Some sailors believed it to be enchanted. Others feared it would entangle their ships completely, dragging them down into the depths. Over time, stories began to spread. Vessels that entered the calm found themselves unable to leave, their crews slowly driven mad by heat, thirst, and the unchanging view. One sailor wrote of waking to find seaweed wrapped tight around the rudder, as if the ocean had reached up during the night to hold them in place. Another described nights so still that every footstep echoed across the deck. Every groan of the ship's frame felt like it might carry for miles. Of course, many ships passed through the Sargasso Sea without incident. The calm could be escaped with patience and a shift in wind. Long before the term Bermuda Triangle was ever spoken, this sea within a sea had earned a reputation. It was a different kind of danger, no less real, no less unsettling. For those crossing the Atlantic, the Sargasso became a place of tension, a stretch of water where the world seemed to pause, where the wind held its breath, where the horizon refused to change. Among the most haunting tales passed down by sailors are not those of storms or pirates, but of ships found drifting, intact yet empty. Vessels moving slowly with the wind, sails half lowered, rudders groaning softly with each shift of wave. No crew on deck, no signal from within, just the quiet creak of timber and the eerie suggestion that something or someone should be there, but wasn't. These were the ghost ships, derelicts discovered on calm seas, sometimes weeks or months after they had last been seen. They arrived with no explanation, carrying no answers, only questions that seemed to multiply the longer one stared at their vacant decks. One such story surfaced in 1840, when the merchant vessel Rosalie was found adrift near the Bahamas. Her cargo, cotton and other trade goods, was untouched. The hull was undamaged. Even the sails were still set. Yet not a soul remained aboard. No signs of struggle, no clues in the logbook. The ship was in perfect order, as if her crew had simply walked away mid-journey. Another vessel, the Carroll A. Deering, ran aground on Diamond Shoals in 1921, her sails still up and the galley freshly prepared for a meal. Her lifeboats were missing, but everything else remained. Chart still lay on the navigation table. Coffee sat cooling on the stove. Yet no trace of the crew was ever found. Their disappearance remains unexplained. Stories like these were passed quickly from port to port, often changing slightly with each telling. A ship becomes older, stranger. The details blur, but the core remains the same. A vessel left to drift, abandoned without reason. For those at sea, it was the most unnerving possibility of all. A storm could be fought. A fire might be extinguished. But this was vanishing. And still, the sightings came. Sailors told of approaching ships under full sail, only to find them unmanned. No response to hails, no movement on deck. Sometimes the name had been scraped from the hull, or the flag hung in tatters. The ships looked as though they had been emptied by the sea itself. There were more dramatic tales too. Entire fleets found derelict, or ships with cargo removed, but no sign of violence. One story tells of a schooner seen drifting near the Sargasso Sea, its crew frozen in place below decks, as if caught mid-motion. The truth of these accounts is hard to pin down. Some likely stem from misidentifications or exaggeration. Others may have explanations lost to time, mutiny, illness, or evacuation in the face of danger. But the stories, even when unprovable, took root. It was not just the emptiness that disturbed those who found these ships. It was the orderliness, the rope neatly coiled, the sails properly tied, meals half-eaten, belongings still in place. Whatever had happened, it had come swiftly and without warning, and it had left nothing behind but questions. These derelict ships deepened the lore of the Bermuda Triangle. While not all were found within its bounds, many were discovered in its outer edges, in waters where strange weather, shifting currents, and unpredictable winds made navigation difficult and rescue unlikely. Over time, the term ghost ship became less about the supernatural and more about the unexplained, a category for things that slipped out of reach, evidence of a moment where the chain of events snapped, leaving only an echo drifting on the tide. For those who sailed through the Triangle, these stories became part of the journey. A warning passed down in murmurs and glances. A ship could be lost in a storm, but worse, perhaps, was a ship found again, with no one left aboard to tell the tale. The sea has always made room for superstition. When the sky darkens without warning, or the wind shifts for no reason, a sailor looks first to the clouds, and then to the things beyond understanding. For centuries, fears around the Bermuda Triangle passed from one watch to the next, woven into routines and whispered across decks beneath unfamiliar stars. Among the earliest of these was the belief that the sea itself could think, that it had moods, tempers, and intentions. The triangle, they said, was where the ocean chose to be cruel, where the wind could vanish and leave a ship stranded, or return in an instant to tear its mast away. The unpredictability of it all became fertile ground for stories that explained the inexplicable. Some feared terrible sea monsters of the deep, great serpents or creatures with tentacles and glowing eyes that lived beneath the sargassum. These tales were often born in the flickering edge of sight, in the shadow of something just below the surface, moving too fast to follow. Others believed in curses, ships that passed through the triangle without offering respect to the sea, might be marked. Equipment would fail, ropes would snap, crew would fall ill. Bad luck, they said, didn't come from within. It came from the water. There were omens too. The lights in the sky were described as flickering like fire, sometimes racing from cloud to cloud. St. Elmo's fire, as it was later called, would dance along the tops of masts during electrical storms, a pale blue glow that crackled across the rigging. Sailors once believed it was a sign from the heavens. Some saw it as protection, others as a warning. Either way, it was unforgettable. Mariners began to carry charms, talismans stitched into the lining of their coats, coins nailed to the mast, or carvings tucked beneath the wheel. Certain sailors would refuse to speak aloud of their fears, believing that naming a danger would invite it. Others swore by small rituals, walking the deck sunwise each morning, tossing salt over the rail at dusk, never whistling while underway. The superstitions were more than folklore. They were a kind of logic, born of a need to shape the shapeless. When a man goes to sea and sees his friend vanish overboard without a sound, when a ship disappears after being spotted just days before, he begins to look for meaning. These weren't tales told for fun. They were part of the fabric of life at sea, shared in the way one might share weather advice or warnings of shallow shoals. The belief that something larger and stranger governed these waters helped some sailors stay sane. It gave them a shape to the fear, a reason why. In the summer of 1609, a fleet of English ships set sail for the struggling new colony of Jamestown in Virginia. They carried settlers, supplies, and the heavy weight of hope. Among them was the Sea Venture, the flagship of the expedition, carrying the newly appointed governor and over 150 souls. The voyage was meant to secure the survival of the American colony, but the ocean had other plans. As the fleet crossed into the Atlantic, it was caught in a hurricane. One by one, the vessels scattered, each struggling to survive. The Sea Venture, larger and slower than the rest, took the worst of it. Waves crashed over her deck. The hull began to leak. For 4 days, the crew bailed water, the timbers groaning with each roll. When it became clear the ship would not last, the captain steered her toward the strange island that had just appeared through the rain. He ran the vessel directly onto the reef, close enough that survivors could reach land. Remarkably, all of them did. Wet, battered, and uncertain of where they had arrived, the castaways stumbled ashore onto Bermuda, a place feared for decades by sailors and still uninhabited by any permanent settlement. For months, they lived on the island. They built shelter from the wreck, hunted wild pigs, and gathered food from the dense interior. Fresh water was abundant. Timber, too. They discovered that Bermuda, though feared as the Isle of Devils by earlier sailors, was not cursed. It was survivable, even generous if treated with care. The survivors of the Sea Venture would eventually build 2 new ships from local wood and parts of the wreck. 10 months after their unplanned arrival, they continued on to Jamestown, where their tale of endurance astonished those who heard it. It was one of the first documented cases of colonization born from shipwreck. After that, the English claimed Bermuda. A permanent settlement was established, and the island became both a naval asset and a stopover for trade. But its image never fully softened. The danger that had brought the sea venture to its shores remained present. And not all who were drawn there came by accident. Salvagers, adventurers, and opportunists followed the tales of wrecks. There was value in the bones of ships, copper nails, iron fittings, barrels, and cargo. These early wrecks became part of the island's economy, just as the winds and waves had become part of its identity. Even as Bermuda grew, it remained on the edge of things. Its position, far from other major ports, meant that much of what happened at sea nearby was never witnessed, only inferred. A ship would sail from the West Indies and fail to arrive in Europe. Somewhere, perhaps, it had passed Bermuda. Perhaps not. No one could say for sure. This vagueness, this unknowability, settled over the region like a mist. The island stood in the middle of it, no longer the Isle of Devils, but never entirely rid of that shadow. Sailors still spoke of the reefs, in the same breath as they spoke of storms and disappearances. And while the survivors of the sea venture had found refuge, many others would not. Bermuda, now home to thousands, had once been feared as a place of wreckage and ruin. And even as its beaches filled with houses and harbors, the ocean around it remained as unpredictable as ever. The same reef still waited beneath the waves. The same currents swirled unseen. It was no longer just an island. It was part of the legend. By the dawn of the 18th century, the Atlantic had become a web of trade routes, stitched together by sails and ambition. Ships moved in steady patterns between the continents, carrying sugar, cotton, rum, and lumber. The sea was no longer unknown. It had been mapped, charted, and named. And yet, even with all this knowledge, it remained deeply unforgiving. For every ship that arrived safely in London or Lisbon, another would vanish between ports. The crossing from the Caribbean to Europe was especially perilous. Captains knew the risk, but goods had to move, so they sailed. Some losses could be explained. An eyewitness account, wreckage washed ashore, a survivor brought in by another ship, but many were simply gone. Nothing arrived, no sign of the vessel, no floating debris, just silence, followed eventually by the cold declaration, presumed lost at sea. A ship like the Glorioso, which in 1747 fought off multiple British attacks before vanishing near the Azores, or the HMS Atalanta, which disappeared in the late 1800s with nearly 300 men on board. Such cases were not isolated. They were part of a long, steady pattern. Navigation had improved, but not enough. Compasses still behaved unpredictably in some places. Currents dragged ships hundreds of miles off course. Without modern communication, there was no way to know where a ship had strayed until it failed to arrive. A vessel could be blown hundreds of miles by a storm and never recover its bearings. This was the age of sail, when a voyage could last months and return nothing but rumor. In the harbors of Charleston, Havana, or Bridgetown, sailors exchanged news of ships long overdue. Some believed they had run aground on uncharted shoals. Others suspected pirates. But always, there was a sense that certain waters had swallowed more than their share. Losses were noted in shipping ledgers, sometimes marked with a simple cross. Families waited for letters that never came. Owners waited for cargo that never landed. These were not tales spun for idle chatter in dim-lit taverns. They were facts entered into books, confirmed by insurers, and mourned by widows. And still, the ship sailed. They had to. Empires depended on it. The Triangle, as it would one day be known, remained a thoroughfare, busy and brutal. Some captains avoided its heart when they could. Others steered directly through it, confident in their seamanship. But even the best found themselves humbled by sudden storms and seas that turned against them. Charts improved. Weather predictions became more reliable. Steam replaced sails. But the losses did not stop. The ships were newer, the materials stronger, but the disappearances, though fewer, continued. And by now, the pattern had become part of the law. The age of exploration had brought wealth, knowledge, and empire, but it had also brought mystery, of vessels that vanished between one coast and another, of wrecks that left no survivors, of journeys that never reached their destination. The Bermuda region, with its shifting winds and hidden dangers, had claimed many of them. And as time moved on, and the Triangle's name became known to the wider world, the question remained: how many had truly been lost here, and how many more would follow? Long before anyone called it the Bermuda Triangle, the region already carried the weight of centuries. Sailors gave it names of their own, but the meaning was always the same. There was something about this stretch of ocean that could not be trusted. The ships lost here were not all victims of drama. Many disappeared with no storm, no fire, no battle. One moment they were seen, the next they were simply gone. Their fates recorded only as question marks in a logbook, or not at all. Over time, the pattern became harder to ignore. The volume of loss, the repetition of strange details, no wreckage, no distress signals, no good explanation, left a growing sense of unease. Still, no one had yet connected the dots in a formal way. The disappearances were known, but scattered across generations and geographies. By the 20th century, shipping lanes had modernized. Radio brought new ways to call for help. Steam replaced wind, and steel replaced wood. And yet, the disappearances did not stop. In fact, they began to change. Aircraft now vanished as well, faster, more advanced, more connected, and sometimes in groups. Whole squadrons lost without a single transmission. That was when the pieces began to come together. Journalists, researchers, and armchair theorists started collecting the data, drawing lines between events that had once stood alone. Books were written, headlines appeared. The term Bermuda Triangle was coined in the mid-20th century, and suddenly, what had once been a murmur among sailors became a global fascination. The stories had always been there waiting, but now people were finally listening. Not all agreed, of course. Scientists pointed to storms, to magnetic variation, to human error. And they were not wrong. The sea is unpredictable, and the sky even more so. But the mystery was never about one explanation. It was about the weight of repetition, the feeling that this particular stretch of ocean asked questions the world had yet to answer. And so, the foundation of the myth was laid, not with fantasy, but with centuries of lived experience, with real vessels and real people, with loss, with wonder, and with the knowledge that even in the age of engines and radar, the Bermuda Triangle can still surprise us, even to this day. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Some of the most peculiar chapters belong to the 20th century, and that's exactly where we're headed in our next episode. So make sure to stay tuned for part 2 of the Bermuda Triangle. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Billy the Kid, a notorious young gunslinger whose short run of jailbreaks, standoffs, and shootouts made him one of the most enduring legends of the Wild West. The year was 1877, and the New Mexico Territory was a land of vast skies and endless horizons. The scent of sagebrush hung thick in the air, and the dust kicked up by cattle drives mingled with the melancholy peal of mission bells. Into this world stepped Henry McCarty, better known as Billy the Kid. He was barely out of boyhood when stories of violence, escape, and revenge began to spread through dusty saloons from the mesas of Lincoln County to the gambling dens of Seven Rivers. With a disarming smile, near impeccable manners, and a boyish charm that belied his deadly reputation, he could just as easily win over a room as he could empty it with the flash of his Colt. Billy had a price on his head and a name that changed with the seasons. He lived fast, moved often, and left nothing but trouble in his wake. His sharp eyes missed little, and his quick wit often kept him one step ahead of the law, even as the weight of his choices pressed heavier with each passing day. Billy more than once slipped the noose, shot his way through ambushes, and outlived many who swore they would see him hang. To lawmen, he was a menace. To others, a folk hero who stood against the greed and oppression of the wealthy and powerful. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll reflect on whether Billy was a killer by choice or merely a victim of circumstance with no other path left open to him. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's ride alongside Billy the Kid through swirling gun smoke and dancing dust devils into the fading twilight of the Old West. The boy who would become a legend was born in obscurity and remained hard to pin down ever after. He entered the world as Henry McCarty, though some records suggest his name was William. By the time his name made headlines, it had shifted again to William H. Bonney, then finally to the moniker that would echo through the plains, Billy the Kid. He came of age in the tenements and alleys of New York before his mother packed them westward, chasing a better life on the edge of the American frontier. They passed through Kansas and Colorado before settling in the New Mexico territory, a dry, restless land where fortunes could change with the wind. His mother, Catherine, died of tuberculosis not long after they arrived. Still a teenager, he was left to drift in a place where boys grew up fast, or not at all. The towns he passed through offered little in the way of structure, just dusty streets, cramped boarding houses, and the clang of spurs in the dirt. He worked odd jobs and ran errands for saloon keepers, swept floors, and scrubbed pots. He read dime novels when he could find them, and watched the older men gamble, drink, and settle their differences at gunpoint. At 15, he was arrested for stealing laundry. The sheriff locked him in a cramped jailhouse, but he escaped through the chimney before the court could sentence him. It wasn't the crime that marked him. Plenty of boys stole, but the escape. That quick-footed defiance set him apart, and the local law took notice. He didn't just run, he vanished. From there, his trail went ragged. He headed south to Arizona, where the borders blurred and laws were more like suggestions. There, he took up with a horse thief and gambler, a man named Sombrero Jack. When one of their schemes went wrong, Henry pulled a pistol, maybe for the first time, and killed a blacksmith during a dispute. Some said it was self-defense. Others didn't care. He fled again, back to New Mexico, now with blood on his hands. By the time he returned, he'd begun calling himself William H. Bonney. It was easier to hide behind a new name, and besides, the old one didn't seem to fit anymore. He was slimmer, sharper, with a quick smile and a fast draw. People remembered him mostly for how fast he moved and how lightly he spoke. There was a kind of charm in him, even then, that made him hard to dislike and harder still to distrust. That would become a pattern. In those drifting years, he found friends among outcasts and ranch hands, gamblers and drifters. He played cards and learned to shoot. He listened to the rhythms of the saloon and the mood of the town, and wherever he went, trouble seemed to follow. It's hard to say whether he was looking for belonging or simply trying to stay one step ahead of the law. Maybe both, maybe neither. What's certain is that by the time he was 17, he had already killed, escaped, and reappeared with a new identity. He had stepped off the path most boys walked and begun carving his own, one that would lead him straight into a war and into the pages of history. The New Mexico Territory in the 1870s was a brittle place. The land itself was hard and sunburnt, all open range and wind-scraped rock, but it was the people who made it truly dangerous. Ranchers, rustlers, hired guns, and merchants, all vying for power in a region where law often arrived too late, if it came at all. By the time he was 17, the young man now calling himself Bonnie had grown into a young man with a pistol and a reputation. He was nimble, soft-spoken, often polite, even to those who hunted him. But beneath the grin and charm was a sharp edge. He drifted into Lincoln County, not yet infamous, just a ranch hand. He found work with an English rancher named John Tunstall, a young and ambitious outsider who had set up shop in enemy territory. Tunstall wasn't just running cattle, he was challenging the local monopoly run by Lawrence Murphy and James Dolan, two powerful businessmen with ties to the sheriff's office, the courts, and a network of hired guns. They didn't take kindly to competition. Tensions simmered for months. Cattle were rustled, wagons robbed, and threats passed around like whiskey glasses. When Tunstall was ambushed and shot dead by a posse aligned with Murphy's faction, everything changed. To Billy and others on Tunstall's payroll, it wasn't just a murder, it was a declaration of war. In response, they formed a group called the Regulators, a loose band of cowboys, gunmen, and ranch hands sworn to avenge their employer and expose the corruption choking Lincoln County. It wasn't an official badge that gave them authority, but a shared belief that someone had to act. Billy wasn't the leader, but he quickly became the most recognizable face. He rode with the Regulators as they tracked down men linked to the killing. In one shootout, they captured a deputy sheriff and, according to many accounts, executed him on the spot. It was a clear message. There would be no trials, no courtrooms. Justice, such as it was, would come from the barrel of a gun. Word spread fast. The newspapers, hungry for drama from the lawless frontier, printed exaggerated tales of the young gunman with nerves of steel. Some painted him as a folk hero, a youth standing up to crooked businessmen and the broken law they controlled. Others made him out to be a rising menace, reckless and deadly, with no respect for order. The violence escalated. Ambushes turned to raids, homes burned, and both sides counted their dead. Billy's reputation grew with each gunfight. His age only added to the drama, a teenager trading shots with grown men, and often walking away unscathed. He moved like someone who knew time was against him, and perhaps it was. By the end of 1878, the Lincoln County War had claimed dozens of lives. The town of Lincoln was left pocked with bullet holes and scarred by grief. Murphy and Dolan's faction regained control, backed by political pressure and federal troops. The Regulators scattered. Some were killed, Some fled, and a few went underground. Billy did neither. He stayed just long enough to be branded an outlaw, then vanished into the folds of the territory, wounded, wanted, and watched. He was no longer a hired hand, or even a rebel. From that point on, he was something else entirely. The town of Lincoln sat low against the hills, a cluster of adobe buildings and wooden facades, hemmed in by dry hills and dust-blown trails, and by 1878 it had become the crossroads of power, greed, and blood. After the murder of John Tunstall, the Lincoln County War erupted in earnest. On one side stood the regulators, formed in retaliation, a patchwork crew of ranch hands, cowboys, and young guns like Billy, who had found both purpose and loyalty in Tunstall's camp. On the other side were the Murphy-Dolan faction, backed by the local sheriff, the courts, and a handful of hired killers. The violence began to unfold like a slow, grinding feud, marked by surprise attacks and revenge killings. Ambushes were laid on the trails, men were shot off their horses, homes were torched. The law, such as it was, did little to stop it, and in many cases took part in the fighting. Billy found himself not just caught in the middle, but quickly rising to the front. He was young, but already trusted with a gun and given the kind of work most men didn't survive. One of the war's most infamous moments came in April of that year, when Billy and the regulators engaged in a running gunfight through the streets of Lincoln. They'd cornered Sheriff William Brady, a known ally of the Murphy faction. Billy stepped out from cover and opened fire, killing Brady and another deputy in broad daylight. He was said to have returned after the shooting to retrieve a warrant, a personal one, issued for his arrest, from Brady's coat pocket. That act alone marked him forever. No longer could he be seen as just a hired hand caught up in the chaos. He was now a central figure in the violence, a man who had killed a sheriff in the open, in a place where everyone could see. From that moment on, his name was spoken with both fear and fascination. As the war dragged into summer, the battles grew larger and bloodier. The final clash came in July, when Billy and a group of regulators holed up in the McSween house, allies of Tunstall and one of the last strongholds against the Murphy faction. What followed was a 5-day standoff in the heart of Lincoln, with gunmen trading fire from rooftops and alleyways. Federal troops eventually arrived, but they didn't come to save McSween. They stood aside as the house was set ablaze and the defenders forced to flee under gunfire. McSween was shot and killed in the confusion. Billy managed to escape. The war was over, but the scars were fresh, and they ran deep. The Murphy-Dolan faction returned to power, bruised but intact. Most of the regulators were either dead or in hiding, and Billy, still not yet 20, found himself blamed for more than a handful of deaths and marked as a fugitive. He had stepped into the war with a sense of loyalty and vengeance. He emerged from it with a bounty on his head, stories in every newspaper, and a reputation that was growing faster than he could run. In the eyes of many, he was no longer just an outlaw. He was the last ember of a cause that had been stamped out by power and politics. And while others tried to forget the war, Billy carried it with him. After the smoke cleared in Lincoln Most men laid down their arms and tried to forget, but not Billy. With the war lost and his allies scattered, he became the most recognizable face of a failed rebellion, and the easiest one to chase. He drifted through the New Mexico territory like a shadow, showing up in one town just as his name reached the next. There were always rumors that he was headed south, that he'd crossed into Mexico, that he'd turned up in a poker game in White Oaks, or danced with a rancher's daughter near Las Vegas, New Mexico. Wherever he went, someone had a story, and with each telling, the story grew. The newspapers had begun to print his name regularly, some using Bonnie, others the name that would stick, Billy the Kid. They exaggerated his crimes, inflated his body count, and painted him as a remorseless killer. Some claimed he'd killed 21 men, one for each year of his life. In truth, the number was lower, closer to 4, maybe 5. Newspapers outran the court records, and few could be bothered to read the small print. He stayed in motion. The land gave him cover. Vast deserts, broken hills, canyons, and ranches tucked away from the eyes of the law. He'd find shelter with friends, or friends of friends, sleeping in barns or bunkhouses, moving on before trouble could catch up. He earned money through card games, odd jobs, and sometimes by helping rustlers move cattle. Nothing steady, nothing safe. Law enforcement in New Mexico was under pressure to bring him in. The newly appointed territorial governor, Lawless, wanted order restored and reputations mended. Wallace extended an offer: surrender, testify against those involved in the Lincoln County War, and a pardon might be arranged. It was a rare opportunity for amnesty. Billy agreed to the meeting. The two men reportedly sat down together, one a politician in a suit, the other a wiry young fugitive with a reputation too large for his boots. Wallace promised fair treatment. Billy agreed to testify. For a moment, it looked like the story might take a turn toward redemption. But the promise fell through. Billy kept his end, testifying in a murder case linked to the war, but the pardon never came. Whether it was political pressure, legal confusion, or a broken word, the result was the same. He was betrayed. He waited weeks in jail, then escaped again. After that, something hardened in him. He was no longer a man seeking a way back. He became a man with fewer illusions, living day to day, trusting almost no one. The kid that people spoke of now was no longer the same. He was a figure of myth and defiance, living by instinct and hunted by the law. He never asked to be famous, but by the early 1880s, Billy had become a name known across the country. What began as a local feud in a dusty stretch of New Mexico had grown into a national fascination. And at the center of it all was a young outlaw, barely into adulthood, who rode fast, escaped often, and killed just enough to be remembered. In these retellings, Billy was rarely alone. He was accompanied by loyal friends, faced off against armies of corrupt deputies, and rode with the kind of poise no real man ever managed. The gunfights were clean, the motives were simple. The real Billy the Kid was lost beneath the stories written in cheap ink and sold for 10 cents apiece. Yet those who had met him often spoke differently. They remembered a slim young man, quick-witted and polite, with a fondness for dancing and a knack for getting along with strangers. He was fluent in Spanish and spent much of his time among Mexican communities, where he was often welcomed as a friend, not a fugitive. He laughed easily, carried himself lightly, and didn't talk about the killings unless he had to. If you didn't know better, you might have mistaken him for any other drifter passing through, and that's what made him unique. Few outlaws had accomplished so much in so little time. His jailbreaks especially stirred the public imagination. That someone so young could repeatedly slip through the fingers of lawmen only added to the mystique. What also set him apart was how many saw him not just as a criminal, but as a kind of symbol. For some, he represented rebellion against injustice. He had fought for a murdered employer, taken up arms against monopoly, and defied a legal system many believed was already broken. Right or wrong, he'd done it on his own terms. That mattered. Children whispered his name in alleys. Old men argued about him over whiskey. Women passed along tales of his charm and quickness. His enemies saw a threat. His supporters saw a spark. And in between stood a young drifter with a borrowed name, who may have been no more than a good shot with bad luck. As the months wore on, he continued to evade capture. The law grew more frustrated, and the stories grew taller. In the still spaces between gunfire and galloping hooves, he was becoming something else entirely. No part of his legend shone brighter than his knack for slipping through the bars of justice. Jailbreaks, ambushes, narrow escapes. They didn't just keep him alive. They fed the myth. The law could catch him, yes, but holding him was another matter entirely. His first escape, years earlier, had been almost laughably simple. Up a chimney and gone before the jailer even noticed. But as he grew older, and his name more dangerous, the stakes grew with him. And still, he kept vanishing. After the Lincoln County War, he was captured more than once. Deputies would drag him into custody, lock him behind iron bars, and issue fresh warnings to the press. And then, somehow, he'd be gone, vanishing into the hills, the desert, or the maze of backcountry trails only he seemed to know. He had a gift for reading people. He could sense when guards grew careless, or when a door had been left just slightly ajar. In one instance, he charmed his way into the trust of a jailer, then slipped out during a shift change. In another, he bribed someone for a smuggled pistol. He moved quickly, without hesitation, and disappeared before the dust had settled. The most dramatic escape came in April of 1881, after he'd finally been sentenced to hang. He was being held in the Lincoln County Courthouse, the very town where his story had begun. 2 deputies were assigned to guard him. It should have been the end. The noose was ready, the date set. But Billy had no intention of going quietly. On the afternoon of April 28th, he somehow acquired a revolver. Whether it was hidden in the privy, slipped to him by a friend, or taken from a careless guard, remains unclear. What's known is that he acted fast. He shot 1 deputy, then seized a second weapon and killed the other as he attempted to flee. Witnesses later claimed they heard his boots on the stairs, pacing calmly as he gathered ammunition. He walked through the courthouse, reloaded, and stepped out into the dusty street. According to some, he paused to speak with a passerby, even smiled, then mounted a borrowed horse and rode out of town, slowly, deliberately, as if daring anyone to stop him. The news raced ahead of him. The escape was printed in papers as far away as New York and Chicago. A condemned man had killed 2 deputies and ridden free, with no posse close behind. It was almost too perfect to believe, and that made it all the more irresistible to the public. For his enemies, it was a humiliation. For his supporters, a triumph. And for Billy himself, it was likely just another decision made in the thin space between life and death. He was barely into his 20s, and yet he'd slipped the gallows, broken from the courthouse, and lived to see his name become legend. But even legends run out of road. By the spring of 1881, New Mexico's most wanted man was again on the run, and the noose he'd once escaped was tightening. The jailbreak from Lincoln had pushed things too far. The territory's patience was gone. The law had lost face, and the governor had lost credibility. Someone needed to stop him. That task fell to Sheriff Pat Garrett. Garrett had once known Billy, not well, but well enough to recognize his charm, his cleverness, and the danger in underestimating him. They'd crossed paths in saloons and stables before fate placed them on opposite sides. Garrett was taller, colder, and far more cautious. He didn't underestimate the kid, and that was why he succeeded where others had failed. After the courthouse escape, Billy had disappeared into the familiar folds of the territory. He rode to Fort Sumner, an old military outpost turned farming settlement, where friends still offered food and a place to sleep. There, among the adobe walls and cottonwood trees, he tried to rest. But the manhunt had already begun. Garrett gathered information. He spoke to locals, tracked movement, and sent men ahead to watch. He didn't race after Billy. He crept closer, week by week, tightening the circle. Billy knew the land better, but Garrett had the momentum now, and the political pressure behind him. By mid-July, Garrett believed he had found his man. Word reached him that Billy was hiding near Fort Sumner. Garrett rode in with 2 deputies and waited for nightfall. He knew Billy's habits, the people he trusted, the places he liked to visit. It wouldn't take much. On the evening of July 14th, Garrett visited the home of Pete Maxwell, whose family ranch was a gathering place for many in the area. Garrett waited in Maxwell's darkened bedroom, unsure whether Billy would come, but certainly had few other options. Around midnight, footsteps approached the house. A voice called out softly in Spanish, asking who was there. In the darkness, Garrett recognized it. Before Billy could step fully into the room, the sheriff fired. The bullet struck him just above the heart. He fell to the floor and died within moments. He was 21. As was often the case with him, news traveled fast. Some believed the account exactly as Garrett told it. Others insisted it had been a trap, or even an assassination. Still others claimed it hadn't been Billy at all, that he'd escaped once again, and the body buried in Fort Sumner wasn't his. Whatever the truth, Garrett became both praised and despised for the killing. He later wrote a book about it, defending his actions and framing Billy the Kid as both dangerous and doomed. The public, however, wasn't finished with him. Almost immediately, stories began to twist. Some said Billy had drawn first. Others claimed he was unarmed. Still more insisted he'd been betrayed by someone close, or that he'd walked into the dark because he believed it was safe. And so, the young outlaw who had ridden through war, evaded jails, and danced through headlines, met his end, not in a final shootout. Suddenly, in a dark room with no warning and no second chance. It was not the ending his story deserved, but it was the one that stuck. Before that final bullet found him in the dark, there had been weeks, maybe months, when Billy knew the circle was closing. He'd seen it before, after every escape. The freedom was always real, but it was never permanent. After his jailbreak from Lincoln, the territory changed. Towns that once looked the other way now kept their distance. Deputies rode out faster. The press, which had once marveled at his daring, now called for justice. Governor Lew Wallace's reputation had taken a beating after the failed pardon, and public pressure demanded results. A bounty hung heavy on his head. Still, he didn't vanish completely. He returned to Fort Sumner, a place that had always welcomed him. Friends were there, old regulators, ranchers, Mexican families who had taken him in. They fed him, sheltered him, and in some cases, warned him when danger approached. He trusted them more than most, and it may have been that trust that cost him. Pat Garrett, the sheriff now leading the hunt, understood his quarry better than most. He didn't rely on speed. He waited. He spoke to the same families, walked the same dirt trails, and watched the patterns of Billy's life. The kid was elusive, but he wasn't invisible. Garrett believed he would return to familiar ground, and he was right. There were near misses. One report placed Billy at a dance, laughing and twirling partners, while a deputy waited outside, unsure if it was really him. Another claimed he'd stopped in a town to buy coffee, nodding politely at the sheriff's wife before slipping out the back. These were not the moves of a reckless killer, but of someone still trying to live, if only just. But the net kept tightening. Garrett posted men at river crossings and trading posts. He followed hoofprints through canyon trails and questioned strangers who came into town too suddenly. And all the while, Billy remained just out of reach, like a story half remembered, always on the verge of vanishing. Some believe Billy knew how it would end. He began moving with more caution, but not with fear, more like someone who had accepted the road ahead and was simply trying to ride it a little longer. He stayed up late with friends, played cards, rode into town only at night. He carried a pistol, but rarely reached for it, as if, perhaps, he was tired of running. When Garrett rode to Fort Sumner that last time, he did it without fanfare. No posse, no gunfire, just patience, and a gentle knock at the door of Pete Maxwell's house. The manhunt, in the end, wasn't a chase. It was a wait. Garrett didn't catch Billy in a canyon or a thicket, and he didn't face him across a street in some final showdown. He waited in the dark, in a room thick with heat and breath, and listened for footsteps. The moment came, and then it was over. The grave at Fort Sumner is plain, a slab of stone behind iron bars, etched with 3 names: Billy the Kid, Tom O'Folliard, and Charlie Boda, friends who died before and beside him. Visitors still come, walking the same parched ground he once crossed, staring down at the marker like it might answer some unspoken question. But there are no answers left there, just wind, dust, and the weight of a story that never settled. Newspapers were the first to pick up the story. In the East, readers imagined a lawless desert full of painted cowboys and boys, quick with pistols. Dime novelists went to work soon after, chiseling away at the truth and shaping Billy into something larger, simpler. A young gunfighter who smiled in the face of danger and outran every lawman on the frontier. They gave him a body count, a code, and a kind of tragic poetry he never asked for. Hollywood followed decades later. Actors took up his name. Some played him as a heartless killer, others as a misunderstood rebel, standing tall against the machine of power. In each retelling, he changed just enough to suit the time. Historians have tried to draw clear lines, to tally the facts and separate myth from record. By most accounts, he killed fewer men than is claimed, perhaps 4 or 5, most during wartime. He was fluent in Spanish, respectful toward women, and deeply loyal to his friends. He stole, yes, and he fought, but many of those who knew him remembered him as generous, charming, and quick with a joke. A boy shaped by loss and conflict, not born into cruelty. Over the years, others tried to claim his name. In 1948, an old man in Texas stepped forward, calling himself Brushy Bill Roberts, and insisted he was Billy the Kid, that he had escaped that night in Fort Sumner and lived in hiding for nearly 70 years. He petitioned for a pardon, stirred the press, and rekindled a fire that had never truly gone out. But the evidence didn't hold, and he died not long after. The state never gave him what he asked for. Yet even now, long after the last witness passed on and the trail grew cold, people still argue over who he really was. An outlaw, a murderer, a symbol, or just a young gun caught in the undertow of a land too rough for innocence. In the end, his story outlived the facts. It drifted into song and story, into paintings and poems, into films and footnotes, and fireside retellings. What remains isn't just the record of a life, it's the echo of something people wanted to believe. That a kid with a fast horse and a quicker smile could fight back against the powerful, even if only for a little while. He didn't win. He didn't escape in the end, but he never faded either. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Blackbeard, the legendary pirate captain and archetypal swashbuckling rogue of the high seas. Picture the Atlantic at dawn, the slow creak of rigging and the smell of salt and tar over water. Lanterns sway, cannons line the gunwales as the sea drums against the hull. A towering figure stands on the quarterdeck with a black tricorn pulled low over deep-set eyes. A wide bandolier of half a dozen flintlock pistols hangs heavy like a portable armory. Ghostly threads of smoke curl about a bristling beard tied in tails with vibrant ribbons. This was stagecraft meant to intimidate and unsettle. This was Blackbeard, captain of the dreaded Queen Anne's Revenge. This brilliant naval strategist stalked the 18th century Caribbean and the colonial American seaboard, commanding a modest flotilla of buccaneers, often subduing his opponents by presence alone. His time at sea was brief, no more than a handful of years, but the tales of blockades, stolen ships, and narrow escapes spread rapidly, whispered in taverns, written in broadsheets, and carried across the seven seas. He came to embody everything a pirate was thought to be: fierce and flamboyant, cunning and cruel. Even now, more than 3 centuries later, the spectre of Blackbeard still echoes through history. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the man and the myth, letting rough edges soften with the tide. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's raise the sails with Blackbeard, prowling through uncharted waters, starry channels, and drifting tides of this golden age of piracy. Almost nothing is certain about the early years of the man the world would remember as Blackbeard. Even his real name comes down to us, blurred in ink, often written as Edward Teach, sometimes Thatch, sometimes altered again by scribes who copied from one another. He was most likely born around the last decades of the 17th century in Bristol, a port city bustling with ships and sailors. That is all the record gives us. From there, rumor and imagination fill the gaps. To picture him as a boy, one must look to the streets of Bristol itself. Tall masts lining the harbour, sailors returning from the West Indies with stories of sugar and storms, the boom of cannon practice carried on the wind. Bristol was a city of merchants and mariners, where fortunes were made and lost on the tide. It was also deeply enmeshed in the transatlantic slave trade. Ships left its docks carrying manufactured goods to Africa, returning with enslaved people forced into lives of bondage in the Americas. Edward grew up in a world where the sea meant opportunity, but also exploitation. Historians cannot say what he thought of it, only that he would later make his life among the same waters. The first true glimpses of him come during Queen Anne's War, fought between England and France from 1701 to 1714. At the time, men could serve as privateers, legally sanctioned raiders given papers by the crown to seize enemy vessels. Edward almost certainly took this path, though his name does not appear in every surviving list. The war offered young sailors both employment and adventure. A privateer ship was crowded, dangerous, and unpredictable, yet it gave its crew a share of whatever prizes they captured. In those years, Edward learned how to fight with cannons, how to command men under stress, and how to maneuver a vessel under fire. When the war ended, thousands of privateers were left adrift. Their commissions expired, their pay cut off. A man trained to capture ships found that the crown no longer had need of him. Some returned to merchant sailing, accepting lower wages and long voyages. Others, unwilling to surrender their hard-won freedom, turned pirate. Here is where Edward's trail takes its decisive turn. Was it simple necessity that drove him to it, the need to earn a living in unforgiving times? Or was there a darker hunger, a taste for the chaos and spoils that piracy offered? The records are silent, leaving us to wonder. Later, legends often exaggerated this choice. Some tales claim he was betrayed by officers, cheated of prize money, or scorned by governors who profited while men like him risked their lives. None of that can be proved. What we do know is that by 1716, he was sailing under a notorious pirate captain named Benjamin Hornigold in the Bahamas. This was Edward's apprenticeship in piracy, learning from a leader who was both respected and feared. Hornigold was selective about targets, often choosing Spanish or French vessels, careful not to anger England directly. In this company, Edward gained experience and reputation. It was during these years that he began to distinguish himself, not only as a capable seaman, but as a man who understood the power of appearance. Witnesses would later describe his size, his imposing figure, and the way he carried himself on deck. He was not yet Blackbeard, but the elements of that persona were beginning to gather, like storm clouds over the horizon. The boy from Bristol, shadowy in the records, had become a man of the sea, hardened by war, sharpened by necessity. From here, the outlines of a legend would start to take shape, carried by whispers among sailors, and soon to be feared across oceans. When the guns of Queen Anne's War fell silent in 1714, the world of the privateer collapsed almost overnight. Ships that had once sailed proudly under letters of marque were stripped of their legal cover, their crews dispersed into unemployment. For some, the path back into ordinary merchant service was open, yet merchant wages were meager and the discipline harsh. A sailor could toil for months only to earn a fraction of what a single prize had brought in wartime. For Edward, who had tasted the unpredictable wealth and freedom of seizing enemy vessels, the thought of such a return must have seemed unbearable. The crown had profited, the governors had profited, but the men who risked everything were left to scrape by. It is easy to imagine resentment growing in his mind, the sense of being discarded. Piracy offered a man like Edward more than just income. It offered independence. No king to answer to, no captain's whip, No merchant counting profits ashore, while others bled at sea. It was in the Bahamas, at Nassau, that Edward found his turning point. The harbour there had become a kind of republic for outlaws, a loose community of former privateers who had turned pirate. They called it the Privateers' Republic, a rough gathering place of ships and men bound by little more than opportunity and necessity. Here, Edward joined forces with Benjamin Hornigold, a seasoned captain who struck targets with a mix of daring and restraint. Under Hornigold's flag, Edward honed the skills that would later make him notorious. Boarding actions, command of men, the careful balance of threat and negotiation. He learned not just how to seize prizes, but how to keep order among restless crews, men drawn from every corner of the Atlantic world. Pirate life was brutal, but it also carried its own form of democracy. Captains could be deposed, loot was divided by custom, and each man had a vote. For sailors long abused by merchant masters, this was freedom. It was also during these years that Edward began to experiment with the theatre of fear. Witnesses later recalled that he grew his beard long and thick, tying it with small coloured ribbons that swung as he moved. He cultivated a presence that unsettled before a shot was fired. Legends later embroidered this image into something monstrous. Eyes that glowed in the dark, smoke that rose constantly from his hair, even rumors that he was in league with the devil. Myths often tell us as much about what people wanted to believe as what was true. By 1717, Hornigold's power was waning. Edward, ambitious and already commanding respect, was ready to step into his own authority. When Hornigold lost favor with his men, Edward broke away, taking ships and crew with him. He was no longer simply a former privateer, nor merely a pirate among many. He was beginning to craft an identity that would soon eclipse all others. What began as a choice born of circumstance, a war ended, a sailor left adrift, was now shaping into something more deliberate. Edward was not content to be another nameless marauder on the sea lanes. He was building something larger, a reputation, an image, a legend that would ripple far beyond the men who saw him face to face. The man who stepped out from Hornigold's shadow was already shaping a role for himself, not simply as a pirate, but as a figure larger than life. Edward understood something that many of his peers overlooked, that fear was as valuable as firepower. A reputation, once established, could empty a ship's decks before a blade was drawn. Witnesses would later describe him as tall and broad-shouldered, towering over many of his crew. His beard was his signature, thick, black, and left to grow long in an age when many men shaved or trimmed. He tied it with colored ribbons, small scraps of red, blue, yellow, or green that swayed as he moved. On their own, these were just eccentricities, but Edward wove them into a performance. He made himself unforgettable. The most famous touch was smoke. Before battle, he is said to have fastened slow-burning fuses beneath his tricorn hat and around his beard, so that tendrils curled up around his face. To the men on a targeted ship, the sight must have been terrifying. A giant wreathed in haze, eyes glinting through the sparks. Some said he looked like a demon risen from the sea. Whether he did this often or rarely, it worked. Many surrendered at the mere sight of him. He also armed himself to excess. Contemporary accounts tell of no less than 6 pistols strapped across his chest so they could be fired in quick succession. A cutlass hung at his side, and knives were tucked into his belt. Most men could hardly reload a musket quickly in the chaos of a fight. Edward sidestepped the problem by bristling with weapons. The myths grew quickly. Some sailors swore that his eyes glowed like coals in the dark, that his very gaze could unnerve the bravest men. Others claimed he was bulletproof, enchanted by dark powers, or that he could not be killed by ordinary means. Ghost stories painted him as something other than human, a fiend who walked the decks by night, a shadow that could not be escaped. These tales, impossible as they are, reveal how effective his performance had been. Men needed explanations for why his presence alone could disarm them, and yet behind the spectacle was intelligence. He was not a madman lashing out, but a strategist who chose targets carefully. Later depictions of Blackbeard often exaggerated the cruelty, painting him as a butcher of men. Yet the records show he preferred to take ships without bloodshed when he could. The image of terror was the tool, not indiscriminate slaughter. That contradiction, ruthless but calculated, is part of why his legend endures. Soon, word of the smoke-wreathed pirate had begun to spread across the Caribbean. Dockside whispers described a captain who seemed more phantom than man. Pamphlets in London hinted at his growing menace. Already, the name Blackbeard was taking shape, stitched from fear, rumor, and fact. Edward had crossed a threshold. He was no longer merely a sailor who had chosen piracy. He had become the living embodiment of piracy itself. That year, Edward was ready for a vessel worthy of his rising reputation. The smaller ships he had commanded could raid and retreat, but they lacked the presence of a true flagship. That autumn, fortune gave him exactly what he wanted. Off the coast of the Caribbean, he captured a French slaving vessel named La Concorde. The ship had sailed from France with hundreds of enslaved African people crammed below deck, bound for the brutal plantations of the Americas. By the time Edward encountered her, many had already perished from disease, thirst, or the appalling conditions of the Middle Passage. Contemporary accounts suggest over 300 were taken aboard, but fewer than half survived the voyage. When Edward's men seized the vessel, they found the crew weakened, the enslaved suffering. The fate of those captives is uncertain. Most were reportedly put ashore on the island of Bequia, left to fend for themselves. Some historians believe a handful may have chosen to join the pirates, drawn by the chance of freedom, however precarious. Piracy was no idol, but it offered escape from chains. What is clear is that Edward did not keep the majority aboard. His interest was not in human cargo, but in the ship itself. La Concorde was large and heavily built, capable of carrying hundreds of people and mounting dozens of guns. It was the kind of vessel that could project power across seas. Edward refitted her swiftly, stripping out the fittings used for enslaved passengers and installing heavy cannons. He rechristened her Queen Anne's Revenge, a name thick with meaning. To some, it was a nod to the war he had fought in. To others, a taunt to the new king who had left privateers abandoned. The name itself was theatre. a statement that this was no ordinary pirate sloop, but a warship under its own flag. With Queen Anne's revenge, Edward's image soared. He now commanded a floating fortress, a ship that could overawe merchantmen and even threaten naval patrols. Contemporary reports claim she carried around 40 guns, making her one of the most formidable pirate vessels of her time. For sailors who glimpsed her looming silhouette, the sight alone could be enough to sap their courage. The myths began almost immediately. Tales spread that Queen Anne's revenge was enchanted, that no navy could match her. Some said she carried a crew of demons, their faces hidden behind masks of smoke. Others whispered that she had never lost a battle, that she glided through storms unharmed. These were exaggerations, but they revealed the dread her name inspired. In practice, the ship was not invincible. She was heavy, and her size made her less nimble than smaller craft. But Edward wielded her wisely. He used her bulk to blockade harbors, and her cannons to force submission and frighten anyone who might resist. With this vessel, he became more than a pirate, preying on stray ships. He became a commander who could choke off entire stretches of coast. The capture of La Concorde marked a turning point. The boy from Bristol, the privateer left adrift after war, had remade himself into Blackbeard, master of one of the most feared ships on the Atlantic. The enslaved people who had once suffered aboard her were gone, their fate mostly lost to history, but the vessel itself had been transformed into a symbol of dread. With Queen Anne's revenge under his command, Blackbeard's power grew quickly. The vessel's size and her powerful guns gave him leverage far beyond most pirates, who often relied on small, swift sloops. Edward now commanded not just a ship, but a presence that dominated sea lanes. Alongside her, he gathered a small flotilla of allied craft, modest in number, but under his direction, they multiplied into a threat greater than their size. Through 1717 and into 1718, he struck across the Caribbean. Spanish, French, and English merchants alike fell into his path. The tactic was often the same: sails rising over the horizon, Queen Anne's revenge like an ominous wall of wood and iron, and a surrender offered before a shot was fired. Many captains, confronted with the terrifying sight of Blackbeard himself at the rail, chose life over resistance. His reputation did the work. From the Bahamas to the coasts of Cuba and Hispaniola, and then north toward the Carolinas, his name spread in fearful whispers. Some said he was everywhere at once, able to command storms, to vanish into fog, to appear again hundreds of miles away. Pamphlets and broadsheets in England painted him as a scourge of the seas, half man, half monster. In taverns, sailors spoke of his cruelty, but also of his strange restraint. Tales of men spared when surrender was swift, cargo taken, but crews left unharmed. It was during these months that the myths of treasure began to flourish. Rumors claimed he buried chests of gold on hidden islands, leaving no man alive who knew the location. Some swore he had maps inked with blood, or secret caves guarded by curses. Yet historians find no trace of buried riches. The truth seems simpler. Pirates spent their plunder quickly, on drink, supplies, and fleeting comfort ashore. Edward himself likely lived as lavishly as his means allowed, preferring to enjoy wealth rather than hide it. Still, the image of Blackbeard's hidden hoards lingers even now, a dream of fortune waiting beneath the sand. His strength was not only in fear, but in strategy. He understood the flow of trade, where ships were most vulnerable, how to blockade narrow channels and harbors. He chose his targets carefully, weighing the cost of resistance against the ease of intimidation. Violence was a tool, but not his first choice. A battle damaged ships and wasted time. Surrender was swifter, more profitable, and fed the legend that made the next surrender even easier. Among his crew, stories say he maintained order, not only with fear, but with a kind of strange charisma. Pirates lived under codes of their own making, dividing plunder by agreed shares, voting on major decisions. Captains could be deposed if they lost respect. Edward seems to have understood this balance, stern enough to command obedience, theatrical enough to keep men loyal, generous enough with spoils to ensure their trust. The seas, however, were not boundless. Colonial governors grew uneasy, merchants protested, and navies began to turn their attention to the menace. For now, Blackbeard moved with confidence, his black flag and fearsome image carrying him from port to port. But every successful raid, every captured ship, drew more eyes to his course. In the spring of 1718, he would make his boldest move yet. Not a simple capture, but a blockade that tested the reach of his reputation and left his name inked into history. In May of 1718, Blackbeard carried his legend to a new height. Sailing north with Queen Anne's Revenge and several smaller vessels, he set his sights not on a lone merchantman, but on one of the busiest ports of the American colonies, Charleston, South Carolina. Few pirates had dared anything so audacious. For nearly a week, he held the harbor itself in his grasp. Charleston was a city of trade and wealth, its wharves piled with goods bound for Europe and the West Indies. Dozens of ships passed through its waters, laden with rice, indigo, and timber. To blockade such a hub was to choke an artery of commerce. Blackbeard anchored his ships at the harbor's entrance, cutting off all traffic. Vessels attempting to leave were stopped. Those arriving found themselves suddenly seized. Panic rippled through the city as word spread. The pirate with the smoking beard and fearsome reputation was at their gates. The motive was not treasure, at least not in the usual sense. Blackbeard demanded a chest of medicines. Contemporary accounts suggest his crew was suffering from disease. Perhaps syphilis, dysentery, or fevers common among seamen. The irony is hard to miss. The most dreaded pirate of the age, holding an entire colony hostage, not for gold, but for remedies. Merchants and townsfolk alike scrambled to meet his demand. For days, negotiations dragged on. Hostages taken from seized ships pleading for their lives, fear mounting in the streets. Some later tales claimed he threatened to burn the city if denied. Others said he staged mock executions to terrify captives. Whether these happened or not, his performance worked. The colony, desperate to end the standoff, assembled the requested medicines and delivered them. With that, Blackbeard released the ships and the hostages and sailed away without firing a shot. The episode became one of the most famous of his career. Newspapers in London relayed the story with alarm. How could a single pirate blockade a colonial capital with impunity? The answer lay in the legend he had built. The sight of Queen Anne's revenge at the harbour mouth, with Blackbeard himself glowering from the deck, was enough to freeze resistance. The city surrendered not just to his cannons, but to his reputation. The myths grew in retelling. Some said the medicine was for Blackbeard himself, that he was deathly ill and sought to stave off the inevitable. Others whispered that it was for his many wives, though whether he had more than one is doubtful. Still others claimed he never wanted the medicines at all, but staged the entire blockade simply to prove he could. Historians sift through these tales, uncertain where truth ends and story begins. What is certain is the impact. By blockading Charleston, Blackbeard demonstrated that piracy was not merely harassment of trade, but could challenge the authority of colonies themselves. Governors were humiliated, merchants enraged, and the crown increasingly pressed to act. In their eyes, this was no longer just a rogue captain. This was a threat to order. For Blackbeard, it was both triumph and turning point. His crew had their medicines. His legend had swollen further. But his boldness also ensured that powerful men would now conspire to bring him down. The blockade was a masterpiece of theatre and strategy, but it also drew the curtain toward the final act of his story. In the months after the Charleston blockade, Blackbeard's fortunes shifted. He had shown the colonies their vulnerability, but he had also drawn the full weight of their attention. Governors along the coast began to petition London for action. Naval patrols increased. The Crown, eager to quell the disorder, issued a broad pardon to any pirate willing to renounce the trade. Known as the Act of Grace, it promised forgiveness to those who surrendered within a set time. Edward saw his opportunity. Sailing north into the shallow sounds of North Carolina, he deliberately ran Queen Anne's Revenge, aground near Beaufort Inlet. Some say it was an accident, the vessel lost to treacherous waters. Others suggest he grounded her on purpose, shedding an unwieldy ship, and perhaps even thinning his crew to keep the choicest spoils for himself. Whatever the truth, the great flagship of his legend was left broken on the sandbars, while Edward slipped into the tide of events. He presented himself in Bath, then the colonial capital of North Carolina, and accepted the king's pardon from Governor Charles Eden. To the authorities, this was a success. One of the most notorious pirates of the age had seemingly laid down arms. Edward settled briefly into life ashore. Reports speak of him marrying a local woman, his 14th wife if the rumors were true, though such numbers are almost certainly myth. Still, the image of the fearsome sea wolf turned domestic husband delighted the gossips of the coast. For a time, he lived as a gentleman of sorts, appearing in Bath, mingling with officials, even receiving visits at his house along the Pamlico River. Governor Eden seemed content to look the other way at his past. Some say bribes were passed, others that the governor enjoyed the pirates' company. Yet Edward was not made for land. The creak of rigging, the salt wind, the thrill of command, these called him back. Within weeks, he returned to the water. At first, his voyages were described as trading expeditions, but the line between commerce and piracy soon blurred. Ships vanished, rumors swirled, and Edward's name again carried menace. Some accounts suggest he colluded with colonial officials, sharing spoils in exchange for protection. Whether true or not, whispers of corruption clung to Bath, staining its governor's reputation. The myths multiplied in his absence. Tales spread of wild revels, of Edward hosting feasts where candles burned in the sockets of skulls, though no evidence supports such grisly detail. Others claimed he had grown weary of blood, that he sought to retire into comfort, yet could not resist the pull of the sea. As with so much of his story, the truth lies somewhere between. By the autumn of 1718, it was clear he had not abandoned piracy. He still commanded men, still seized vessels, still haunted the inlets of the Carolina coast. To the merchants and governors who had hoped the pardon would end his career, it was an embarrassment. To his enemies, it was proof that he could not be trusted, that leniency had failed. Blackbeard had exchanged one stage for another. No longer the master of Queen Anne's revenge, he was now a figure moving through the creeks and channels of the American coast, half pardoned, half outlaw, a living contradiction. His reprieve would not last. Already forces were gathering to remove him, led by a naval officer who would become his final adversary. By the autumn of 1718, Blackbeard's uneasy half-life, as both pardoned man and outlaw, had worn thin. His raids along the Carolina coast continued, and while Governor Eden seemed willing to look the other way, the merchants and planters of Virginia were less forgiving. Trade was suffering, fear was mounting, and pressure grew upon colonial leaders to act. Into this tension stepped a man who would become Blackbeard's nemesis, Lieutenant Robert Maynard. Maynard was a career naval officer, not long into his 30s, known for diligence rather than fame. He had served through the recent wars, proving himself capable, but without the glory attached to celebrated commanders. Yet in November 1718, he was given a task that would mark his name forever. Virginia's governor, Alexander Spotswood, alarmed by Blackbeard's proximity and frustrated by North Carolina's leniency, authorized an expedition. Maynard was chosen to lead it. The mission was dangerous from the start. Blackbeard commanded men hardened by years at sea, men who lived by plunder and were bound by loyalty to their captain's charisma. Maynard, by contrast, had two small sloops borrowed from the colony, Ranger and Jane, carrying fewer than 60 sailors. He had no warship of the line, no overwhelming firepower, only determination and the sanction of law. As his men prepared, rumors of Blackbeard filled the air. They had heard tales of the man's towering frame, his smoking beard, his bandoliers of pistols. Some whispered he was invulnerable, that bullets passed through him, that his head could not be severed. Maynard dismissed such stories, but he understood their power. To face Blackbeard was to face not just a pirate, but a legend. The chase led to Ocracoke Inlet, a shallow and twisting stretch of water off the coast of North Carolina. Blackbeard had anchored there with a reduced company, perhaps fewer than 30 men. Some believe he thought himself safe, sheltered by Governor Eden's protection and the shoals that kept larger warships at bay. Others say he was already weary, ready to drink and feast his final days away. Either way, he did not expect Maynard's sudden strike. At dawn on the 22nd of November, Maynard's sloop slipped into the inlet. The tide was against them, the channels treacherous. One of his vessels grounded, but the other pressed on. Blackbeard spotted them early and prepared. He had fewer men, but his cannons gave him the advantage. With a blast of iron and smoke, he tore through Maynard's rigging and deck. The opening volleys killed and maimed scores of sailors. For a moment, it seemed the legend would hold, that the pirate would sweep aside the law as he always had. But Maynard had a plan. He kept many of his men hidden below deck, presenting the image of a crippled ship. As Blackbeard closed in to finish the fight, Maynard waited. The trap was set, and soon the two men would meet in a furious clash that would decide both their fates. The hunt was nearly over. The legend of Blackbeard was about to face its reckoning. The morning sun was low when Blackbeard bore down on Maynard's crippled sloop. The pirate's cannons had already torn ragged holes in the deck, splintered timbers, and left blood on the planks. Smoke clung to the water, mingling with the salt air, as if the inlet itself were holding its breath. Blackbeard, confident from the chaos he had unleashed, gave the order to close in. Boarding hooks clattered, and the final act began. What he did not know was that Maynard had kept the bulk of his crew hidden below. The deck of the Jane appeared near empty, strewn with the dead and wounded. Blackbeard leapt aboard, pistol in each hand, cutlass at his side, his men following with a roar. It was then that Maynard's trap was sprung. From below deck, dozens of sailors surged up, armed and ready, swarming into the melee. The clash was immediate and ferocious. Muskets flared at close range. Cutlasses rang against cutlasses, steel on steel. Smoke, sweat, and blood filled the narrow space as men grappled, stabbed, and fell. Blackbeard, towering above most, fought with a ferocity that stunned even seasoned sailors. Accounts claim he carried half a dozen pistols strapped across his chest, firing them one after another before swinging his blade. Maynard himself pressed forward, determined to meet the pirate face to face. The two men closed, swords striking, each blow heavy with desperation. Witnesses later swore Blackbeard fought like a man possessed, shrugging off wounds that would have felled another. He was shot 5 times, cut more than 20, and still he fought on, eyes blazing through the smoke. The legend of his invulnerability seemed real in that moment. Some believed he could not be killed, that dark forces kept him upright. Even as blood ran down his arms and soaked his beard, he pressed forward, roaring challenges, slashing with his cutlass. Yet sheer strength has limits, and slowly the tide turned. Surrounded, outnumbered, and bleeding, Blackbeard faltered. A final stroke cut deep across his neck, and at last he fell. The inlet fell eerily still. His men, leaderless, surrendered or fled into the shallows. Maynard's crew, battered and bloodied, stood in disbelief. They had slain the terror of the seas, the pirate who had haunted coasts and filled taverns with fearful tales. Yet in the stillness, even victory felt heavy. To prove the deed, Maynard severed the head and lashed it to the bowsprit of his sloop, a grim trophy meant to assure the colonies that their scourge was gone. His body, legend claims, was thrown overboard. And here, myth rises once more. Sailors swore it swam around the ship 3 times before sinking, headless yet defiant even in death. Whether invention or fearful embellishment, the story spread quickly, adding another layer to the aura that surrounded him. When Maynard returned to Virginia, the sight of Blackbeard's head swinging from the prow ended all doubt. The pirate was gone. Yet in truth, his defeat did not end piracy. Others would take to the seas. What it did end was the career of the most infamous of them all, a man whose life was short, but whose image endured. At Ocracoke, the man Edward Teach was finished, but the legend of Blackbeard only grew. With Blackbeard's body cast into the waters of Ocracoke, the man was gone, yet the legend had only just begun. News of his death sped across the colonies and over the Atlantic, and with each retelling, the story grew. Some claimed his ghost haunted the inlet where he fell, lights flickering over the water at night, as though his spirit still roamed the shallows. Others swore that on stormy evenings, the sound of distant laughter drifted across the waves, or that a headless figure stalked the Carolina beaches. Fishermen spoke of seeing a dark shape moving beneath their boats, a reminder of the headless body that was said to have circled Maynard's sloop before sinking. Such tales cannot be proven, but they have survived for centuries, woven into the folklore of the coast. Even in the more sober records, exaggeration crept in. Pamphlets and broadsheets in London depicted him as a sea monster, his beard ablaze, his eyes glowing like coals. Stories spread of wives numbering in the dozens, of feasts with skulls for goblets, of treasures buried on hidden islands. Historians today doubt much of this, yet the myths served a purpose. They elevated him from outlaw captain into archetype, the very picture of piracy itself. What makes his story remarkable is how brief it was. Barely 2 years of command, and yet his name outshone those who sailed for decades. Perhaps it was the theatre, the smoke and ribbons, the pistols across his chest. Perhaps it was the daring blockades and narrow escapes. Or perhaps it was the way his death, violent and dramatic, seemed to seal his image in permanence. 3 centuries later, his shadow lingers. His name is found in novels, films, ballads, and games. Children dress as pirates, and though they may not know his history, the image they imagine, the beard, the tricorn, the cutlass, is his. He became not just a man of the early 18th century, but the model for every pirate who followed. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow, two lovers on the lam in Depression-era America, whose reputation veered wildly between folk hero fame and outlaw infamy. Their story is set against the backdrop of a nation unraveling. The stock market had collapsed, farms withered in dust, and whole cities strained under the weight of hunger and want. In this landscape of hardship, a small band later known as the Barrow Gang drifted from state to state, living the way of armed robbery, stolen cars, bank jobs, and sudden getaways. Known for their heavy firepower and sudden bursts of violence, the gang quickly gained national notoriety after a daring shootout with police that shocked the nation. At the center of it all were the glamorous and dangerous Bonnie and Clyde, barely in their 20s, with sharp dress and a photogenic presence that made them irresistible to the press. Some saw the pair as nothing more than ruthless killers. Others saw them as folk heroes, outwitting the law and thumbing their nose at a system that had failed them. But as their fame grew, patrolmen guarded bridges and crossroads. Newspapers turned them into front-page sensations, while federal agents charted their every move. Though somehow, they always managed to stay one step ahead, slipping the net time after time. But no one can run forever. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the lean years that shaped them, and the chase that pressed closer with every dusty mile. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's ride shotgun with Bonnie and Clyde along the highways, hideouts, and the divided legacy they left behind. The early 1930s in the United States were years weighed down by dust and disappointment. The stock market crash had long since rippled through every corner of daily life. Factories that once buzzed with machinery now stood cold, their doors locked and windows boarded. Freight yards swelled with men carrying bedrolls, waiting for trains that might take them to the rumor of work. Women lined up with children at soup kitchens, cups held out for thin broth or a slice of bread. For families already scraping by, the Depression meant not just less, but almost nothing at all. Banks, once seen as the sturdy pillars of American prosperity, became symbols of betrayal. People lost their farms and homes overnight when mortgages were called in and debts left unpaid. Auction notices nailed to wooden posts told of land seized and cattle taken. On courthouse steps, whole families watched their livelihoods vanish under the hammer of a sale they could not stop. With resentment thick in the air, anyone striking against banks or authority could find a certain measure of sympathy. The highways told their own story. Cars loaded with belongings rattled westward, families chasing the promise of work in California. Others had no cars at all and walked, pushing handcarts with all they owned. Roadside encampments sprang up, nicknamed Hoovervilles, after the president blamed for the crisis. Canvas tents and tar paper shacks lined riverbanks and empty lots. At night, the air filled with coughs, harmonicas, and the weary shuffle of those hoping for a better day. It was in this climate of despair and defiance that Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow would emerge. They were not alone in bending the law during these lean years. Bootleggers, train robbers, and small-time burglars dotted the landscape. But what set them apart was how swiftly they captured the imagination of a restless nation. Young, stylish, and inseparable, they seemed to stand in sharp contrast to the worn faces of breadlines and the sagging shoulders of the jobless. Where most bowed under hardship, they appeared to rise above it, even if only by theft and gunfire. The southern plains in particular carried both hardship and opportunity for outlaws. The backroads of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas stretched wide, their dust covering fresh tracks before long. Law enforcement there was local, often poorly coordinated. A county sheriff had little authority beyond his line, so the simple act of crossing a state border could throw off a pursuit. For those willing to take risks, the Depression offered a landscape in which escape was always just a few miles ahead. Yet the dangers were just as real. Armed patrolmen waited at crossroads. Farmers carried shotguns, weary of cattle theft and prowlers. A man caught stealing food might be beaten or worse. Newspapers printed lurid headlines, feeding public fascination with crime while inflaming calls for order. Even as sympathy lingered for the desperate, many Americans wanted protection from the very outlaws who seemed to thrive when everyone else struggled. Into this unsettled stage walked Bonnie and Clyde. She was a waitress with dreams far bigger than her small Dallas neighborhood. He was the son of sharecroppers, drawn to cars, music, and the quick cash of theft. The Depression had shrunk their world, but together they found a way to step outside of it. With stolen cars beneath them and a pistol in the glove box, they began to carve a path across the southern states, a path that would soon catch the eye of the press, the police, and the public. Bonnie Parker grew up in the working-class neighborhoods of West Dallas. She was born in 1910, the second of 3 children. Her father died when she was still a child, and her mother moved the family in with grandparents to make ends meet. Life was narrow in its horizons, but Bonnie stood out, small, lively, and drawn to words. At school, she excelled in writing, often filling pages with verses. She married young to a man named Roy Thornton, but the union quickly fractured. By her late teens, she was living back with her mother, working as a waitress. She kept photographs of movie stars tucked away, and it was said she longed for something larger than the life around her. Clyde Barrow's beginnings were even harsher. Born in 1909 to poor sharecroppers in Ellis County, Texas, he grew up in a family that struggled to put food on the table. They eventually moved to Dallas, living for a time in a camp under a wagon bridge, not unusual for the very poor in those years. Clyde had a love for music and fast cars, but his path tilted early toward a life of crime. He and his brother Buck stole turkeys, cars, and eventually carried out burglaries. His first arrests came before he turned 20, and short stints behind bars hardened him. By the time he met Bonnie, Clyde already had the instincts of an outlaw, slipping between low-paid work and petty theft with ease. The meeting between them in January 1930 has been retold often, but what remains clear is how quickly they were drawn to one another. Clyde was visiting a friend's house when Bonnie came by. She was 19, he 20, and both were restless, searching for something more than what West Dallas offered. Witnesses later said Bonnie seemed smitten almost instantly. When Clyde was jailed soon after for a string of burglaries, she visited him regularly. During one of those visits, she smuggled him a pistol, which he used to escape briefly before being recaptured. The gesture showed a devotion that would mark her choices from then on. Clyde's time in Eastern Prison Farm was brutal. He endured hard labor, beatings, and violence from fellow inmates. The experience left him colder, more determined never to be caged again. By 1932, he was released, leaner, harder, and entirely unwilling to settle into ordinary life. The world of steady jobs and meager pay had little appeal. For Clyde, freedom meant the open road, and the edge that came with living outside the law. Bonnie, meanwhile, slipped easily into his orbit. Though she never pulled a trigger in the way Clyde and his companions did, she was present on many raids and escapes. She carried cameras, posed for pictures, and wrote poems that mixed affection with fatalism. In her verse, she sometimes hinted that she knew how the story would end, yet she stayed. Together, they made a striking pair. Clyde in neat suits, sharp even on the run. Bonnie small but stylish, often in a beret or skirt. In a decade when most people trudged under the weight of hunger and worry, they seemed larger than life, glamorous despite their poverty. The bond they forged in those early years would prove unbreakable, pulling them into a whirlwind of theft, violence, and flight that would soon draw in others and expand into what came to be known as the Barrow Gang. By the spring of 1932, Clyde Barrow had no interest in straightening his path. He had been shaped by poverty, prison, and a restless need for more than ordinary life could offer. The jobs that did exist paid pennies, and with the country still sunk in the Depression, opportunities for men like him were slim. Stealing cars and holding up filling stations seemed to him both quicker and more certain than waiting for honest wages that might never come. His companion Bonnie was soon swept fully into this rhythm. She cooked for the small crew, wrote in her notebook, and often acted as lookout. Her devotion was clear, and it gave Clyde both comfort and courage. Together, they moved through Texas towns, sometimes staying only hours before disappearing down a dusty road. Their crimes began modestly. Grocery stores, small shops, and service stations were easy targets, their tills carrying just enough cash to get by another day. Cars were stolen almost as quickly as they were abandoned, each change of number plates buying them time. Yet as their confidence grew, so did the scale of their ventures. Banks, especially in rural areas, became their focus. Though Depression-era banks were not awash with money, the symbolism mattered. Many citizens resented bankers, and stories of a young couple daring to take from them traveled fast. Still, the robberies were rarely smooth. Shots were fired, alarms raised, and sometimes very little was gained. On more than one occasion, they fled empty-handed, abandoning vehicles in fields or creek beds. By late 1932, Clyde was no longer acting alone. His brother Buck drifted in and out of the picture, sometimes joining raids, sometimes lying low. A young teenager named W.D. Jones tagged along, drawn by the glamour of the road and the promise of fast money. With each new companion, the risk increased, but so too did the firepower. Clyde favored the Ford V8 for its speed, and military-grade rifles stolen from armories gave the gang an edge over poorly equipped local police. Violence became more frequent. Patrolmen stumbled into their path, and gunfire followed. Clyde was determined never to return to prison, and that meant no hesitation in using weapons when cornered. In one early clash, officers were wounded, and the gang slipped away, their reputation hardening from petty thieves to dangerous outlaws. Life on the run demanded constant movement. They slept in abandoned farms, roadside cabins, or cheap motels when money allowed. Meals were taken quickly, tins of beans, bread, and coffee from roadside diners. Bonnie's health began to falter after a car accident in 1933 left her with severe burns on her leg, but she carried on, bandaged and limping, unwilling to leave Clyde's side. Each month that passed drew them deeper into a cycle of robbery, flight, and near misses. What had begun as small-time crime now resembled a campaign against the law itself, marked by stolen cars, smuggled weapons, and a readiness to shoot their way out of traps. The Barrow name was beginning to circulate in law enforcement circles, and whispers of the gang's activities spread far beyond Texas. The stage was being set for the moment when they would leap from regional criminals to national figures, a shift that would come not from a robbery, but from photographs left behind in a hurried escape. As the months rolled into 1933, Bonnie and Clyde's circle widened. The pair had already proven inseparable, but their life on the road began to draw in others, friends and kin, who were willing to gamble on the outlaw's path. This shifting crew came to be known as the Barrow Gang. It was not a fixed company, but a revolving band of companions, some staying only briefly before prison, or fear pulled them away. Clyde's brother Buck played a central role when he joined in. Recently released from prison, he was older and carried the marks of years behind bars, yet he shared his brother's taste for the outlaw life. His wife, Blanche, followed along, at first reluctantly. In her later recollections, she admitted she never wanted the criminal existence, but love tied her to Buck, and so she rode too. Their presence lent the gang a domestic edge, with Blanche cooking meals and keeping camp. But it also increased the stakes, as more people meant more exposure. The youngest of the group was W.D. Jones. Enthralled by the excitement, he became both driver and lookout. His age made him reckless, but it also highlighted how fragile the line was between youth and crime in those years. Many Depression-era teenagers drifted in search of work or adventure. Jones found his with the Barrow Gang. With this crew, Clyde stepped into the role of leader. He had a sharp eye for cars, stealing Ford V8s wherever he could find them. The engine gave him an advantage over police vehicles, and his skill behind the wheel often meant the difference between capture and escape. The gang also armed themselves heavily. Raids on small armories brought them Browning automatic rifles, shotguns, and pistols, weapons far superior to what most local sheriffs carried. When police tried to block their path, the gang could lay down a storm of gunfire that left lawmen pinned and fearful. Their crimes stretched across Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and into the Midwest. Banks, gas stations, and small-town stores all fell victim. The take was not always large, often just a few $100s. But the symbolism mattered. In towns where foreclosures and evictions were daily news, stories of the Barrow Gang's raids stirred conversation. Some condemned them as cold killers. Others muttered that perhaps they were striking back at a system stacked against the poor. Life on the road was relentless. Tourist cabins were rented under false names. Number plates were swapped constantly. They learned to cook meals quickly, to leave lodgings with no trace, and to travel under cover of night when possible. Bonnie often carried her camera, capturing images of the gang lounging with rifles or leaning on stolen cars. These photographs, meant as keepsakes, would later define them in the eyes of the nation. Violence followed them at every turn, and every incident raised the temperature. Local sheriffs, already stretched thin, now called in reinforcements from state patrols and federal agents. Bonnie and Clyde's names appeared in more reports, and their descriptions circulated widely. Despite the strain, there was a strange normality within the gang. Blanche kept her dog, Snowball, close. Meals were shared, jokes told, photographs posed. In moments between raids, the group resembled a rough family on the move, rather than hardened criminals. Yet every time they set out in a stolen car, the guns in the back seat reminded them of the danger that shadowed every mile. By mid-1933, the Barrow Gang had become more than a local nuisance. They were a known force, armed, fast-moving, and unafraid to shoot their way to freedom. The law closed in steadily, but for now, the open roads of the southern plains gave them room to run. By the spring of 1933, the Barrow Gang had carved out a pattern of movement. Weeks on the road, then a rented hideout where they could rest, regroup, and plan the next strike. In April, they settled in a modest two-story apartment over a garage in Joplin, Missouri. It was meant to be a brief stop, just long enough to recover and divide their spoils. To neighbors, they appeared as nothing more than a group of young people living a little noisily upstairs. Few guessed the cache of weapons and stolen cars tucked discreetly nearby. The police had already been alerted to suspicious activity, odd visitors, too many cars coming and going, and neighbors unsettled by gunshots they claimed to have heard. On April 13th, local officers arrived to investigate. They expected bootleggers or petty thieves. What they found instead was a heavily armed gang. As the officers approached the apartment, gunfire erupted. Clyde and Buck opened up with their automatic rifles, weapons far stronger than anything the local police carried. The narrow driveway became a killing ground. 2 lawmen fell, mortally wounded, and the others scrambled for cover. The gang managed a chaotic escape, speeding away in a car that roared down the road, bullets smashing into walls and windows behind them. In their rush to flee, they left behind more than they realized: weapons, clothes, and most fatefully, a camera with undeveloped film. When officers searched the abandoned apartment later, they found rolls of photographs that would soon appear in newspapers across the country. The images told a story more powerful than words. One showed Bonnie Parker in a beret, grinning as she leveled a pistol at Clyde in mock play. Another captured her with a cigar in her mouth, a pose that became instantly notorious. Clyde appeared dashing, leaning on stolen cars with a shotgun resting casually in hand. To many readers, the pictures were electrifying. For some, these photographs added a romantic sheen to their crimes. In a nation weary of hardship, here were two figures who looked like movie stars, living outside the rules. To others, the images were proof of recklessness, a flaunting of violence that mocked the suffering of ordinary people. Blanche Barrow later insisted that Bonnie did not actually smoke cigars and had only posed for fun, but by then the damage was done. The myth was fixed. From that moment, Bonnie and Clyde were no longer just regional outlaws. They were household names. Headlines painted them as the most dangerous couple in America. Their photographs splashed across newspapers in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. The escape from Joplin came at a cost beyond publicity. The deaths of the two officers hardened the determination of law enforcement. What had once been a hunt for car thieves and petty robbers was now an interstate manhunt for killers. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, still young in its powers, began to take an interest. Patrolmen at state borders were warned to watch for stolen Fords with swapped plates. The Barrow gang could still vanish into the back roads, but the eyes of the nation now followed close behind. The photographs also revealed something more personal. They showed Bonnie and Clyde as inseparable, caught in poses that spoke of devotion as well as defiance. She looked small and spirited beside him, he confident and protective beside her. For readers, it was the combination, love and violence, glamour and gunfire, that made them unforgettable. The Joplin raid marked a turning point. They had escaped with their lives, but in leaving behind a handful of photographs, they gave away something harder to outrun: anonymity. From that point onward, the world would watch every step they took, waiting for the chase to end. The photographs from Joplin spread like wildfire. Editors knew what they had found: images that told a story of youth, rebellion, and danger all at once. For readers weary of headlines about hardship, the faces of Bonnie and Clyde offered something different, a strange blend of glamour and menace. Some saw them as nothing more than cold-blooded killers. They had left 2 officers dead in Missouri, and the media did not spare the details. For law enforcement, the couple represented a growing threat, armed, mobile, and unafraid to shoot their way out of traps. Yet even as sheriffs and patrolmen denounced them, others whispered a different view. Bankers had taken farms and homes, and many resented the authority that seemed to crush ordinary people while sparing the wealthy. Against that backdrop, the idea of 2 outlaws defying the law struck a chord. The fascination deepened with Bonnie's poetry. Among her belongings were verses she had written about their life on the run. One ballad, later titled The Story of Bonnie and Clyde, painted a picture of 2 lovers doomed but defiant. She wrote of highways, stolen cars, and the knowledge that their time would be short. The poem ended with the line that they would go down together, a grim prediction that would one day prove true. When the words were published after her death, they added another layer to the legend, the outlaw as poet, the young woman who knew her fate, yet chose to follow it. To many, those verses made Bonnie seem more than a gun moll or accomplice. They showed her as reflective, literate, and self-aware. It blurred the line between criminal and artist, drawing sympathy even from those who condemn their deeds. Women in particular took an interest, some admiring her loyalty, others horrified at the devotion that bound her to such a violent path. Clyde, too, gained a reputation shaped by myth. Stories circulated of him freeing inmates from brutal prison farms, of his loyalty to family, and of his skill behind the wheel. The truth was often less noble. Robberies that went wrong, gunfire exchanged with police, men wounded or killed. Yet in the telling, these details often bent toward the romantic. A couple in love, dressed sharply, outsmarting the law, became irresistible copy for newspapers eager to sell. The folk hero image was not universal. Families of slain officers saw nothing romantic in the blood left on back roads. Communities that suffered robberies cursed their names, but the divide itself only fed the legend. They were no longer simply outlaws. They had become symbols of defiance and destruction at the same time, heroes to some, villains to others. Their devotion to one another seemed to soften the brutality of their acts in the eyes of those who wanted to see rebellion as romance. Yet their trail was littered with bodies, and for lawmen chasing them, there was nothing glamorous about the task. The story of Bonnie and Clyde in these months became more than fact. It became a mirror in which America saw both its desperation and its desires. Love and violence, loyalty and lawlessness, all fused into a single tale that spread far beyond the dusty roads of Texas and Missouri. The months after Joplin were a blur of roads, cabins, and hurried escapes. Bonnie and Clyde rarely stayed in one place for long. They traveled through Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, even as far north as Iowa, stealing cars as often as they stole meals. The gang carried weapons in the back seat, maps folded on the dash, and a nervous readiness that came from knowing the law could appear at any turn. Life on the run was both restless and harsh. Tourist cabins and cheap motels offered a few hours of sleep, though always with one eye open. Meals were tins of beans or bread bought hastily from roadside shops. On rare occasions, they stopped to pose for photographs, Bonnie with her beret or leaning lightly on Clyde's shoulder. But even in those moments of playfulness, the reality of their life showed through: exhaustion, injury, and the knowledge that the chase never stopped. Bonnie herself suffered badly in the summer of 1933. A car crash left her leg severely burned when acid from a leaking battery soaked through the floor. She could barely walk unaided, often carried by Clyde or leaning heavily against him. Yet she refused to be left behind. Photographs from those months sometimes show her leaning on a crutch, dressed neatly as ever, determined to remain part of the life they had chosen together. The gang's encounters with police grew more violent. Ambushes turned into running gun battles on back roads. In one fight at a park near Dexter, Iowa, officers were wounded and the gang barely escaped. Each skirmish left behind not only bodies, but also stories that spread quickly. The turning point in public perception came on Easter Sunday, 1934. Two young highway patrolmen approached what they believed to be stranded motorists near Grapevine, Texas. Instead, they found Bonnie and Clyde. Shots rang out, and both officers were killed. Witnesses said Bonnie laughed or taunted the fallen men, though Blanche Barrow later denied this fiercely, insisting Bonnie never fired a shot that day. Regardless of the truth, the damage was done. Headlines across the nation carried the story, and any lingering sympathy evaporated almost overnight. Until then, there had been those who cast Bonnie and Clyde as folk heroes, striking at banks and authority in the name of defiance. After Grapevine, most saw them only as murderers. Many demanded their capture. Politicians called for stronger action. Even ordinary people who once cheered their daring escapes now whispered that it was time for the pair to be stopped. Clyde, undeterred, pressed on. He seemed convinced he could never be caught, relying on speed, nerve, and firepower to carry him through. But the net was tightening. Patrols guarded bridges, roadblocks sprouted at state lines, and federal agents began working more closely with local lawmen. Each escape grew narrower, each raid more dangerous. The Barrow gang were now fewer in number, whittled down by arrests and deaths. Yet Bonnie and Clyde clung to one another, partners bound by loyalty as much as desperation. Their story had crossed a threshold, and as the roads grew hotter with pursuit, a relentless lawman was already beginning to track their every move. By early 1934, the Barrow gang was dwindling. Arrests, deaths, and injuries had taken their toll. What remained was Bonnie, Clyde, and a shrinking circle of companions, worn thin from months of running. They had outlasted countless chases, but their enemies were learning. Local sheriffs could be outgunned, but the combined efforts of state and federal forces made escape far harder. It was at this moment that former Texas Ranger Frank Hamer was brought in. A tall, weathered man with a reputation for patience and resolve, Hamer had tracked outlaws across Texas for decades. He studied Bonnie and Clyde not as a pair of criminals, but as a problem to be solved. He knew their habits, how they relied on fast cars, how they circled through Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma, how they stopped often to see family. Hamer mapped their movements until patterns began to emerge. The couple's devotion to family proved both their comfort and their weakness. They visited parents, siblings, and old neighbors whenever they could, often risking exposure for the sake of a few hours at home. Hamer watched these visits carefully. He learned where they were likely to stop for fuel, which back roads they favored, and how long they stayed in one place. The net was slowly being drawn, mile by mile. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Clyde continued their raids. Small banks, filling stations, and grocery stores still felt the sting of their robberies, though the rewards were often meager. They were constantly on the move, sleeping in stolen cars or ramshackle cabins, living with the strain of never knowing who might be around the next bend. Patrolmen guarded bridges and crossroads. Roadblocks multiplied, and yet somehow the pair managed to slip away again and again. To the public, they were both notorious and strangely magnetic. To law enforcement, they were simply dangerous. By now, their list of crimes included multiple murders, and officers across several states were desperate to see them stopped. Hamer's patience set him apart. He did not rush into traps or seek a flashy arrest. Instead, he shadowed them from a distance, noting each turn, each meeting, each roadside stop. Slowly, he assembled a posse of hand-picked men, seasoned officers who knew how to lie in wait. The stage was nearly set. Bonnie and Clyde still believed in their ability to outrun the law, their Ford engines roaring down back roads and their rifles stacked in the back seat. But with every passing week, the walls were closing in. The chase that had once seemed endless was heading for a single, final road. By May 1934, Bonnie and Clyde had run out of safe ground. Their names were known in every sheriff's office, from Texas to Missouri. They were worn thin, living out of cars and cheap cabins, shifted constantly to stay ahead of the pursuit. Yet even with danger close, they still circled back to Louisiana, where family ties pulled them again and again. It was this loyalty that gave Frank Hamer the opening he had been waiting for. Hamer and his hand-picked posse had tracked the pair for weeks, shadowing their movements through back roads and border towns. He knew they often visited Henry Methvin, an accomplice, and that Methvin's father lived near Bienville Parish in northern Louisiana. With patience born of long experience, Hamer positioned his men along the routes Bonnie and Clyde were most likely to take. On the night of May 22nd, the posse waited by a rural road lined with pine and brush. They were armed heavily and carried orders to bring the couple down. Before dawn broke the next morning, they were already in place, concealed by the thick trees, listening for the sound of an engine. It was early on the 23rd of May when the Ford V8 came into view, dust rising behind it. Clyde was at the wheel, Bonnie beside him. They slowed when they saw Methvin's truck parked on the roadside. A ruse arranged with Methvin's father to lure them in. For an instant, the scene might have seemed like countless others, just another back road and another meeting. The posse opened fire. Dozens of rounds tore into the car before either could react. The Ford lurched forward, engine screaming, then rolled into a ditch. When the shooting stopped, the couple lay still. Their bodies were riddled with bullets. Their brief, furious journey ended in an instant. Word of the ambush spread almost immediately. Locals rushed to the scene, crowding around the wreck. Some cut locks of Bonnie's hair. Others tore fragments of her dress. Shell casings were pocketed as souvenirs. By the time the authorities arrived to clear the road, the crowd had grown so thick that officers struggled to control it. The car, perforated with more than 100 bullet holes, became a grim symbol. Photographs of the wreck appeared in newspapers across the country. To some readers, the end was justice served. To others, it was a tragic conclusion to a story that had always felt larger than life. The ambush at Bienville Parish marked the final chapter for Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow. Their legend, however, was only beginning to grow. The ambush at Bienville Parish brought an end to the chase, but it marked the beginning of something harder to contain: the legend of Bonnie and Clyde. Within hours of their deaths, photographs of the bullet-riddled Ford V8 were seen nationwide. Images showed their bodies slumped inside, glass shattered, metal torn. For many, the sight was proof that justice had been delivered. For others, it was a moment of grim fascination. The outlaws whose faces had filled front pages were now gone, yet more present in the imagination than ever before. Crowds gathered in West Dallas and along the roads of Louisiana. The funeral homes were overwhelmed as thousands pressed in to catch a glimpse of the coffins. Flowers arrived in stacks. Reporters jostled for position, scribbling every rumor, from Bonnie's lipstick shade to Clyde's last words, though no one had truly heard them. The public's hunger for detail showed no sign of slowing. Their legend was fed not just by the newspapers, but by the relics left behind. The death car, riddled with bullet holes, was displayed for years, drawing crowds wherever it went. Souvenirs were sold, stories embroidered, and songs composed. Within months, ballads romanticized the pair as doomed lovers who had lived fiercely and died suddenly. The poem Bonnie had written, The Story of Bonnie and Clyde, was published, and readers marveled at its eerie prediction of their end. Yet the debate never settled. To law enforcement and the families of slain officers, they were killers who left a trail of grief across the southern states. To some of the public, especially those who had lost homes and farms during the Depression, they were folk heroes who stood against a world that had offered them little. The tension between those views kept their memory alive. Hollywood eventually seized on the story. Films, books, and songs all portrayed the couple in ways that blurred fact and fiction. The photographs from Joplin, the poems, and the stories of narrow escapes became part of American folklore. Even today, Bonnie and Clyde remain symbols both of rebellion and of reckless destruction. Their true legacy lies somewhere in between. They were hardened by poverty and prison, pulled together by love as much as crime. They lived for 3 furious years on the run, defying the law at every turn until the road ended in Louisiana. What they left behind was more than headlines. It was a divided memory, part tragedy, part myth, and part warning about the thin line between desperation and defiance. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Percy Fawcett and his fateful search for the lost city of Z, an advanced ancient city of unimaginable riches hidden deep in the vast green heart of the Amazon. The early 20th century was an age of maps still unfinished. Into these uncharted lands stepped a British explorer who believed history should be protected, not plundered. Decades later, his daring expeditions would help inspire the whip-wielding fictional archaeologist Indiana Jones, who held a similar conviction. Fawcett was certain the rainforest concealed the remnants of an ancient and sophisticated civilization. He spent years navigating rivers that coiled like bronze serpents, enduring stifling heat and drenching rains, driven always by the vision of its moss-clad stone towers and paved avenues beneath the canopy. Then, in 1925, he set out to find it. His expedition was unlike the grand ventures of others. No long caravan of men, no heavy train of supplies to draw attention. Just himself, his young son, and a close friend, traveling lightly into the dense wilderness. But these three figures never returned. What became of them remains one of history's enduring riddles. Some believe they fell victim to illness, starvation, or a hostile encounter far from any hope of rescue. Others suspect they became hopelessly lost, swallowed by a labyrinth of rivers and tangled forest. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the winding path of an explorer's dream and mysterious disappearance. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Percy Fawcett into the tangled depths of a quest that consumed him, the quest for the lost city of Z. The Amazon in the early 1900s was a realm of tangled waterways and endless forest that resisted every effort of the cartographer's pen to chart it. Rivers wound in endless coils, their brown waters carrying leaves and silt from forests older than any city. The air was heavy, fragrant with damp earth and the faint sweetness of orchids clinging to high branches. Shafts of green filtered light shifted with the sway of the canopy, dappling the forest floor below. It was here, on the edge of this immense wilderness, that a British surveyor found himself drawn into a mystery that would define the rest of his life. Percy Harrison Fawcett first came to South America under the banner of the Royal Geographical Society, tasked with charting the boundaries between Brazil, Bolivia, and Peru. The work was painstaking, taking bearings under a punishing sun, measuring distances through swamps and tangled undergrowth, and keeping meticulous records of every hill, bend, and tributary. Yet it was more than duty that carried him forward. Days in the field became weeks, then months. He encountered small settlements where life moved at the slow rhythm of the river. He listened to accounts from rubber tappers, traders, and indigenous guides who spoke of strange stone formations and earthworks hidden far from the main waterways. Sometimes they told of carved idols mossed over in the undergrowth, or embankments running in arrow-straight lines where no natural feature could explain them. The explorer stored these details away, each one a faint glimmer that the forest's past might hold more than the world imagined. Back in London, the prevailing view was that the Amazon was a place too harsh to have nurtured great civilizations. The heat, the poor soil, and the floods were seen as barriers to the rise of anything more than small, scattered communities. But in the mind of the man who had walked its trails, these dismissals felt premature. He had seen the skill with which indigenous peoples adapted to the land, and he could not shake the idea that long before Europeans came, there had been others who had thrived here: builders, planners, city makers. The deeper he went, the more the forest seemed to invite him onward. Every bird call, every shifting shadow on the water's surface hinted at what might be concealed beneath leaves and vines. At times, he would pause on a high riverbank, looking out over miles of treetops, fading into blue haze, and wonder if somewhere in that sea of green lay stone streets where the jungle now ruled. These thoughts didn't fade when he left the Amazon. They grew stronger until they became a conviction. The maps he returned with bore crisp lines where there had once been blanks, but for Percy, they marked only the beginning. Somewhere beyond those edges, he believed, stood the ruins of a city that would change the understanding of the entire continent, and he intended to find it. Percy Fawcett was born on the English coast in 1867, where cliffs met a restless sea and weather set its own terms. Early discipline came through the Royal Military Academy and then the Royal Artillery, where precision became habit. Gunnery tables, angles, and the calm of careful calculation shaped a mind that trusted instruments and patient observation. Posting to Ceylon added heat, monsoon smell, and the feel of long marches under saturated skies. The body toughened, so did the will. Survey work followed, and with it, the craft that would define his life. He learned to read a horizon at a glance, to plant a tripod in stubborn ground, to keep notes as neat as map grid lines. The theodolite became a companion, the compass a kind of second heartbeat. He came to enjoy the methodical rhythm of the task. Numbers on a page fused with ridgelines, river bends, and rising ground until the terrain itself seemed to speak through figures. The Royal Geographical Society sharpened these skills, adding instruction in cartography, astronomy, and field hygiene. By the time South America called, Percy had cultivated habits that made survival more likely. Travel light, keep gear dry, boil water, treat the feet well. He carried a small medical kit and learned to sleep when he could, eat when food was at hand, and accept discomfort as part of the rate of travel. A stoic streak helped. He could endure feverish air, chafing uniforms, and the pests that found every seam. Colleagues noticed his composure and the way fatigue seemed to slide past him. Word spread that he resisted illnesses that humbled other men. There was steel beneath the reserve. He respected indigenous communities and preferred caution over confrontation. Firearms were last resort. not a way of moving through the world. Over years and multiple expeditions from 1906 onward, he mapped rivers that had been sketched only in rumour and corrected borders where guesswork had long stood in for measurement. Reports he sent home held the crisp tone of a professional, yet they also carried a hum of wonder at the continent's scale and strangeness. Life in England threaded through these journeys. There was a marriage, a home life carried in letters, and children who grew as he returned again and again to the tropics. In between expeditions, he lectured, consulted, refined equipment lists, and pored over archives. He studied fragments of pottery and accounts of raised fields. He compared the spacing of ancient earthworks to the distances of known city plans. When a Portuguese manuscript described stone remains in the interior, it did not land on an empty table. It settled among years of notes that already traced an outline of possibility. Experience had made him careful, but it had also made him bold. He had seen how small decisions in camp turned into miles gained on the river, how patience widened the margin between disaster and success. The tools of artillery and the rigor of surveying had given him a way of approaching the unknown. That method became a creed. Measure what you can, endure what you must, and keep moving toward the place that calls from just beyond the edge of the map. In the National Library of Rio de Janeiro, among brittle folios and fading ink, Percy came across a document that seemed to breathe with the heat of the interior. It was an 18th century Portuguese account, penned by a fortune-seeking frontiersman who roamed the interior in search of gold and new lands. The pages spoke of a ruined stone city, deep in the forest, with wide streets and a plaza laid out under the sun. There were coordinates, rough by modern standards, yet fixed enough to plot on a map. He pictured a civic heart of dressed stone, with a broad plaza and straight avenues set out like a compass. Beyond it, platforms and storehouses would anchor dwellings of timber and earth, with raised fields spreading into the floodplain. If such a place existed, it would show planning, surplus, and memory held in stone. The description carried the matter-of-fact tone of someone who had stood there and taken stock. At the time, most scholars dismissed such claims. The prevailing view painted the Amazon as a cradle of scattered tribes and temporary settlements, a place incapable of sustaining the surplus and organization that great cities require. But in the mind of the explorer, who had walked its trails and heard its stories, the manuscript felt like a spark falling into dry tinder. He had already heard of unusual mounds, earthworks, and stone fragments from indigenous guides and local settlers. Now here was a written account that not only confirmed such whispers, but gave them shape. He pored over the text, tracing his finger along the latitude and longitude, imagining the journey it would take to reach that point. The forest there was dense, roadless, and largely unmapped, a region where rivers split and rejoined in labyrinthine fashion. 1,000 miles from the coast, a traveler would be far from help, supply lines, or the reach of most authorities. The hazards were obvious: disease, hostile encounters, the sheer exhaustion of hacking a path day after day. Yet the thought of paved streets and ancient stone under the shade of towering trees was irresistible. Other clues emerged over the years: reports of roads raised above the floodplain, of pottery scattered across open ground where no village now stood, of geometric patterns traced in the earth. These accounts often came from those with little to gain by invention: rubber tappers, hunters, missionaries. The fragments did not form a full picture, but they were enough to suggest a lost chapter in the history of the continent. What drew him was not the prospect of gold or precious stones, but the chance to challenge accepted wisdom. If the Amazon had once hosted a civilization of planners, builders, and farmers working at a grand scale, then the story of the Americas would need to be rewritten. The manuscript, with its measured prose and steady hand, was a lodestar in that belief. Each time he returned from an expedition, the pull of that possible city grew stronger. The lines on the map beckoned, leading toward a place where myth and evidence might meet. Somewhere beyond the rivers and the tangled undergrowth, he imagined, stood the stones that would prove the forest had a history far older and more complex than anyone in London or Rio yet believed. Before committing to a grand push into the heart of the unknown, Percy set out on smaller journeys, each one a test of both the theory and his own endurance. These expeditions carried him along winding tributaries where the air hung heavy with the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke from distant cooking fires. Days began with the damp chill before sunrise and ended beneath a sky thick with stars, the forest edge a shifting wall of shadow and sound. He looked for patterns, fragments of pottery in unexpected places, the faint outline of embankments cutting through the undergrowth, soil that had been blackened and enriched long ago by human hands. The people he met along the way sometimes spoke of mounds that rose in symmetrical shapes, or stretches of ground where crops grew more readily than in the surrounding forest. These were small signs, yet in his mind they were part of a larger mosaic. Travel was never easy. Heavy rains turned the ground into deep clay, swallowing boots with each step. Rivers ran fast and full, hiding submerged logs and sudden drops. Mosquitoes swarmed in clouds, and the air itself seemed to press upon the body. Illness could fell a man in days, and supplies dwindled faster than planned. Yet each challenge was met with the same measured resolve: pace the march, protect the feet, keep the compass true. Often, the signs of human presence were subtle. He expected Z to appear not as a lone citadel, but as a constellation of sites, linked by embankments and paths. Canals and fish weirs would speak of water managed to a plan, while earthwork rings and causeways would mark public spaces where people once gathered. A shard of painted clay turned up in a streambed, a line of stones half buried in vines, or a long straight rise in the earth that led nowhere in particular. In such moments, he would stop and let his gaze travel across the land, imagining how it might have looked centuries earlier. Open spaces ringed with dwellings, markets alive with movement, fields worked with skill. When he returned to civilization after these journeys, his findings rarely persuaded the skeptics. To them, a fragment of pottery proved only that a small village had once stood there. A line of earth could be the work of nature. Yet to the man who had traced these signs in the field, each fragment added weight to the possibility of something greater. He did not expect proof to come easily. The forest kept its history close. The expeditions sharpened his sense of what would be needed for a decisive attempt. He refined his kit, paring down to essentials, choosing tools that could endure months in the damp. He learned which foods could be carried longest, which rivers offered the most reliable paths, and how to read the mood of a guide before the journey turned sour. These lessons were stored away, ready for the day he would need them, though it wouldn't be long. By 1925, years of preparation, observation, and conviction had distilled into a single, decisive plan. Percy would make one last push toward the coordinates described in the Portuguese manuscript. A journey deep into a region where few outsiders had ever walked and fewer still had returned. This time, there would be no large caravan of porters or hired soldiers. Instead, he would travel light, believing that a small, self-sufficient party could move faster, draw less attention, and avoid the quarrels and delays that came with large expeditions. He chose his companions with care. His eldest son, Jack, now in his 20s, shared his curiosity for the unknown and had the stamina for the hardships ahead. Jack's friend, Raleigh Rimmel, was similarly young, fit, and eager for adventure. Both were inexperienced in jungle travel, but their youth and determination seemed to outweigh the risks in his mind. The decision was bold, some said reckless, but to him it was the cleanest way forward. The plan was to follow a route up the Xingu River and into the deep interior, then strike overland toward the supposed location of Z. Supplies were paired to the essentials. The rifles they carried were for hunting and deterrence, not conquest. The rest would be carried in packs, light enough for each man to bear his own load, without reliance on animals or extra porters. Letters sent before departure carried an air of certainty. He wrote to his wife that he was confident they would succeed, and that she should not be alarmed if they fell out of touch for some weeks. In his mind, the journey would take a matter of months. They would return with news, perhaps even with sketches or photographs of ruins hidden in the canopy. As their departure date drew near, they gathered in Cuiabá, a remote Brazilian town that marked the last real outpost before the wilderness. Here, they secured final provisions and spoke with locals about the rivers ahead, the tribes they might encounter, and the weather patterns of the season. Some warned them of hostile groups deep inland. Others spoke of impassable swamps and rivers that ran dry without warning. He listened, weighed each account, and held to his belief that careful conduct and respect toward all they met would see them through. When the day came, there was no fanfare. 3 figures set out upriver in a narrow boat, paddles dipping into brown water, the banks sliding past in a blur of green. Behind them, the last settlement dwindled into the distance. Ahead stretched hundreds of miles of unbroken forest. The place he had dreamed of for decades now lay somewhere within it, waiting to be found. The first days upriver brought a steady rhythm. Paddles sliced into the slow, tea-colored water, the boat gliding past banks dense with tangled roots and broad-leaved plants drooping into the current. The air was thick with the scent of damp soil and crushed vegetation, the heat pressing in even when clouds veiled the sun. Each bend revealed another stretch of green, the horizon never breaking, the forest seemingly without end. They stopped at small riverside communities, exchanging salt, beads, and tools for fresh food and local guidance. Here, the forest was less forbidding. Children played on the banks, and smoke curled from cook fires. But beyond these settlements lay country seldom traveled by outsiders. The chatter of birds grew louder, the whine of insects constant. At night, they strung hammocks between trees, covering them with mosquito nets, and drifted to the chorus of frogs and the rush of unseen water. The route followed rivers that narrowed into winding channels, their surfaces flecked with floating vegetation. Fallen trees sometimes blocked the way, forcing the men to wade into the warm shallows, pushing the boat over with careful balance. The days were long, and the progress measured in slow, deliberate miles. Now and then, they caught glimpses of blue and red macaws wheeling overhead, or the sudden splash of a caiman sliding into deeper water. Food came from tinned supplies and what they could catch. Fish, smoked over a small fire, gave a welcome change from dry rations. Fruit was gathered when they recognized it as safe. Water was dipped from the river and boiled before drinking. These habits, drilled into him over years, were followed without fail. Mistakes here could be fatal. As they pressed on, the river's banks grew steeper, the vegetation thicker. The sun filtered down in shifting patterns, the canopy above closing like a living roof. Conversation grew sparse. Each man fell into the steady rhythm of paddling, hauling, and setting camp. He kept an inventory in his head: cut stone blocks, alignments too regular to be natural, sherds from fine ware rather than coarse pots, a plaza edge hiding beneath leaf mold. A single clear line in stone would be enough to turn belief into proof. The forest's scale seemed to grow with each mile, as if they were moving deeper into the pulse of something vast and ancient. By the time they left the last known community behind, there was a sense of crossing into another realm. The maps became less certain, the landmarks fewer. The names of rivers and ridges were not marked in any chart they carried, yet were known to the guides who had passed through in other seasons. Ahead lay the interior proper, the stretch of land that had occupied his thoughts for decades, the place where he believed the remnants of a forgotten civilization might yet stand beneath the green tide of the forest. After weeks of steady progress, they reached a rise of land where the forest opened to a narrow clearing. Here, among the tall grasses and scattered trees, the party made camp. This place he named Dead Horse Camp, recalling an earlier journey when a sickly animal had been left here to spare it further suffering. It was a landmark in his own map of the interior, a place to pause, take stock, and prepare for the push ahead. From this point, the route would turn away from the river into dense, roadless terrain. The air hung still beneath the trees, and the light dimmed to a greenish hue. Trails were faint, sometimes vanishing altogether, only to reappear as a gap between undergrowth. They would be carrying their loads entirely on foot, relying on compass bearings and memory of the manuscript's description. Before striking inland, he wrote to his wife, sending the letter back with the last messenger who would return to civilization. The note carried no hint of doubt. He described their progress as good, the conditions as manageable, and the plan as unchanged. He gave no suggestion of when exactly they would be back. only that she should not worry if time passed without word. In the language of exploration, absence was expected. Provisions were checked and divided evenly between the three. Ammunition was counted, tools inspected, and the remaining food portioned for the coming march. Fishing lines and hooks were kept ready, for the rivers ahead would be narrow, but still capable of providing a meal. Medicines, quinine for fever, antiseptic for cuts, were secured in a waterproof bag. That evening, they rested by a small fire, the smoke rising through the canopy, carrying the scent of charred wood and cooking fish. Around them, the forest pressed in, the call of night birds, the distant rumble of some unseen animal moving through the undergrowth. Above, stars appeared in fragments through gaps in the leaves, the same constellations that had guided travelers long before their time. In the morning, they would leave the river behind, stepping into a landscape where no mapped path could guide them. It was the threshold between the known and the imagined, the final stage in a journey years in the making. Whatever lay beyond this camp, whether ruin or myth, would soon be faced directly, underfoot, and under the weight of their own resolve. From Dead Horse Camp, they moved inland, following no mapped trail. The forest closed around them, the air growing warmer and heavier with each step. Progress slowed as they cut through undergrowth, climbed over roots as thick as a man's leg, and forded streams that twisted away into the green distance. The days became a steady sequence of march, rest, and march again, the sky now only a dim glimmer high above the canopy. Their last confirmed sighting came from a group of indigenous people who had watched the three travelers pass through a stretch of forest known for its remoteness. Accounts told of them moving steadily, carrying their own loads, showing no signs of distress. Beyond this point, no message or clue would ever reach the outside world. Weeks passed before concern grew in Cuiabá. Letters were overdue, and no news came from those who might have seen the party further along their route. At first, this seemed normal enough. The interior often swallowed time. But as months slipped by without word, the absence began to feel heavier. Seasoned travelers knew the forest could hold a man for far longer than he planned, and not all returned. Speculation began almost immediately. Had they fallen ill and been unable to continue? Had they been attacked by a hostile group or caught between rival communities? Or had the rivers risen, isolating them in some unreachable pocket of the interior? Without any trace, each possibility felt as likely as the next. Without any trace, each possibility felt as likely as the next. Search efforts started tentatively and grew over the years into a long chain of expeditions. Some followed the route upriver, others struck inland, guided by scraps of rumor or second-hand accounts. Many came back with nothing but exhaustion. A few never came back at all, adding new names to the long list of the forest's missing. In the absence of proof, the story of their disappearance began to shift toward legend. The image of three men walking steadily into the forest and simply not returning carried its own kind of weight. To those who knew him, it was a testament to his resolve. To others, it was a cautionary tale about the perils of chasing what might never have existed. Yet for all the theories and all the searching, the fact remained unchanged. Somewhere beyond the last camp, in the vastness of the Amazon, they had vanished, leaving nothing certain behind. In the years that followed, the absence of answers drew a remarkable array of searchers into the Amazon. Some came with the backing of newspapers, hoping for a headline discovery. Others were adventurers seeking proof of their own skill. A few were family friends, unwilling to let the trail go cold. Each expedition set out with its own plan, yet most would return with little more than fading hopes and the heavy cost of time spent in the deep interior. The forest demanded its toll from all who entered. Rivers rose without warning, washing away camps in the night. Fever took some within days, while others staggered back thin and hollow-eyed, carrying the marks of weeks without enough food. Still, the lure of the mystery persisted. The idea that the three travelers might still be alive, perhaps living among an uncontacted group, perhaps guarding the secret of the city they sought, proved hard to dismiss entirely. Stories emerged from the interior, carried on the paths between remote communities. Some spoke of strangers seen wearing European clothing, others of a tall man with a trimmed moustache, teaching children to read in a far-off village. None of these accounts could be verified, yet each found its place in the growing tapestry of legend. A few claimed that hostile groups had admitted to killing the party, though such confessions were often second-hand and filtered through translation. The search for their fate became dangerous in its own right. Several expeditions suffered losses, men killed, injured, or lost to the forest. Equipment vanished into riverbeds, rations spoiled in the damp. More than once, rescuers had to be rescued themselves. Some observers began to speak of a curse upon those who sought the lost city of Z, a superstition fed by the string of misfortunes that followed in the wake of the vanished party. Yet the legend of Percy Fawcett and his quest only grew stronger with each passing year. Articles and lectures turned the mystery into a kind of modern myth, the tale of a man who defied the accepted wisdom of his time, driven by the belief that the Amazon held an ancient secret. For some, it was a story of bravery and vision. For others, it was the cautionary example of obsession carried too far. In the absence of final proof, both versions thrived, side by side, in the long shadow cast by the forest. Decades after the disappearance, the Amazon began to yield new signs of its ancient past. From the air, deforested patches revealed vast geometric earthworks, circles, squares, and straight lines stretching for hundreds of meters. Archaeologists uncovered remnants of raised fields, causeways, and settlements that hinted at large, organized societies thriving in the region long before European contact. The soil itself told a story. Pockets of rich, dark earth, known as terra preta, deliberately created and still fertile centuries later, pointed to sustained human cultivation. In the shapes traced from the air, he would have recognized parts of the vision he carried: planned geometry, managed soils, and settlements stitched together by causeways across wet ground. These discoveries did not prove the exact existence of the city he had sought, but they shifted the debate. The long-held view of the Amazon as a place incapable of supporting complex civilization began to erode. Evidence suggested that communities here had planned, built and farmed on a grand scale, adapting with remarkable skill to the challenges of the rainforest. In this new light, his vision no longer seemed so improbable. His story remained both an inspiration and a warning. To explorers, it was a testament to endurance, careful preparation, and the willingness to venture beyond the limits of known maps. To others, it stood as a reminder that even the most seasoned travelers could be undone by the sheer scale and unpredictability of the wilderness. The line between discovery and disappearance in such places was thin, and he'd walked it until it vanished beneath his feet. Over time, the legend of Percy Fawcett and the lost city of Z became part of a broader fascination with vanished worlds and unsolved mysteries. Books, films, and lectures carried his name far beyond the places he had traveled. The man and the city he sought became entwined in the public imagination. One could scarcely be mentioned without the other. Even now, a century later, the thought of him and his companions disappearing into the forest lingers with an undiminished weight. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Ötzi the Iceman, the victim of an unsolved true crime murder mystery set in the remote upper reaches of the Italian Alps some 5,000 years ago. Our story begins with two hikers who stumbled upon the body of what they assumed was a lost mountaineer, half embedded in the ice. But it soon became clear this was no modern-day tragedy. For one thing, he carried with him tools made of copper and stone, a bow and a quiver full of arrows, a cloak woven from grass, moss-lined shoes, and a small pouch of medicinal fungi. What followed was one of the most extraordinary investigations in archaeological history. Piece by piece, Ötzi's final days were painstakingly reconstructed. His movements, his meals, his aching joints and worn teeth, and inked across his skin cryptic rows of thin black lines, not decorative, but arranged in patterns too precise to be accidental. And yet, some of the details didn't quite fit. A copper axe, far more advanced than anything else from his time. Then deep within his cells, genetic links to Mediterranean islands, nearly 1,000 kilometers from where he fell. And most shocking of all, a fatal injury so obscure, it nearly escaped detection altogether. These were not the traces of an ordinary traveler lost in the whiteout of a snowstorm. This was a man of rare standing, whose death raised more questions than it answered. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the faint footprints of a man whose story was nearly lost to the ice forever. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Ötzi the Iceman into the frozen stillness of this near-forgotten age. It was the tail end of summer in 1991 when two hikers set out on a familiar trail in the Ötztal Alps, tracing the ridgelines near the border of Austria and Italy. The skies had just cleared after a spell of warm weather and rain, the kind that loosens rock, softens the ice, and bathes the peaks in a fleeting alpenglow. At over 3,000 meters, the terrain is rough, even in the best conditions, a land of wind-blasted stone and slow-moving ice, shaped over ages into crests and hollows. As they navigated a shallow gully in the glacier, something caught their eye. At first, it looked like debris, a dark, leathery shape pressed into the ice. Closer now, they saw ribs, a shoulder, and the smooth dome of a skull. What they'd found looked like a human body, face down in the meltwater, with an arm awkwardly folded beneath the chest. The legs had long since vanished into the ice. Assuming it was the remains of a lost climber, they marked the spot and alerted local authorities. It didn't take long for officials to reach the site, but what followed was a mess of assumptions and mistakes. Believing the body to be modern, recovery efforts were rough and rushed. A jackhammer was brought in. The torso was pulled free with force. Bones were scattered. Tools and gear around the corpse were handled with little care. Only later, once the body had thawed and was taken in for examination, did a deeper mystery begin to emerge. The equipment, crude and worn, didn't resemble anything recent. The body itself, leathery and weather-darkened, was far too well preserved for someone lost decades earlier. The mystery deepened. Scientists were brought in, radiocarbon dating began, and the results stunned them. The man in the ice had died over 5,000 years ago, around 3,300 BCE. Long before Rome, before the pyramids, before even Stonehenge had taken shape on the far side of Europe. He wasn't a lost climber. He was a time capsule from the Copper Age. The body was transferred to Innsbruck for initial analysis, and eventually to Bolzano in northern Italy, where a team of researchers began the long, careful process of examining everything he had taken with him into the mountains. There was his clothing, torn but still recognizable, a blade of sharpened stone, a longbow half finished, and remarkably, a small axe with a copper head, dulled by centuries but unmistakably metal. There were fragments of rope, tufts of fur, a belt, a pouch. Everything he had worn or carried had frozen in place alongside him, layered into the ice over the millennia. Even his skin told a story, toughened but intact. Fingernails, toes, even the fragile cartilage of his ears had endured, and beneath that toughened exterior lay a map of muscle, blood, and bone that scientists had never seen preserved in such a state. He was the best preserved natural mummy ever found, not embalmed, not wrapped, simply caught in the cold and held there, untouched by time. As the discovery made headlines, theories swirled. Who was he? A hunter? A shepherd? A traveler lost in a storm? And what had brought him up so high into the mountains, alone and carrying weapons? At first, it was assumed he had perished from exposure, a victim of bad luck or worsening weather. But over the weeks that followed, as the body was scanned, samples taken, and items catalogued, pieces of the story began to shift. The evidence didn't point to a peaceful death, and the man in the ice, long dead and long forgotten, would soon become the center of one of the oldest unsolved investigations in human history. The Iceman had returned, and he had brought questions with him. Long before empires rose or alphabets were carved into stone, Europe was a patchwork of small communities scattered across forests, river valleys, and highland slopes. In the shadows of the Alps, where the land rippled into deep green ridges and narrow glacial streams, people lived in timber houses, tilled small plots of grain, and hunted along age-old trails. This was the Copper Age, a time of transition between stone and metal, when the world was slowly reshaping itself. He would have known these mountains well, the steep passes, the grazing paths, the narrow channels where ibex and deer were easiest to track. Life in the high valleys was demanding, but not unfamiliar. Generations had learned how to coax survival from the land, gathering firewood, drying meat, shaping stone tools, and walking long distances with everything they owned strapped to their backs. There were no cities, no maps, just memory, instinct, and paths worn smooth by years of moving from one safe place to the next. But his world was changing. Somewhere, deep in the mountains, early metallurgists had learned to extract copper from ore, a slow, smoky process that transformed rock into something stronger and more valuable. Metal tools began to appear alongside flint, first among hunters and tradesmen, then among those with status, men who owned land, livestock, or knowledge passed from father to son. A copper axe wasn't just useful, it was rare, symbolic, possibly even sacred. Though we can't know his name, we can read his life through what he carried. His clothing, carefully stitched together from hides, spoke of a man used to long journeys in unpredictable weather. His grass cloak offered insulation against damp, His shoes, padded with moss and stuffed with soft grass, were built for endurance, not speed. The food he packed, grains, dried meat, wild herbs, suggested planning. The tools strapped to his belt weren't for show. They were meant to be used. And then there were the routes themselves. Archaeological evidence suggests long-distance trade was already in motion. People were traveling not just across valleys, but between regions, exchanging salt, hides, obsidian, and ideas. He may have walked for days or weeks at a time. He may have known more than one language. He likely lived in a community with roles: farmers, hunters, toolmakers, and elders who remembered when things had been different. There was danger too. Illness was common. Medicine was minimal. Disputes between groups weren't uncommon. And the boundaries of land and loyalty were easily tested. People moved with caution, and often in groups. To travel alone was either a necessity or a risk. And yet, there's something resilient in the world he came from. Despite the lack of writing or buildings made to last, these people adapted. They learned how to endure seasons, how to preserve food, how to protect themselves from injury and from each other. They were not lost to history. They were simply never recorded, until one of them stepped too far into the mountains, never came home, and froze into a question. When his body was found thousands of years later, it brought with it more than bones and clothing. It offered a window, narrow but luminous, into a world otherwise vanished. This was life in the Copper Age, and for reasons we've yet to fully understand, it brought him up into the high passes one last time. When researchers first examined the man from the ice, their attention naturally turned to his equipment, the weapons, the clothing, the materials he'd carried up the mountain. But it wasn't long before their focus shifted from what he brought to what he bore. Along his back, legs and arms were faint markings, dark, linear shapes pressed into the skin. Some looked like parallel dashes, others like crosses or clusters. Under infrared light, the full extent became clear. He had over 60 tattoos, the oldest preserved in human history. They weren't elaborate or decorative. There were no animals, no symbols of belief or rank. These were simple, purposeful lines, positioned directly over joints and along the spine, knees, ankles, lower back, areas prone to strain. Scientists believe they may have served as a kind of pain treatment, a primitive form of acupuncture or ritual healing. Tiny incisions had been made in the skin, and charcoal rubbed into the wounds to create lasting marks. If so, they suggest not just physical suffering, but a form of medical knowledge passed down through generations, not written, but remembered. Alongside the tattoos, his belongings painted the portrait of a prepared and experienced traveler. Most remarkable of all was the copper axe. Its head had been carefully hammered from nearly pure copper, affixed to a yew wooden handle with birch tar and tightly bound sinew. It was not a ceremonial item. The edge was worn, slightly dented, a working tool and a deadly weapon if needed. To possess such an axe in that era marked him out. Copper was rare, and those who carried it likely held influence. He also carried a longbow, unfinished but nearly ready for use, shaped from a single stave of yew, the same wood favoured centuries later by medieval English archers. Alongside it was a quiver, with over a dozen arrows. Some were tipped with finely shaped flint heads. Others were still in progress, their shafts straightened and fletched, but not yet armed. The flint used for the arrowheads had been sourced from hundreds of kilometers away. This was not a man who stayed in one place. His knife was small and well used, a flint blade set into an ash handle, with a sheath tucked securely at his belt. He also carried a retoucher, a tool made from antler, used for sharpening or repairing his blades in the field. Nearby was a small birch bark container, likely used to carry embers or dry materials for fire starting. This was someone who had lived outdoors, who knew how to keep moving, how to survive when alone. Even his backpack, now fragmented, showed care in its construction. A bent wooden frame, straps, perhaps leather or hide, that had long since disintegrated. There was also a netted pouch made of grass fibers, strong and flexible, ideal for carrying small tools or foraging finds. A marble-sized lump of fungus, birch polypore, was found among his items too. Known for its antibacterial properties, it was likely used as medicine, possibly to treat stomach ailments or wounds. His clothing was layered and practical, leggings made from goat hide, a belt, a loincloth, a coat stitched from various hides, and that distinctive cloak made of woven grass, possibly used as a rain covering or outer wrap. His shoes were especially ingenious, bearskin soles, deerskin uppers, and inner linings of grass for insulation. Inside them, traces of moss and plant fiber still clung to the structure. They had been made for hiking long distances over rough terrain. Altogether, his gear suggested a man who had expected to survive the journey, not someone on the run, not someone marching toward death. He was equipped, resourced, and adaptable. This was not a ritual sacrifice, not an exile left with nothing. He was someone who had planned, and planned carefully. And yet, for all his preparation, the tools, the knowledge, the endurance, something had gone wrong, terribly wrong. His tattoos tell of a body worn by hardship. His axe speaks of value and perhaps conflict, and the unfinished longbow suggests he had plans beyond this final ascent, plans that never came to pass. It wasn't a violent scene. That was what puzzled investigators at first. There was no clear evidence of a struggle, no fractured limbs, no shattered skull. His body lay face down, with arms tucked beneath him and one leg splayed awkwardly. A pose more suggestive of sudden collapse than confrontation. For years, it led many to assume he had simply succumbed to the elements: cold, exhaustion, perhaps hunger or injury. But when scientists began to look closer, the truth started to shift. The first clue lay deep in his stomach. His final meal had been preserved, a remarkable accident of timing and temperature. Inside his digestive tract, researchers found fragments of ibex meat, einkorn wheat, and traces of fat and pollen. The contents pointed to a rich, hearty meal eaten just hours before his death. The presence of pollen placed him in the lower valleys earlier that same day. He had climbed rapidly, covering steep, punishing ground in a short window of time. He hadn't been starving. He hadn't been lost. He'd eaten well, and he had a destination. Then came the wounds. Along his hand was a deep gash, cut into the flesh between thumb and forefinger. It was healing when he died, days or perhaps a week old, the kind of wound you get when grabbing a blade. A defensive injury. Not fatal, but telling. There had been an earlier altercation, one he survived. Whether it was a fight, a robbery, or something more personal, it had left its mark. More blood was found, not just his. On his dagger, on his clothing, and on the tips of his arrows, scientists discovered traces of at least 4 other individuals. Human blood, dried and ancient. It's possible he had been in a fight before his final ascent. Or perhaps he had fought off attackers along the way. Some of his arrows had been used, others broken. One had blood from 2 different people on it. These weren't idle weapons. They had been drawn. But it was the arrow in his shoulder that changed everything. A decade after his discovery, a CT scan revealed something lodged deep beneath the skin, an arrowhead made of flint. It had entered from behind, slicing through muscle and embedding itself near the left scapula. The wound severed a major artery. He would have bled out quickly. The angle of entry suggested he never saw it coming. The arrow had broken off just beneath the skin. At the time, only a small opening was visible, easy to miss without modern imaging, but the internal damage was catastrophic. The shaft had likely been removed or fallen away, leaving the head inside. There were no signs of healing. The shot had been fatal, fast, probably delivered from a distance. Even stranger, nothing had been taken. His copper axe, the most valuable item he carried, was still beside him. His longbow, tools, food, all untouched. If it was a robbery, it was unfinished. If it was revenge, it was personal. Someone had followed him, tracked him through the mountains, and loosed a single, deadly arrow, and then left him there. The other signs, bruising on his chest, a possible blow to the head, added further questions. Was the arrow what killed him, or just the final act? Had he stumbled and fallen after being struck, or had someone come closer to finish what they started? His body held the answers, though not all of them. The blood from others, the defensive wound, the fatal shot, they formed the outline of something darker than misadventure. This was no random death on the mountain. It was something more deliberate, a moment of violence frozen in place for 5,000 years. And though no one was there to witness it, the clues remained, layered in bone, blood, and skin. He may have thought he was alone. The high ridge where he fell was remote, even by the standards of his time. A stony saddle between peaks, exposed to the wind, and overlooking deep alpine valleys far below. It was not a place people stumbled across by chance. To reach it meant climbing for hours, possibly days. You needed to know where you were going. And yet, someone else had been there. One theory suggests that what happened to him wasn't complicated, that it was over in seconds. A single arrow, launched from a distance, struck him from behind. No argument, no struggle, no warning, just the sudden, silent arc of flint through air, and then pain. The arrow pierced his shoulder, causing fatal internal bleeding. He may have staggered. He may have had time for only a few breaths. And then he fell, face down, the mountains rising above him, and the cold already beginning to settle in. The angle of the wound supports this idea. It came from above and behind, suggesting the shooter had the high ground, perhaps watching, waiting. The arrow's head, discovered only years later by CT scan, had snapped off just beneath the skin. It had caused massive internal damage, and yet, strangely, there was no attempt to retrieve it, no finishing blow, no close-range attack. He had simply been left where he fell, and nothing was taken. This is one of the theory's most intriguing details. His copper axe was beside him, untouched. His bow, arrows, knife and tools, all left in place. If it had been a robbery, it was a failure. But then, maybe it wasn't meant to be. Perhaps the attacker had no interest in what he carried. Perhaps the aim was never theft, but elimination. The theory of a sudden ambush paints a picture of calculated distance, a long-held grudge, a rival, someone who had waited for the right moment or followed him until he was vulnerable. The high pass offered no cover, no shelter, and no escape. One arrow was all it took. It also explains the absence of other injuries. There were no broken bones, no defensive cuts beyond the older wound on his hand. His position on the ground, arms beneath him, face turned, suggested collapse, not resistance. And if the shot had been clean and quick, it would explain why no further trauma was found. There was no need for more. There are still gaps, of course. How had the attacker known where he would be? Had he been followed all along? Was it someone from his own community, or a stranger lying in wait near a mountain trail? If he had been targeted, why now? Why here? What gives this theory its weight is its stark simplicity. It requires no extended confrontation, no elaborate motive, just an arrow, an opportunity, and a target, and then the slow covering of snow, the preservation of the scene, and the long passage of time. It's the kind of death that leaves little behind, no footprints, no witnesses, no resolution, just a body, well prepared, well equipped, lying still in a hollow of stone and ice, his final breath caught beneath the wind. This is the first theory, not the only one, but in the stillness of that alpine ridge, where one life ended and a mystery began, it remains one of the most compelling. In an age without fixed frontiers or written records, the Alps were a patchwork of valleys and passes held by different groups, families, clans, or loose-knit communities. They shared grazing land, traded materials, and likely crossed paths in the seasonal movement between high pastures and sheltered lowlands. But with shared space came friction. And in a world where survival depended on resources, territory, and trust, conflict was never far behind. The second theory surrounding the Iceman's death begins with this premise, that he wasn't the victim of a single assassin, but a participant in a violent encounter between two groups. A clash, sudden or planned, where arrows flew and blades were drawn. Perhaps it happened in the valleys below, in the forests, or along the banks of a river. Perhaps it was over livestock, or food, or some forgotten insult. What matters is that it turned bloody, and not everyone walked away. When scientists examined the items found with the body, they discovered something remarkable: traces of blood from 4 other individuals. Some on his knife, some on his arrows. One arrow contained the blood of 2 different people. Another had blood that didn't match his own. These weren't ceremonial objects. They had been used. Then there was the defensive injury on his hand. He had time to dress it, perhaps with moss or other natural remedies, and it had even begun to heal. Taken together, these clues suggest that he had survived a previous fight. He may have fled, regrouped, or attempted to recover in the mountains. But he wasn't just traveling. He may have been escaping. In this version of events, the fatal arrow wasn't part of an ambush, but a final blow in a longer pursuit. He may have injured others. He may have been targeted in return. The attacker could have been a rival from another group, or someone from within his own who had turned against him after the conflict. Either way, he died with unfinished weapons, a fresh meal in his belly, and a trail of violence behind him. There's also the question of why he was traveling alone. In most cases, people in that era moved in small groups. Companions meant protection. The fact that he was alone, yet heavily armed, suggests he had either been separated or exiled. Perhaps the clash had fractured his standing. Perhaps he had been forced to leave, carrying only what he could, and hoping the high ground would bring safety. This theory is supported by the broader archaeological context. There's growing evidence of interpersonal violence in the Copper Age, skeletal remains showing blunt force trauma, arrow wounds, and signs of large-scale confrontations. Communities, while cooperative, were also territorial, and tools could become weapons quickly when tensions flared. Still, this theory raises its own questions. If it was a battle, why were no other bodies found nearby? If he had companions, then where did they go? Had he truly escaped only to be hunted down later? Or was he simply the final casualty in a conflict already fading from memory? He wasn't moving in haste. That's one of the more telling details. His gear was intact. His food supply was full. His last meal, rich in fat and protein, had been eaten not long before he died. The unfinished longbow by his side suggested he had time, or at least believed he did. If he had been running for his life, he didn't show it, which leads to a different kind of possibility. This theory suggests that he wasn't ambushed by a stranger or caught in the crossfire of a tribal dispute. It suggests he was killed by someone he knew. He was carrying a copper axe, a valuable tool, rare and difficult to make. In his time, it would have signified skill, possibly status. Ownership of such an item wasn't casual. It marked you as someone with influence, with resources, or with responsibilities. This opens the door to motive. Perhaps the conflict had started earlier. The defensive wound on his hand, healing but fresh, hints at a confrontation days before his death. He might have been in an argument, a fight, or a standoff that ended unresolved. And after that, he left, maybe by choice, maybe not. If he had been exiled or forced out, the act of climbing into the high mountains could have been a search for refuge, or a place to wait, or simply the only direction left to go. He wasn't traveling recklessly. His shoes were insulated and well made. His layers of clothing, his toolkit, his food, all prepared with care. He may have believed the worst was behind him, that whoever he'd left behind him would not follow, but someone did. The arrow that struck him came from behind, from higher ground. It pierced through muscle and into bone, severing a major artery. He would have lost consciousness quickly. There were no signs of a second strike, no looting, No effort to hide the body, just one act, and then departure. If it was betrayal, it was clean. No noise, no struggle, no warning. And perhaps that's what makes this theory so compelling. It doesn't rely on chance. It doesn't need a roaming attacker or a running battle. It only needs familiarity. Someone who knew his route, who knew his habits, and who waited for the moment he was alone. The high ridge where he fell offered little cover, but a wide vantage, a place to see and be seen. Perhaps he paused there to rest, or to look back, or to think. It would have been exposed, but not unthinkable, as a temporary camp. If the attacker arrived later, they would have had the advantage. A single shot from higher ground, no warning, no chase. And then the body was left, not because of oversight, but because the act was complete. Among the three main theories, this one speaks the loudest. The arrow that ended his life was not removed. He was not stripped nor scavenged. It doesn't feel like war. It doesn't feel like chance. It feels like closure. It's the kind of ending that leaves no visible mark at the scene, but echoes in the positioning of the body, the completeness of the gear, and the small, stubborn fact that the arrow came from behind. The betrayal theory doesn't try to answer every question. It simply frames the facts in a way that human history has known too well. Sometimes the final blow doesn't come from the outside. It comes from within. And in a world without writing, without courts or consequences, sometimes the only record of it is a body frozen in place and left behind. For over 5,000 years, no one laid eyes on him. He remained where he fell, curled into the rocks at the foot of a high mountain saddle, as winter after winter piled snow over his body. The glacier moved slowly, pressing down, layering ice, preserving every fiber of what he wore and carried. What the killer left behind, the mountain kept. His skin dried and darkened. The soft tissue began to shrink and harden. The freezing and thawing of seasons pulled moisture from the body in slow, careful increments. But remarkably, he didn't decompose. The altitude, the cold, and a rare stroke of chance had conspired to create something extraordinary. A natural mummy, whole and untouched by time. Unlike the embalmed remains of Egypt or the peat-preserved bodies of northern Europe, this was different. This was a man who died in the open, whose body was preserved not by ritual, but by ice. And because he was never buried, nothing was disturbed. Everything lay just as it had fallen. Tools, weapons, clothing, even traces of pollen, moss, and blood. The cold kept it all intact, right down to the contents of his stomach. Over the millennia, the glacier shifted around him, but never enough to carry him away. He remained lodged in a shallow gully, just meters from the border of what is now Austria and Italy. Every so often, the ice melted just enough to move a rock, expose a corner of hide, or shift one of his garments. The conditions of his preservation were so precise, so unlikely, that scientists often refer to it as a once-in-a-lifetime find. Not only for what it revealed about his death, but for the wealth of detail it gave us about his life. Even the microscopic details endured. The tattoos were still visible, pressed into the skin around joints and the lower spine. His fingernails were intact. His eyes, though shrunken, had left behind enough tissue for genetic analysis. The leather cords of his belt still held their knots. There were fragments of moss tucked into his shoes, and fine hairs caught between the layers of his clothing. It wasn't just the body, it was the moment, held in place long enough for the modern world to find it, and in doing so, to ask questions that would never have been possible otherwise. What did he eat? Where had he traveled? Was he in pain? Did he know he was being followed? And perhaps most striking of all, there was no grave, no marker, no ceremony, just a body that nature took back and held, long after memory faded. As climate change thinned the ice across the Alps, his resting place was finally exposed. What had been locked away for thousands of years came free not with a storm, but with a slow melt, a shifting of time. The glacier, never still but never in a hurry, eventually gave him up. Not fully, but just enough to be found. By the time the hikers walked through that ridge in 1991, only a sliver of him remained above the surface. A shoulder, a strip of back, part of a pelvis. The rest was still buried in the snow and ice, waiting. It had taken over 5,000 years for him to be seen again, and when he was, he had a story to tell, one hidden not in words or carvings, but in the slow work of preservation, in the way the mountain held him, layer by layer, without letting go. Today, he rests behind glass, in a carefully controlled chamber at the South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology in Bolzano, Italy. The room is kept at a constant -6 degrees Celsius, with 99% humidity. The closest approximation scientists could create to the icy cradle that preserved him for over 5,000 years. A small window allows visitors to glimpse the man in the ice. He lies as he was found, darkened, shrunken, ribs faintly visible, arms drawn in close to the body. But though the body no longer moves, the story hasn't stopped unfolding. In the decades since his discovery, researchers have continued to draw new knowledge from the man once lost to the glacier. Each scan, test, and biopsy reveals another thread of the Copper Age world, a world that otherwise left behind no written language, no lasting architecture, and few names to remember. Through advanced DNA sequencing, scientists were able to reconstruct his genome, the first complete map of a prehistoric human's genetic code. The results were surprising. His closest living genetic relatives are not found in the alpine regions where he died, but on the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia and Corsica, nearly 1,000 kilometers away. His lineage had diverged from the surrounding populations, hinting at ancient migrations and isolated communities whose legacy now lingers in his cells. His eyes were brown, a soft umber shade that carries through time. He had lactose intolerance, a condition common among early farming communities before dairy tolerance became widespread. He also carried markers for cardiovascular disease, making him one of the earliest known cases of hereditary heart risk. And in his gut, scientists found the earliest known evidence of Borrelia burgdorferi, the bacterium that causes Lyme disease. He was not a perfect specimen of his time. He limped through life with worn joints, tooth decay, and parasites in his intestines. But he endured. His body showed signs of long-distance walking, of hard labor, of pain that had become familiar. And yet, he adapted. The tattoos on his skin weren't just marks. They may have been attempts to relieve chronic discomfort. The fungi he carried had antibiotic properties. Even in an age without formal medicine, he carried remedies with him. His tools and clothing are still being studied, how they were made, where the materials came from, what they suggest about trade, skill, and social ties. Every stitch, every fiber is a clue. From the moss in his shoes to the copper in his axe, he left behind a record that speaks without needing to be read. And perhaps that's what gives his story its staying power. He wasn't a king or a warrior of legend. He didn't build anything grand or rule over others. He was one of many, a man who walked through a landscape that gave little and demanded much. And somehow, in dying where he did, he offered a gift no one expected. We still don't know exactly who killed him or why. That part of the story remains unresolved and may always be. But we know how he lived, the routes he traveled, the tools he trusted, the food he gathered, and the weight he carried with him to the end. His death raised questions, but his survival, 5,000 years after his final breath, gave us something rare, the voice of an ordinary man who endured. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of T.E. Lawrence, a complicated figure hailed as a wartime legend and visionary on the silver screen, yet considered by some to be a ruthless opportunist who blurred the line between loyalty and betrayal. Before the world wrapped him in legend, Thomas Edward Lawrence was an Oxford-trained archaeologist and linguist, a sharp, driven scholar of ancient civilizations, deeply drawn to the languages and landscapes of the Middle East. But when the First World War reached fever pitch, he left behind the safety of museums and manuscripts to join the British Army's intelligence service in Cairo. In one bold feat, Lawrence crossed a deadly stretch of desert to attack a heavily fortified coastal garrison. The plan included a route deemed to be little more than a death wish by most, even by seasoned Bedouin travelers. Yet somehow, he and his men achieved the impossible, catching their adversaries completely by surprise. Some saw Lawrence as a master of guerrilla warfare, bold, brilliant, and loyal to the Arab cause. Others believed he was playing a deeper game, using revolt as a tool for empire. And there were many, including Lawrence himself, who never quite knew which version to believe. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trek across the sun-baked deserts of the Arabian Peninsula to follow a man of contradictions, a man who set out to remake the fate of a nation, only to find it was he himself who had been remade. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk beside T.E. Lawrence into the endless, starlit desert. T.E. Lawrence was born in 1888 in Tremedog, Wales, the second of 5 boys in a household shaped by secrecy and restraint. His father, a wealthy Anglo-Irish nobleman, had abandoned his first wife to live with Lawrence's mother under a false name, a scandal that would cast a faint shadow over the rest of his life. Lawrence grew up in Oxford, where he quickly developed a fascination with the distant past. Not fairy tales, but real histories, empires, fortresses, lost cities, and the people who built them. At Oxford University, he studied history with unusual intensity. He was small in frame, unassuming in posture, but filled with a relentless energy that unnerved some and impressed others. He became obsessed with the castles of the Crusader kingdoms and walked hundreds of miles across Syria to study them firsthand, sleeping rough, measuring ancient walls with a tape and notebook, and soaking in every local dialect. His academic work was brilliant, but it was his capacity for endurance, observation, and adaptation that truly set him apart. After graduating, he joined an archaeological dig at Carchemish, an ancient Hittite city on the Euphrates. There, amid toppled pillars and scorched stone, Lawrence found something like a home. He worked in the sun with local laborers, earning their trust, learning their customs, and slipping easily into their world. He wore native robes and formed friendships that would later prove invaluable. Unlike many Europeans in the region, he did not tower above the people around him. He listened. But as Ottoman control across the Arab world began to fray, Carchemish was no longer just a dig site. The British Museum may have funded the excavation, but intelligence officers were taking notice too. Lawrence's skills, his knowledge of Arab tribes, his language fluency, His ability to read a political landscape did not go unnoticed. When war broke out in 1914, Lawrence returned to Britain and enlisted. He was sent not to the trenches of France, but to Cairo, where the British Army's intelligence service maintained a small but strategic office whose task it was to monitor unrest across Ottoman-held territory. At first, his role was behind the scenes, collecting information, interpreting maps, writing reports. But Lawrence believed the Arab peoples could rise against their Turkish rulers, and that with British support, they might win their freedom. His ideas were bold and not always welcomed, but the tide of war was shifting, and soon he was sent east, not as a soldier in uniform, but as a liaison to a brewing rebellion. The boy who once wandered alone through desert ruins was about to enter a far more dangerous landscape, one shaped not by ancient stone, but by ambition, revolt, and the long reach of empire. The war in the Middle East moved slowly at first. The Ottoman Empire, though waning, still held sway over vast stretches of land, from Syria and Mesopotamia to the Hejaz along the Red Sea. Britain's interests in the region were both strategic and self-serving. The Suez Canal had to be protected, new alliances had to be made, and uprisings, where they could be stirred, needed to serve a purpose. In Cairo, Lawrence joined the Arab Bureau, a small cluster of officers, scholars, and linguists working under the haze of ceiling fans and desert heat. He stood out immediately. He spoke Arabic with fluency, but more than that, he understood the politics, the rivalries, and the ancient tribal fault lines that still shaped the region. He was young, technically junior, but already impossible to ignore. In 1916, he was sent into the field. The Arab revolt had begun, a campaign led by Sharif Hussein of Mecca and his sons, aiming to cast off Ottoman rule and establish Arab independence. The British supported it, at least on paper. Lawrence's task was to act as liaison, to support, observe, and report back. But once in the desert, the lines blurred. He became more than an advisor. He traveled to meet Prince Faisal, one of Hussein's sons, and a key commander of the revolt. Their first meeting was careful, formal, but over time, Lawrence and Faisal developed a genuine bond. He respected the prince's calm authority, his sharp instincts, and his ability to lead with both strength and restraint. Faisal, for his part, saw in Lawrence a rare kind of outsider, someone who listened, paid attention, and seemed genuinely invested in their cause. Lawrence discarded his uniform and adopted local dress, not as theater, but as practicality and respect. He traveled by camel, slept rough, and memorized the terrain as if he had always belonged there. The desert, in its terrible vastness, suited him. He soon realized that the Arab revolt, though courageous, was fractured. Tribal rivalries ran deep, supplies were scarce, and traditional tactics would not break the Ottoman lines. Lawrence began to think differently. If they could not face the empire head-on, they would strike at its edges, disrupting railways, ambushing patrols, and using the desert as both shield and weapon. He wasn't a general. He had no formal command. But ideas have a power of their own, and his were bold enough to earn him freedom to act. He proposed a daring campaign, one that combined tribal knowledge with guerrilla strategy, using speed, surprise, and the vastness of the desert to their advantage. Lawrence's writings from this period are measured but restless. He spoke of moments of beauty in the dunes, but also of unbearable heat, illness, and the unshakable sense that each order he gave might carry someone to their death. By now, he had the trust of many, not all, of the tribal leaders. Not by charm, but by persistence. He sat with them, rode with them through sandstorms and towards skirmishes, and over time, a fractured force began to move with some shared purpose. He was no longer just the liaison from Cairo. He had become something more difficult to define and far harder to remove. The desert is not empty. It may seem so to those who glance across its dunes from the shaded windows of a distant city, but Lawrence knew better. Beneath the silence of stone and sand lay old grievances, deep alliances, and an ever-shifting code of honor. The Arab revolt moved within that landscape, not with the precision of a regular army, but through kinship, loyalty, and centuries-old tribal memory. By the end of 1916, Lawrence was no longer merely observing this revolt. He had become part of its rhythm. He rode with tribal bands to scout Ottoman positions. He studied the habits of their garrisons and watched the way Turkish supply lines snaked along the Hejaz railway. Every stretch of track, every remote station, became a possible target. The aim was never to win in one sweeping strike, but to weaken, frustrate, and stretch the Ottoman forces thin. Sabotage became their craft. Lawrence worked with engineers and tribesmen alike to plan ambushes on trains. They used explosives, carefully placed beneath rails or buried under stone. Sometimes they struck under cover of darkness, other times in full daylight, gambling on surprise and the vastness of the land to make their escape. The success of these attacks wasn't just military, it was psychological. Ottoman troops grew wary, their movements slower, their supply lines fragile. Each derailed carriage, each destroyed bridge, chipped away at an already crumbling morale. But the victories were never simple. With every raid came risk. Turkish patrols grew more aggressive. Lawrence was wounded in skirmishes more than once. One injury nearly cost him his life. There were also failures, attacks that faltered, plans that dissolved in the shifting winds of tribal politics, and moments when trust between allies frayed to breaking point. He spent long stretches in the company of men who spoke in poetry as often as they did in plans. Around campfires, he listened to stories of past battles, of blood debts and oaths sworn beneath the stars. He understood the need to show respect without appearing weak, to suggest without commanding, to persuade without pushing. It was a delicate balance, and the cost of misreading a man could be high. And still, he pressed on. For all the complexity, for all the danger, the campaign was working. Ottoman control in the south was beginning to unravel. Lawrence saw the potential for something larger, a full advance northward, not just sabotage and raids, but a drive toward the cities that had long stood at the heart of Ottoman rule. He wrote often during this time, though much of it would remain unpublished until years later. His accounts were vivid, restrained, and touched by something close to weariness. He was not yet the figure the world would come to know, but the desert, was beginning to change him. Not just the sand and sun, but the choices he was making, and the ones he wasn't yet ready to face. In the early summer of 1917, the revolt had stalled. Ottoman forces still held strong positions along the coast, and the British High Command remained hesitant to offer full support. Resources were limited. Patience was running out. Lawrence knew that something dramatic was needed, not just to revive the campaign, but to convince both Arab leaders and British commanders that the revolt could deliver a decisive blow. The answer lay in Aqaba. Perched on the Red Sea, Aqaba was a heavily fortified Ottoman garrison and a crucial port. If the Arabs could take it, the supply lines to their northern advance would open wide. But Aqaba was considered nearly untouchable. The sea-facing defenses were strong, the coastal approach well guarded. Any assault from that direction would be suicide. But Lawrence proposed something else. Instead of coming by sea, he suggested they cross the Nafud, a stretch of desert so vast and punishing that even seasoned Bedouin guides regarded it with caution. There were no roads, little water, and no cover from the burning heat. The idea was dismissed by many as reckless, but Faisal gave his blessing, and a small force of Arab fighters, led by Lawrence, set out on what would become one of the most daring desert marches in modern history. The journey took weeks. The sun scorched everything in its reach. Water had to be rationed, tempers managed, animals coaxed through the shifting terrain. They faced sandstorms, hostile tribes, and the ever-present threat of betrayal or ambush. At one point, Lawrence lost his camel and had to walk for hours in the heat, his boots worn thin, his lips cracked from thirst. Despite the hardship, they pressed on. Along the way, they captured smaller outposts and gathered intelligence. They struck quickly, vanished into the landscape, and reappeared days later, miles away. The Ottomans never saw the pattern. By the time they approached Aqaba from the rear, across terrain the Turks hadn't thought to defend. They had already shaken several enemy positions and demoralized the defenders. On July 6th, 1917, the force descended on the garrison. After a brief but decisive fight, Aqaba fell. It was a turning point, not just tactically, but symbolically. Word of the victory traveled fast, first through Arab camps, then to Cairo, then London. Lawrence, once a curious oddity in British intelligence reports, became a name spoken with awe and suspicion in equal measure. The press had not yet turned him into a legend, but inside military circles, he was now impossible to ignore. He returned briefly to Cairo to report. He wore his Bedouin robes into British headquarters, dusty and sunburnt, a living contradiction to the polished officers behind their desks. Some saw it as theatrical. Others saw it as the mark of a man who had crossed some invisible line, no longer entirely one thing or another. When asked how he had managed it, he gave no grand answer, only that the desert had offered no other choice. Aqaba gave the revolt momentum. Supplies flowed in, confidence swelled, and new plans were drawn. But something had changed in Lawrence as well. He had proven what few believed possible, and now the weight of expectation from Britain, from his Arab allies, and from himself would only grow heavier. With Aqaba taken, the Arab revolt had a foothold. Supplies could now flow in from the Red Sea, and Lawrence's campaign entered a new phase, one defined less by daring marches and more by disruption, sabotage, and swift, punishing raids. The Hejaz Railway became his next obsession. Running from Damascus deep into the Arabian Peninsula, the railway was the lifeline of the Ottoman forces in the region, carrying troops, weapons, and supplies across vast distances. Lawrence understood its value. He also understood its vulnerability. The desert offered no protection for the tracks that stretched, exposed, across open land. Working with Bedouin fighters and engineers, Lawrence helped organize a series of attacks designed not to destroy the line entirely, but to harass it into uselessness. They planted explosives beneath rails, ambushed patrols, and derailed trains carrying soldiers and artillery. Some targets were chosen for strategic value, others simply to spread fear. He wrote later that they aimed to make the railway a thing of suspicion and dread. And they did. Ottoman trains began to travel in convoys, with armored cars and machine guns mounted at the front and rear. Yet still, the raids came. Each success emboldened the fighters. Each escape chipped away at the enemy's sense of control. Lawrence became known for appearing where he wasn't expected, striking fast, and disappearing into the dunes. He carried dynamite, maps, and notes in his saddlebag. He traveled light and ate little. The heat was unrelenting. His health faltered. In one raid, he was thrown from his camel and nearly captured. In another, he barely escaped a bullet meant for someone else. The desert, once a place of learning and observation, had become something else entirely, a theater of war and a reflection of the man he was becoming. He had grown thinner, more weathered. His face, once pale and sharp, was now lined by sun and wind. Those who met him during this time often described him as oddly calm, even when planning attacks. But something in him had shifted. He had seen what war could do, not just to cities and railways, but to the men who fought it. He began to carry a camera, documenting the campaign. The photographs captured bombed rail cars, shattered bridges, and long lines of fighters resting in the shade. They also captured something less visible, the blurring of roles, the confusion of identity, the sense that Lawrence no longer knew exactly where he was stood between his British uniform and the Arab robes he now wore most days. He returned occasionally to British headquarters for reports and resupply. Each time, the contrast grew sharper. In the desert, he was a figure of strategy and action. In Cairo, he was an anomaly, an officer out of place among polished ranks and policy memos. By late 1917, his name had begun to circulate back home. He appeared in dispatches, sometimes anonymously, sometimes not. Word spread of the Englishman who rode with rebels and blew up trains. The legend was beginning to grow, not through his own voice, but through the stories of others. Yet in his writings, there was little pride. He described the victories with restraint and the failures with clarity. He noted the cost, not just in blood and loss, but in certainty. The lines were no longer clear. He was not just fighting an enemy. He was living among people whose future had been promised something, and he was no longer sure that promise would be kept. Lawrence was never a diplomat. He preferred the hard clarity of action over the softness of negotiation. But as the war wore on, he found himself caught between two sets of promises, those made in the open and those whispered behind closed doors. To his Arab allies, the aim of the revolt had always been clear: to break free from Ottoman rule and establish independence across their ancestral lands. In his long conversations with Faisal, Lawrence had spoken often of this goal. He believed in it, he repeated it, and in many cases, he helped shape it into something more tangible, a political vision stitched together by tribal alliances, military victories, and trust hard-earned under the desert sun. At the same time, Lawrence eventually became aware of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, a clandestine pact to carve up Arab lands into future zones of European control following the war. And each time he made a new promise or urged another assault, the weight of that duplicity weighed on him heavily. In public, he remained composed. He met with tribal leaders, attended councils, and urged patience. But in private, his letters began to show signs of strain. He wrote of feeling split in two, loyal to his own country, yet ashamed of its duplicity, caught between what he believed was right and what he had been asked to help deliver. The Arabs pressed northward, sweeping across enemy lines with growing confidence. Lawrence accompanied them, not as a commander, but as a voice of strategy and connection. More than once, he carried messages between Faisal and British officers. He translated, negotiated, reassured. He took part in raids on Ottoman outposts. He helped secure alliances between rival clans. He coordinated the delivery of weapons and supplies from British depots to remote camps. And all the while, the gap between what was said in London and what was lived in the desert continued to widen. It was during this time that Lawrence's public image began to take shape. A photograph of him, robed and sand-worn, standing beside camel-mounted fighters, appeared in British newspapers. Writers began to paint him as the architect of the Arab campaign, a lone Englishman guiding a noble rebellion. Lawrence bristled at this. He knew how much of the campaign belonged to others. The Arabs were not his creation. He was a guest, however welcome, in their war. Still, the myth grew, and with it, the sense that he was becoming something he could no longer control. The end of the war was drawing near. Ottoman resistance was weakening. Damascus lay ahead. Lawrence knew that whatever came next would be decisive, not just for the Arab cause, but for his own sense of what he had done. He had helped ignite a revolution. He had guided it through hardship and into triumph. But beneath every promise lingered a question he could no longer avoid. What if the victory had already been spoken for? By the autumn of 1918, the revolt was nearing its end, at least on the battlefield. The Ottoman Empire, battered and retreating, was losing its hold on the Arab world. British and Arab forces were closing in from different directions, and the city of Damascus, once the jewel of Ottoman Syria, now stood within reach. For Lawrence, this moment had been long in coming. He had fought across deserts, through skirmishes, and behind the lines of empire for nearly 2 years. But this final approach was different. Damascus was more than a strategic prize. It was a symbol, a city rich in memory and meaning, long seen as a heartland of Arab identity. The race to reach it first had begun. Arab fighters led by Prince Faisal advanced swiftly from the south and east, while General Allenby's British forces pushed up from Palestine. Lawrence rode ahead with the Arab column, urging speed, negotiating passage with tribal leaders, and doing what he could to make sure Faisal, and not the British army, would be the one to raise a new flag over the city. On October 1st, the Arab forces entered Damascus. The city did not fall with fire or thunder. There was no dramatic battle at the gates. The Ottoman garrison had already begun its withdrawal, and the remaining Ottoman garrison offered little resistance. But the entry itself carried weight, a symbolic transfer, a fragile hope made real. Lawrence entered alongside the men he had ridden with for months, dusty and exhausted, unsure what to feel. In the days that followed, he helped set up a provisional administration under Faisal's leadership. He advised on matters of infrastructure and water supply, met with foreign consuls, and tried, with limited success, to prevent the British military from asserting control. But the lines of influence were already forming, and Lawrence could see it happening. The city was full of contradictions, celebration mixed with tension. Victory felt uncertain, even as flags were raised. French officers arrived soon after, their presence stiff and formal. He walked the streets of Damascus with a strange sense of detachment. He had helped bring this moment into being, but it did not feel like his to claim. The dream he had carried across the dunes of a free Arab state born from rebellion now felt perilously fragile, not because the will was lacking, but because the promises that had guided it had always been split. British officers began to arrive in greater numbers. French authority expanded. Faisal, ever diplomatic, tried to navigate the currents. Lawrence withdrew. He had reached the culmination of his efforts, only to find himself standing on ground that felt less like a triumph and more like an echo of something slipping away. He left Damascus not long after, slipping away without ceremony. There was no farewell parade, no honors, just the end of a road he had helped pave, and the dawning realization that others now intended to walk it in his place. Years later, when asked about that moment, he said very little. The campaign had ended. The city had been taken. But the cost, the true cost, was only beginning to show itself. Lawrence returned to Britain not as a soldier, but as a symbol. The war was over. The revolts were fading. And yet, as he stepped back into the cool grey of England, he found himself the focus of a legend he hadn't asked for and couldn't escape. He was exhausted. His health had suffered after years of hardship, wounds, sun exposure, malnutrition. But worse than the physical wear was a gnawing sense of unease. Damascus had not brought the outcome he had fought for. The Arab cause, the one he had helped champion, was slipping into the hands of colonial administration. French troops now occupied Syrian cities. Britain held sway over Iraq and Palestine, and the promises made in the desert lay in pieces. Faisal had been forced to withdraw. The Arab government Lawrence had helped set up was quietly dissolved, and the independence he had once whispered about under canvas tents now looked more like a mirage. At home, Lawrence received offers. a knighthood, promotions, political appointments. Each one he refused. He couldn't accept honors from a government he felt had betrayed the very cause he had sworn to support. In one symbolic moment, he even walked out of a royal ceremony, leaving the medal unclaimed. The public, however, was captivated. A book of war memoirs titled 7 Pillars of Wisdom was in progress, a sprawling, intensely personal account of his time in Arabia. Lawrence wrote and rewrote it obsessively, sometimes losing whole drafts and starting again. The process was painful. He was reliving not just actions, but doubts, regrets, and the burden of choices he could no longer justify. Meanwhile, the press had begun to shape its own version of him. The title, Lawrence of Arabia, was coined and repeated until it no longer seemed to belong to a real man. Photographs, paintings, and serialized tales painted him as a romantic figure, part scholar, part warrior, part enigma. He watched as his likeness appeared in magazines and shop windows, wondering whether the person on the page had anything to do with the man he had become. Uncomfortable in the spotlight, he sought refuge in obscurity. He changed his name more than once, enlisting in the Royal Air Force under an alias, and later joining the Tank Corps. He performed menial duties, content to vanish into routine. The discipline gave him peace, the anonymity a strange comfort. But he was never truly free of what had come before. Letters found him, journalists pursued him, friends and former allies pressed him for views on the shifting political landscape of the Middle East. And though he rarely spoke publicly, his letters betray a deep melancholy. He had hoped for something lasting, a bond between peoples, a new political future shaped by honor. Instead, he saw mandates, divisions, and exploitation. The Arab revolt had changed the map, yes, but not in the way its fighters had dreamed. Lawrence had returned home, not in victory, but in retreat. He wandered the English countryside on his motorbike, wrote sparingly, and tried to fade into the background of a world that now saw him as myth. But the myth had edges, and behind it was a man unsure whether the story he had lived had been one of triumph or something altogether more complicated. The war was long over, but Lawrence could not leave it behind. It clung to him, not just in the memories of desert battles or lost friendships, but in the uncomfortable shape of a legacy he never fully owned. He had become, to many, a hero, and yet he had little interest in heroism. He described himself instead as a fraud, a man swept along by forces larger than he could control. Still, the public appetite for his story had only grown. By the early 1920s, he had settled into a strange rhythm, serving in military ranks under assumed names, while drafting and redrafting 7 Pillars of Wisdom. The manuscript consumed him. He described its creation as a kind of torment. It wasn't just the scale of the work, it was the pain of reliving the contradictions he had lived through. He wrote not as a conqueror, but as a witness. The sweeping narrative, filled with exacting detail and introspection, didn't glorify the war so much as expose its complexities. He questioned his own motives, doubted the morality of his role, and chronicled the beauty and tragedy of the desert campaigns with unflinching care. Though he printed only a few copies for friends at first, word of the manuscript spread. Artists and writers gathered around him. Politicians sought his opinions on the future of the Middle East. But Lawrence grew increasingly wary of speaking out. The world he had fought to reshape had been carved up by foreign powers. Borders were drawn with blunt instruments. Arab independence, once a hope spoken beneath canvas and stars, had been traded for oil, influence, and mandate. Lawrence did what he could. He advised Winston Churchill briefly during the 1921 Cairo conference, helping to draft new policies for the region. He pushed for Faisal's installation as King of Iraq, a fragile gesture toward honoring old promises. But these were patches on a larger wound. He knew that. He continued to serve in the Royal Air Force under the name T.E. Shaw. He lived in small quarters, read voraciously, and kept largely to himself. His friendships grew fewer. His letters, though still brilliant, were tinged with fatigue. He seemed a man trying to stay ahead of his own reflection, someone who had become a symbol, but could never quite reconcile what that symbol stood for. When a limited edition of 7 Pillars was finally released, it was praised for its literary richness and emotional honesty. It wasn't the tale of a British conqueror. It was something more complicated. A memoir of belief, betrayal, and the long, dry ache of aftermath. Lawrence never married. He had no children. The war had taken a piece of him that never returned. His days became quiet, his routine exact. He rode his beloved motorbike through the winding roads of Dorset, the wind and motion offering what little peace he could still find. But beneath the surface, he remained restless, haunted by decisions made and opportunities lost. The map of the world had changed, but so had the man who once tried to redraw it. In the final years of his life, Lawrence lived in a small, whitewashed cottage in Dorset, surrounded by pine trees and wide skies. He called it Cloud's Hill. The name suited it. The house was simple and spare. No electricity, few comforts, only the barest essentials. It was a place built for solitude. He spent his time reading, translating, corresponding with old friends. Occasionally, he would venture into town or receive a visitor, but more often, he was alone. He remained in the Royal Air Force under the name Shaw, working in clerical roles and repair units, content in the background. But there were signs. He was beginning to consider a return to public life. He had written to acquaintances about future work, pondered joining Churchill's circle again, even hinted at publishing more widely. After years of retreat, something inside him had started to stir again, just a flicker. Then, on the morning of May 13th, 1935, he took his motorbike out along a familiar country road. It was a clear day, the trees in full spring bloom, the lane winding and narrow. Lawrence rode fast. It was something he loved, the rush of speed and the focus it demanded. He crested a rise, and suddenly, 2 boys on bicycles appeared in front of him. He swerved hard to avoid them and was thrown from the machine. He never regained consciousness. For 6 days, he lay in a coma at a nearby military hospital. Friends gathered, reporters waited, and on May 19th, he died, less than 3 months after leaving military service for good. He was 46 years old. The world reacted with a strange mix of reverence and confusion. Obituaries spoke of a national hero. Others called him a mystery. Churchill wept. The Arab world mourned. And still others wondered whether anyone truly knew the man who had once helped stir a desert revolt and then disappeared into its aftermath. He was buried not far from Cloud's Hill, in a simple grave. The headstone bore only his assumed name, T.E. Shaw, and a short inscription. The crowds that came were silent, respectful, unsure of what to say. In the years that followed, the legend only grew. Films would be made, books written, monuments built, and yet, beneath it all remained the outline of a man who never fully trusted what the world made of him. Lawrence had once set out across the desert to help forge a new world. He returned home a different man, burned by war, shaped by loyalty, undone by betrayal, and burdened by the weight of memory. He lived as a scholar, a soldier, and something in between. A figure caught between the pages of history and the pull of myth. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the lost colony of Roanoke and the haunting disappearance of its entire population of more than 100 souls who vanished without a trace. On a narrow spit of land off the coast of what is now North Carolina, a small band of settlers arrived in the summer of 1587, determined to carve out a new life. But the land was harsher than they'd been led to believe. Food was scarce, and their crops faltered in the sandy soil. Though supplies were due to arrive within a few months, they soon realized they didn't have nearly enough to sustain themselves. Behind them lay thousands of miles of ocean. Ahead lay nothing but uncertainty. For months they toiled in the heat and storms, building homes, planting what little they could, and hoping for promised relief from England that never came. And as hunger deepened and tempers frayed, the settlers urged their governor, John White, to return to England and plead for help, a journey he never imagined would take 3 long years to complete. When John finally returned, he found only vacant houses and empty streets. There were no signs of distress, no fires, no fresh graves, no clear sign of what fate had befallen them. Were they struck down by hunger or illness? Were they taken into captivity, or did they attempt to sail to another colony? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the faint footsteps of those brave settlers and consider the courage it must have taken to face the unknown. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow the echoes of those long-forgotten settlers and explore the mystery they left behind at Roanoke. In the waning years of the 16th century, England looked across the Atlantic and imagined an empire. Spain's grip on the Americas was strong, but Elizabeth's court wanted more than trade and naval victories. It wanted land. It wanted power and wealth. It wanted a foothold on the new continent. So when Sir Walter Raleigh proposed planting a colony on the distant shores of North America, the idea was met with a mix of caution and excitement. It was dangerous, yes, but the rewards could be immense. Raleigh was granted a royal patent, and plans were drawn for an English presence in the New World. He himself never sailed, but he oversaw the recruitment of men and women willing to risk everything for the promise of land and a new start. Some came for the adventure, others for the chance to escape their debts or the rigid confines of English society. Families, soldiers, craftsmen, all packed into the holds of 3 small ships. They left behind the crowded streets of Portsmouth in the spring of 1587, heading for a place few of them could even picture. The crossing was long and unforgiving. The Atlantic in summer was no gentle friend. Winds tore at the sails, storms battered the decks, and the stench of damp wood and unwashed bodies filled the air below. At night, the ships groaned as they pitched over black waves, the passengers clutching one another in the dark. Days stretched into weeks. Food grew stale and water soured. Yet through it all, they clung to the belief that what lay ahead was worth enduring. Stories told of forests rich with game, rivers alive with fish, and fertile ground that would welcome the plough and yield abundance. At last, they reached the islands of the Outer Banks. Through the morning mist, they caught sight of Roanoke, a narrow stretch of land ringed by marsh and forest. The settlers stepped ashore, weary from the crossing, but stirred by the strange beauty of the place. The air was warm and heavy, with the scent of pine. Birds wheeled above the reeds, and the trees swayed as though whispering among themselves. Their task was clear: build a settlement, plant crops, and claim this land in the name of England before the Spanish could reach it. The work began at once. Trees were felled, homes raised, and a small fort took shape on the edge of the forest. There was no time to dwell on how far they were from home, or how fragile their position here truly was. For a moment, it almost felt as though they belonged. The ocean was behind them now, and the wide green continent stretched ahead, full of possibility. But as the sun sank behind the tree line on those first nights, more than one settler must have wondered what they'd truly stepped into, and whether England's dream would become their own undoing. When the settlers awoke on their first full morning in the new world, the horizon stretched before them like a painted dream, vast, green, and utterly foreign. Roanoke Island was unlike anything they had left behind in England. The earth itself seemed alive in ways they could not fully understand, and every sound carried a strange edge: the low croak of unseen frogs, the rustling of reeds, the distant cry of some bird they couldn't name. There was little time to marvel, though. The governor, John White, urged them to begin the hard work of making the island habitable. They unloaded what supplies they had: barrels of meal, salt pork, a few tools and weapons, and set about clearing brush to raise walls and simple timber homes. Yet even in those first days, there were signs that the land would not yield easily to their efforts. The soil was sandy and poor, sucking the life from seeds almost as soon as they were planted. The summer heat hung heavy over the island, and swarms of biting insects tormented them as they worked. Game was scarce, and fishing yielded only modest catches. Still, they pressed on, determined to make the best of it, to carve their settlement out of this strange wilderness. And then there were the neighbors. At first, small groups of Croatoan people watched them from the trees, their painted faces unreadable. These tribes were no strangers to Europeans. The English had come here before and left behind their own mix of promises and wounds. For a time, relations stayed polite, but tense. There were some exchanges, a few fish here, some bread and beads there, but nothing like trust. Beneath it all lay a current of uncertainty, as if both sides were measuring the other, waiting to see who would make the first mistake. The colonists did their best to appear unshaken. Children played between the posts of the fort. Women tended small garden plots and washed clothes by the river bank. Men cut timber and kept watch on the perimeter. Yet among themselves, they began to murmur about how little food they had and how long it might take for the promised supplies to arrive from England. The week stretched on, and still no sails appeared in the distance. One evening, a small fire burned near the edge of camp as the governor walked among his people, listening. A man confessed that his family was already cutting rations. Another asked if there would be more trade with the tribes. A woman pressed him about when the ships would come, and though John White reassured them all in his steady way, he could feel the weight of their worry settling over him like a stone. They had come so far, endured so much to get here, yet the island was not welcoming them. It was testing them, piece by piece. The governor stood at the water's edge that night, looking out toward the east, and wondered how many more weeks the colony could last. The first weeks of summer passed in a haze of sweat and hope. The settlers worked from dawn until dusk, shaping their fort, planting gardens, and repairing the damage from storms that swept across the island without warning. The woods seemed to press closer with each passing day, their shadows deepening, the rustle of unseen creatures just beyond sight. It did not take long for their hope to sour. The soil yielded little but stunted corn and wilted beans. The hunting parties brought back only meager hauls, a few rabbits, a string of fish, never enough to satisfy the growing hunger. The air hung hot and heavy over Roanoke, making the work slow and grueling. Skin blistered under the sun and cracked in the salt winds. Worse still was the feeling of being watched. At first, the Croatoan people had approached openly, standing at the edge of camp and offering a fish or two in exchange for beads and cloth. But when one exchange soured, an argument over stolen tools, they withdrew. Now their presence was felt only in fleeting glimpses, a figure between the trees, a sound in the brush, and the unshakable feeling they were being watched. Inside the wooden palisade, tempers began to fray. Families argued over food. Children cried themselves to sleep on empty stomachs. There were whispered complaints about John White, about whether he'd misled them, about what to expect here. He tried to reassure them, reminding everyone that relief ships were surely on their way. But even he could feel his own confidence slipping as the weeks wore on. By midsummer, some among them had already given up planting altogether, convinced nothing would grow here. They foraged along the marshes, dug for shellfish, and stretched their rations thinner and thinner. But no matter how hard they worked, the stores kept dwindling. Each barrel of meal emptied faster than the last. There were nights when the wind would rise and whistle through the trees, carrying with it strange calls and the smell of distant fires. Around their own hearths, the settlers spoke in hushed tones of what lay beyond the island. Other tribes, other dangers. Some wondered aloud if it would be wiser to try their luck inland, to strike out and find better ground before they all starved. But most clung to the promise of England. Supplies would come, they told themselves. They had to. And still, no ships appeared. On one weary evening, as the sun sank behind the forest, John White stood at the edge of camp and watched the sky darken over the water. He could see the doubt in his people's faces, hear it in hushed conversations. The settlement had begun as a bold dream. Now, he feared, it was unraveling faster than he could hold it together. By the end of summer, the colony was holding together by little more than determination. Each morning, the settlers rose and went about their tasks, though their movements had grown slower, their faces thinner. The gardens gave only meager handfuls. The hunting parties returned empty-handed more often than not, yet they carried on. Somehow, they patched the roofs of their homes when storms tore through. They stood watch at the palisade when distant fires glowed beyond the trees. The children still played, though less boisterously now, their games quieted by hunger. Among the women, there were whispers of how pale and weak the youngest had become. Among the men, there were darker mutterings, that they'd been abandoned, that England had forgotten them. Every evening, John White made his rounds, speaking with families, checking stores, listening to complaints. He reminded them of the ships that must surely be on their way, of how much they'd already endured to make this foothold in the new world. Yet in the dark of his own small quarters, he wrestled with the same gnawing doubts. The supplies they'd brought from England were nearly gone. The land was not providing what they'd hoped, and the Croatoan, though still not openly hostile, had grown more distant by the week. In September, one of the men approached him at dusk, voice low, and asked the question many had already been thinking. How much longer could they wait? If no help arrived, how much longer could they survive? White said nothing at first. He stood at the edge of camp, looking east over the darkening sea, and let the wind carry away his thoughts. Then he gave the only answer he could. They would wait as long as they must. But that night, as he lay awake, he knew the truth. Waiting much longer would mean watching his people starve. There was only one course left. He would have to sail back himself, plead with the court for more ships, more provisions, more men to reinforce the colony before it collapsed entirely. It was a bitter decision. To leave now, knowing how much the settlers already feared abandonment, was to risk breaking their spirits entirely. Yet to stay, with nothing left to give them, would seal their fate all the same. The next morning, he gathered the settlers and explained what must be done. They listened in tense silence, some with downcast eyes, others glaring in silent accusation. His own daughter stood apart, her infant in her arms, her face unreadable. By the day's end, the decision was made. John White would leave on the next fair tide, carrying with him the hopes of more than 100 souls who had staked everything on this place. He promised them he would return quickly, before the next planting season, before winter could claim them. On the morning he departed, the colonists lined the shore to watch the sails catch the wind and fade into the distance. The last sound of England faded with them, leaving only the hush of the reeds and the endless reach of the forest behind. The morning of his departure was heavy with a strange stillness. The air clung damp and warm as John White made his way to the waiting boat. The settlers gathered along the shoreline to watch him go. The tide was just beginning to turn, the water rippling with the faint breath of wind that would carry him back to England. He had spent his last hours walking the settlement one final time. The walls of the fort stood straight, but weather-worn, the homes inside already beginning to sag. The fields beyond were thin and patchy, the soil exhausted before it had even been tamed. Everywhere he looked, he saw his people, his daughter, holding her infant, offering him a faint, resigned smile. The men who still stood guard at the palisade, their faces drawn, but watchful. The women who swept the thresholds of homes as though tidiness could keep despair at bay. It was not in his nature to abandon them, yet the choice was no longer his to make. They needed food. They needed weapons, seed, more hands to work the fields and hold the line. And only he could plead their case before the court. He tried to meet every eye on that shore as he climbed into the boat. He promised again he would return swiftly, within the year, before the next winter could strip the land bare. The small craft pushed off, the water slapping softly against its hull. From the deck of the waiting ship, he could see the line of settlers standing on the sand, growing smaller and smaller as the sail filled and the island receded behind him. Even after they were nothing more than shapes in the distance, he could feel their gaze following him eastward. The journey back was far from swift. The English Channel was thick with Spanish ships and privateers, the war between the two nations heating to a fever pitch. The Queen's Navy had commandeered vessels for defense of the realm, and those that remained sailed under threat of capture, or worse. At every port he begged for passage, and at every port he was turned away or delayed. Weeks became months, months bled into years. Each passing season weighed on him like a stone. Letters home told him of victories at sea, of raids against the Armada, of England's growing power, but no word of Roanoke, no mention of relief ships being sent. His appeals to Raleigh and the court were heard with polite indifference. Their attention was fixed on the war, not on a struggling colony in some far-off wilderness. By the time he finally secured passage to return, 3 long years had passed. He stood at the rail as the ship once more crossed the Atlantic, his eyes fixed westward, haunted by the thought of what he might find waiting for him. The winds carried him toward Roanoke at last, but they carried with them no reassurance, only questions, only the growing sense that the people he had left behind might no longer be there to welcome him home. Back on Roanoke, the settlers were left to endure the long stretch of months that became years, watching the seasons turn and the horizon remain empty. The sails they had hoped to see by the autumn never came. By winter, the winds grew colder and sharper, bending the trees and stirring the marshes into grey stillness. The settlement clung to life, but it was a fragile, fraying thing. They likely continued with their routines, for lack of any other choice, repairing the palisades, hunting what little they could, patrolling the perimeter, the women tending fires, boiling what roots and scraps were left, and caring for the weak and sick. Children growing thin and solemn, their laughter fading into stillness. Over time, it's likely food became their only thought. Perhaps they gathered mussels from the marshes, dug for clams, snared small birds, or stripped bark from trees when nothing else remained. Some of the Croatoan people may have continued to visit, but most tribes seemed to keep their distance. There were rumors, perhaps, of raids farther inland, or settlers who wandered too far and didn't return. Whispers may have begun to spread through the camp, talk of leaving Roanoke behind and heading into the forests to find more fertile ground. Others might have warned that abandoning the fort was too dangerous, that their best chance was to stay put and wait it out. As a second winter approached, it's likely a kind of resignation set in. Those who remained may have told themselves they only had to endure a little longer, that help would come, that they had not been forgotten. But as seasons turned into years, it's likely their hope all but vanished. In the end, if they did survive, it may not have been because they were rescued, but because they chose to disappear. When at last John White secured passage and crossed the Atlantic again, the journey was mercifully swift compared to his first return. The ship cut through late summer waters, and the winds carried him westward. Yet as he neared Roanoke, an uneasy feeling grew in him. The closer he came, the more he wondered what, or who, he might find waiting. The first signs came before he even reached the island. As the ship anchored off the outer banks, he could see faint columns of smoke curling from distant shorelines, thin and pale against the tree line. The crew peered through their scopes and pointed. There too, further inland, another smudge of grey rising into the sky. He came ashore at one of the smaller barrier islands and found the remains of a fire, still warm, though no one was there. Footprints marked the sand, but they trailed off into the marsh. A scrap of fabric, weathered and torn, clung to a branch, and yet no sign of his people. Over the next day, he moved along the coast, stopping at points where he thought the settlers might have moved. Again and again, he found evidence of life, a faint trail of trampled grass, a broken tool, embers beneath a thin layer of ash. Someone had been here, perhaps only days before. At night, camped on the beach, he and his small party thought they saw figures moving among the trees. Once, in the half-light of dawn, he glimpsed what looked like a child watching him from the edge of the forest. But when he called out, the figure melted into the undergrowth without a sound. There was still no outright hostility, no arrows in the sand, no signs of battle or blood. But the silence was heavier than he remembered, and the island seemed to hold its breath as he made his way toward the settlement proper. On the second evening, his men spotted carvings on a tree near the water's edge, letters scratched deep into the bark, though weathered by sun and rain. He leaned close and read them aloud. C-R-O. Further on, another. This time, the full word, Croatoan, the name of the nearby island and of the friendly tribe who lived there, the same tribe who had once welcomed the English before relations soured. Hope flared in him, fragile but real. Perhaps they had not perished after all. Perhaps they had simply moved on, to live among the Croatoan and wait for his return. But no boats were sent to investigate. A storm was gathering, and the captain refused to linger. The carving was the only sign, and without a search, it raised just as many questions as it answered. With that thought in his heart, he pressed on toward the settlement, expecting, or perhaps only hoping, that his colony still stood. By the time John White and his men reached the fort at Roanoke, the sun was low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. The path into the settlement was overgrown now, choked with weeds and brush, and the gate stood ajar, one hinge sagging. He paused just outside the palisade, taking in the eerie stillness of the place. There was no laughter of children, no smoke curling from chimneys, no sounds of life at all. The homes still stood in their neat rows, though weathered and worn by wind and rain. Doors swung open, roofs had begun to sag. The fields beyond were empty, nothing left but brittle stalks and dry earth. Inside the fort, he walked slowly through the familiar lanes, past the church and the shallow well. There were no signs of violence, no blood, no toppled walls, no scattered belongings. It was as though the settlers had simply laid down their tools one day and walked away. He examined the walls more closely and found what he had seen carved into the trees along the way, cut deep into the timber of the gatepost. Croatoan. There was no cross or distress symbol beside it, no plea for help, no sign that the colony had been forced. The message seemed deliberate, almost calm, and it was the only clue they left behind. He walked among the houses, peering into darkened doorways. Beds still stood in place, though stripped of blankets. A few empty barrels lay on their sides. The gardens had long since gone to seed. Even the graves at the edge of the fort were undisturbed, marked with their simple stones. That night, he sat by the shore and tried to make sense of what he had seen. His own daughter, his granddaughter, they were gone, along with all the others. Taken where? To Croatoan Island, as the carvings seemed to suggest, or deeper inland, away from the endless hunger and fear that had haunted them here. The next morning, strong winds rose suddenly from the sea, lashing the coast and forcing his ship to pull anchor before they could search further. Against his wishes, the captain refused to risk his crew and vessel any longer. Roanoke, and whatever remained of its settlers, slipped from view as the ship tacked eastward, the island receding into the mist behind them. He left with no answers, only that single, haunting word carved into wood, and the memory of a settlement abandoned yet strangely intact. For centuries since, the mystery of that empty village has endured, as stubborn and inscrutable as the day he found it. In the years that followed John White's return to England, the fate of the Roanoke colonists became the subject of endless speculation. The empty village and its cryptic message left behind no clear answers, only possibilities, and over time, each theory took on a life of its own. Some believed the settlers had simply moved to nearby Croatoan Island, joining the tribe whose name they had carved. The Croatoan were known to be more friendly than the inland Secatan, and there were later accounts of fair-haired children living among native villages along the Carolina coast. Tools and pottery of European origin were even found at some of these sites, fueling the belief that at least a few survivors may have found refuge there. Others held darker suspicions. Tensions with some tribes had run high, and it's possible the settlers were ambushed, scattered, or killed outright. Yet no signs of violence were ever discovered at Roanoke, and no tales of a massacre surfaced from the local tribes. Another theory imagined them succumbing to the land itself. Hunger, disease, and exposure could have claimed them one by one, their bodies buried in unmarked graves or lost to the marshes. The thought of more than 100 souls fading this way, unseen, unremembered, gave the mystery a tragic weight. Some even suggested that, in desperation, the settlers attempted to sail back to England in a makeshift vessel, only to be lost at sea. No wreckage was ever found, but such a venture would not have been beyond their reach. Over the centuries, each explanation has been examined and debated, but none can be proved beyond doubt. Archaeologists continue to uncover fragments of evidence here and there, shards of pottery, a rusted blade, beads buried deep in the earth, yet the larger story remains elusive. What is certain is that the settlers' disappearance cast a long shadow over England's colonial ambitions. The failure of Roanoke haunted those who followed, a stark reminder of how fragile a foothold in this new world could be. And so the question remains, passed down from one generation to the next. Did they perish in despair? Or did they somehow endure, slipping into the forests and becoming part of the land itself? Even now, standing among the pines on Roanoke Island, one might feel it, that faint sense of something unresolved, just beyond reach. Decades passed, and still no certain trace of the Roanoke colonists was ever found. The story settled into legend. Then, in 1937, a strange stone was brought to light. Discovered by a tourist in a Carolina field, the slab bore a long inscription, said to be written by Eleanor Dare, John White's daughter. In it, she claimed that the settlers had fled inland, suffered attacks and illness, and that she alone had survived to leave this message for her father. The discovery sent a ripple of excitement through historians and the public alike. At last, perhaps, the mystery would be solved. Over the next 2 years, more than 40 similar stones surfaced across the Carolinas and into Georgia, each telling more of the harrowing tale. How the colonists struggled, how most perished, how Eleanor carried their story forward as best she could. For a time, the stones were celebrated as a remarkable archaeological find, a window into a lost chapter of history. But questions soon arose. The lettering was too modern, the language inconsistent. Scholars began to doubt, and as more stones emerged from more unlikely places, the whole affair began to look less like a miracle and more like a hoax. By the 1940s, most experts had dismissed the so-called Dare stones as a fraud, likely dreamed up for profit during the Depression. They were quietly removed from display, packed away into museum storage. Yet even now, there are some who wonder if one among them, perhaps the very first, might still be genuine, a single authentic voice lost amid the noise of forgery. The stones, real or not, have become part of the larger story. They speak to our need to explain, to close the gap between what we know and what we fear we may never know. On Roanoke Island today, the woods have grown thick again, and the marshes creep back toward the old fort. The graves remain, their stones worn smooth by wind and time. And though no one can say for certain what became of those settlers, their story endures, a reminder of what it means to risk everything, to stand on the edge of the world and take that first, fragile step into the unknown. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the infamous and formidable Oregon Trail, a narrow line of wagon ruts stretching 2,000 miles into the unknown, where the promise of a new beginning was shadowed at every turn by danger, doubt, and the austere beauty of an untamed frontier. Drawn by the lure of rich farmland, the promise of gentler skies beyond the mountains, and the chance to claim something all their own, these hopeful dreamers followed the Oregon Trail through endless plains, boiling deserts, and frozen peaks. They crossed rivers that swallowed wagons whole, prairies swept by ceaseless winds, and forests that whispered of both refuge and peril. By day, the trail shimmered under a punishing sun. By night, it unspooled beneath a sky thick with stars. Campfires glowed against the darkness, casting long, watchful shadows across the plains, while the distant cry of wolves trailed the wagon trains from camp to camp. Every mile brought a choice: to press on or turn back, to cling to the dream or let it go. And yet they came, dozens at first, then by the thousands, some seeking land to call their own, some fleeing what lay behind them. Along the way, they wrote their stories into the dust, tales of triumph and tragedy, leaving no monument, only memory. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow in the footsteps of intrepid trailblazers, determined pioneers, and cunning opportunists. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey slowly into the long, restless silence of the Oregon Trail. In the spring of 1804, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark set their sights on a horizon no American had yet dared to cross. Commissioned by President Jefferson to chart a route through the unclaimed western lands to the Pacific Ocean, their mission was as much about survival as it was discovery. They called themselves the Cause of Discovery, a modest name for such an audacious undertaking. Nearly 4 men gathered on the banks of the Missouri River. From the very first miles, the river showed its teeth. Heavy rains swelled the waters and made footing treacherous. Mosquitoes rose in thick clouds, tormenting both man and beast. Each bend of the river revealed another challenge: submerged snags, steep muddy banks, shifting sandbars. The men were soaked through day after day, their hands blistered from oars and ropes, their muscles aching from endless toil. Even so, night after night, they pressed onward. The promise of uncharted lands and the weight of the president's charge kept them moving. Beyond the familiar prairies, the terrain grew rougher. Herds of bison thundered across open plains, their presence both a marvel and a reminder of the untamed wilderness they faced. Encounters with native tribes brought moments of tense silence and cautious diplomacy. There was no guarantee these meetings would end in peace, but Clark's maps began to fill with names, landmarks, and the delicate threads of relationships that would help guide them west. As the seasons turned, the journey took its toll. Provisions spoiled, game became scarce, and frost crept into the air. Men fell ill, and one, Sergeant Charles Floyd, died of what they believed was a ruptured appendix, the first and only fatality of the expedition. His burial mound rose above the river, a stark reminder of what each of them risked with every mile. At last, they reached the Rocky Mountains, their snow-capped peaks looming like a wall against the western sky. The sight was both magnificent and daunting. The Missouri, their lifeline until now, splintered into tributaries and then into nothing but rushing streams. It would take everything they had, and the help of Sacagawea, a young Shoshone woman who joined them with her infant son, to find a way through the passes and down to the Columbia River. When they stood on the edge of the Pacific, waves crashing against black rock and gray sand, they did not shout for joy. There was no grand celebration, just relief, a few tears, and the steady scratch of pens in their journals, capturing the sight for those who would one day follow. The map was no longer blank, but the road home still stretched long before them. The way home from the Pacific coast was no less punishing than the trek west. With their mission complete, Lewis and Clark turned their battered party eastward in the spring of 1806, their canoes slicing back through the swollen Columbia. Yet even as they retraced their steps, the work of discovery was far from finished. Every day they stopped to measure, to observe, and to record, the men filling page after page with notes on the rivers, the wildlife, and the people they encountered. Their maps began to take shape, the once blank spaces of the continent now stitched together with rivers, mountains, and the faint suggestion of a path. Spring rains made travel miserable. The party slogged through mud, their clothes rotting on their backs, their boots worn through. Spirits frayed as hunting proved difficult and rations dwindled. At one point, Clark wrote grimly of living for days on roots and dried fish, his men growing weaker. But still, they continued on, driven by duty and by the knowledge that what they carried home would change everything. Their journals were more than words. They were proof that the land beyond the Mississippi was real and reachable. At every turn, they found themselves reminded of the fragility of their success. Horses were stolen in the night. Sudden snow squalls forced them to take shelter in makeshift camps. Lewis himself was shot accidentally in the hip by one of his own men and nearly bled to death before they could tend the wound. The journey became a test of patience as much as strength, each day a fresh reminder of just how easily one misstep could undo them all. And yet, even as hardship weighed on them, moments of wonder still broke through. They marveled at vast herds of elk grazing in open meadows, at waterfalls crashing hundreds of feet into spray, at the way the dawn light spilled across the plains they had once crossed in fear. To their surprise, many native tribes welcomed them back with generosity and curiosity, offering food and guidance. Bonds of trust, fragile though they were, had begun to grow. When they eventually floated into St. Louis in late September, they were met with disbelief. Crowds gathered on the riverbank to watch their battered canoes glide in, cheering the men as heroes. After 2.5 years, more than 8,000 miles, and countless brushes with disaster, they had not only returned alive, but brought back the most detailed vision yet of what lay beyond. The dream of the West, once little more than myth, now had a shape, a map drawn in ink and blood, waiting for others to follow. Soon, wagon wheels would begin to cut that map into the earth itself, one cautious family at a time, setting out along the faint lines Lewis and Clark had traced toward the horizon. In the summer of 1836, a small wagon party left Missouri with an ambition that would seem almost foolhardy by the standards of the day. Among them were Marcus Whitman and his young wife, Narcissa, a pair of determined pioneers with a vision that stretched far beyond their own lives. They were bound not merely for land or fortune, but for a mission to establish a settlement among the Cayuse people of the far west, and perhaps even more audaciously, to prove to the world that women too could make the journey. The Whitman's wagon creaked westward across endless grasslands, pulled by patient oxen and followed by a handful of others who dared the same gamble. The sun beat down on the prairie, and dust hung in the air for miles behind them. Narcissa wrote in her journal of walking mile after mile beside the wagon, her skirts heavy with grit and sweat, but her resolve unshaken. She would later recall watching the sunrise over the plains, writing that she had never seen a sky so vast, or felt so far from everything she knew. It was a hard road. Wheels broke and had to be mended in the dust. Food spoiled or was lost to rivers too deep to ford. Some nights brought storms so fierce they flattened tents and scattered possessions across the prairie. But Narcissa's presence itself was revolutionary, her endurance proving to others who saw her that this was no longer just a trail for trappers and soldiers. Families could make their way too. Children could grow up at its end. Weeks stretched into months as the party wound into the foothills and then climbed into the mountains. The air turned sharp and thin, and every pass felt steeper than the last. Still, Narcissa walked on, writing of flowers she saw even in the highest meadows, and of her determination to carry her faith westward. When at last they descended into the valleys beyond the Blue Mountains, she became one of the first white women to cross into what would become Oregon country. At Waylatpo, in the land of the Cayuse, Marcus and Narcissa built their mission, a modest cluster of buildings meant to be both home and haven. It was a fragile outpost of a fragile dream. The soil was rocky, the winters biting, and the tensions with the Cayuse, who watched these newcomers with suspicion, were already growing. But for now, the Whitmans had shown what few dared to believe, that families could cross the breadth of a continent, and that this path though merciless, could be endured by more than just the strong and the wild. The mission at Wailatpo stood as a lonely outpost on the edge of two worlds, a fragile bridge between the settlers who arrived full of faith and ambition, and the Cayuse people who had called this land home for generations. Marcus and Narcissa Whitman poured their energy into building more than just walls and roofs. They planted gardens, taught lessons, tended the sick, and held services. To them, the mission was a light in the wilderness. But to many of the Cayuse, it was an intrusion, a steady encroachment on their way of life. At first, there was a kind of wary cooperation. Cayuse children came to the mission school. Men traded horses and game for tools and cloth, and the two groups shared meals around campfires. But beneath it all, unease simmered. The Whitmans' ways were strange, their religion foreign, their customs rigid, their presence increasingly permanent. As more settlers arrived in the valley, bringing their wagons, their fences, and their herds of livestock, the balance began to tilt. The winters were hard in Wailatpo. Bitter winds swept down from the Blue Mountains, rattling the thin walls of the mission. Marcus worked himself to exhaustion, tending to settlers and tribespeople alike, his medical supplies often running low. Narcissa grew increasingly withdrawn, writing less in her journal, her words more subdued. The joy she had once found in flowers and sunrise gave way to a constant weariness. Then came the sickness. Measles swept through the valley in waves, striking the Cayuse especially hard. Children grew feverish and weak. Elders wasted away. The mission's small infirmary overflowed. Marcus did what he could, but his medicines failed to stem the tide. To the Cayuse, it seemed the white man's presence had brought death to their people. Whispers of anger and betrayal spread from camp to camp. That winter of 1847, the tension finally broke. A group of Cayuse men, convinced the Whitmans had cursed them, descended on the mission. In the space of a single day, the work of years was undone. Marcus and Narcissa were killed, along with several others, and the mission was left in ashes. The Cayuse War followed, years of bloodshed sparked by a moment of violence, born from fear and mistrust. The story of the Whitmans became another cautionary tale, a reminder that the West was not simply a canvas to be painted, but a land already rich with its own stories, its own people, and quiet warnings for all who came seeking to make it their own. Still, the wagons kept coming, each new train of settlers believing they might fare better, even as whispers of hardship and loss gathered like storm clouds ahead. By the early 1840s, the trickle of wagons heading west had begun to swell. In the spring of 1843, what became known as the Great Migration saw nearly 1,000 settlers gather on the banks of the Missouri River, their wagons lined up in neat rows. This was no longer a lonely road for trappers and missionaries. This was a river of humanity, flowing westward, carrying whole families, their belongings, their hopes, and their fears toward a new life. They set out together, forming a single long caravan that stretched for miles. The air was thick with dust, the mornings alive with the clatter of harnesses and the shouts of drivers urging animals onward. At night, wagons circled into a great ring, fires dotting the prairie as children played at the edges and parents quietly worried over maps and dwindling supplies. Some families sang hymns to keep their spirits up. Others sat silently, staring at the flames, already worn thin by the weight of the journey still ahead. Time brought new challenges in numbers. When the river rose too high to ford, dozens of wagons lined the banks, waiting their turn to cross, often watching helplessly as neighbors lost oxen or possessions to the currents. The narrow passes of the Blue Mountains brought delays as wagons jammed the rocky paths. Tempers sometimes flared, disputes over grazing, over the pace of the caravan, even over who had the right to camp where. Yet the sheer size of the group also brought safety, strength in numbers against the uncertainty that lay ahead. There was comfort in knowing others faced the same hardships, and sometimes a stranger's helping hand made the difference between pressing on and giving up. Disease, too, traveled with them. Cholera broke out in one train, spreading through camps with deadly efficiency, taking lives before families had even reached the halfway point. Children were buried by the roadside in hastily dug graves, marked with simple wooden crosses or a pile of stones. Some mornings began with the sound of a hammer driving a final nail into a coffin. For each of them, there was a silent lesson. No amount of preparation or faith could fully shield you from the whims of this land. But for every loss, others kept walking, eyes fixed westward, carrying the memory of those they left behind. The elements punished them daily. Rains turned the trail into sucking mud. Winds scoured faces raw and lifted entire tents into the air. Summer sun baked the plains until water barrels ran low and animals collapsed in their traces. The prairie seemed endless at times, stretching so far ahead it was easy to lose hope. But even in the bleakest moments, there were glimpses of beauty, wildflowers that brightened the grasslands, herds of antelope cresting distant ridges, and the comfort of a starry sky that reminded them they were still moving forward. Still, they pressed on. Every morning, the great caravan creaked back to life, wheels turning, oxen straining against the harness, drivers calling out to one another. Each mile carried them farther from everything they had known and closer to something they could only imagine. And as they descended into the green valleys of the West at last, many believed that the long ordeal had been worth it, that the Oregon Trail, for all it took, gave them the chance to begin again. In the spring of 1846, a group of families gathered near Independence, Missouri, eager to make the way west before winter. Among them were George and Jacob Donner, along with James Reed and their families, well off and determined to claim new land in California. They set out with wagons newly built and oxen freshly shod, convinced that careful planning and resolve would see them through. For weeks, they followed the established route in good spirits, their progress steady. As they reached Fort Bridger in present-day Wyoming, a man's name began to ripple through campfire conversations. Lansford Hastings. His guidebook promised a shortcut through the Wasatch Mountains and across the salt flats of Utah, shaving precious weeks from the journey. Time was already pressing as summer slipped by, and the thought of beating winter's snow was too tempting to ignore. Hastings himself had left notes along the route, urging travelers to take his route, claiming it was faster and more direct. Despite warnings from others, the Donners and Reeds decided to follow Hastings' advice. The so-called Hastings Cutoff proved far worse than they could have imagined. The route through the Wasatch Mountains was steep and choked with dense brush, forcing them to cut their way through by hand. Days were lost as wagons overturned and animals exhausted themselves, pulling through treacherous passes. By the time they emerged into the Utah desert, supplies were already dwindling and tempers beginning to fray. The salt flats stretched out like a white sea under the blistering sun. Wagons sank into the crust, animals collapsed from thirst, and the party trudged on, their shoes ruined and lips cracked from the heat. Weeks of delays turned into despair as the shortcut cost them valuable time rather than saving it. At every stop, they counted the days left before snow would begin to fall in the Sierra Nevada, the final barrier to California. Tensions mounted within the group. Arguments flared over who was to blame, over how much food to ration, over whether to turn back. At one point, James Reed killed another man in a quarrel and was banished from the group, forced to ride ahead on his own. The wagons limped forward through Nevada, each mile heavier than the last, until at last they began their climb into the Sierra in late October, weeks behind schedule. The first snowstorm came sooner than anyone expected. Snow fell thick and heavy, blanketing the road and burying it from sight. The wagons stalled near Truckee Lake, unable to move forward or back. As more storms swept through, they built crude cabins and lean-tos and settled in to wait for rescue. But food supplies ran out quickly, and the bitter cold began to take its toll. The dream of California faded with each passing day, replaced by a grim fight simply to stay alive. Even then, some still clung to hope, watching the ridgelines for signs of help. But they could not have known yet how dark that winter would become, nor how high a price they would pay for believing in a shortcut through a land that was never meant to be easy. As November deepened, the Sierra Nevada trapped the Donner Party in a relentless, white stillness. The snow kept falling, week after week, until drifts rose higher than the wagons themselves. The families huddled in their makeshift shelters, 2 cabins and a few lean-tos, while the wind howled through the trees. Fires burned low as wood became scarce, and every scrap of food was rationed with shaking hands. At first, they survived on what little remained of their provisions: dried beans, flour, and strips of bacon. Then oxen were slaughtered one by one, their hides boiled into a kind of gluey soup. When even the last scraps of meat were gone, the children grew quiet, too weak to play, and the adults' faces hardened into grim masks of endurance. Blame hung in the air. Many whispered the name of Lansford Hastings. His shortcut had lured them into this fate. But there was no undoing the choice now. Arguments flared, then died as energy waned. A handful of men and women decided there was no other way but forward. They bound pieces of oxhide to their feet as makeshift snowshoes and set out over the drifts, hoping to reach settlements in California and bring back help. They became known as the Forlorn Hope. The snowshoe party staggered through the mountains for days, battling frostbite, exhaustion, and starvation. One by one they fell behind, their bodies claimed by the snow. Those who survived stumbled into a ranch weeks later, nearly unrecognizable, their story sending shockwaves through the valleys below. A rescue party was quickly organized to reach those still stranded. Back at Truckee Lake, the families endured the unendurable. Wood ran out. The last oxhide strips were scraped from the roofs and chewed for sustenance. When even that was gone, some resorted to the darkest choice of all, taking flesh from those who had already perished, just enough to keep the living from joining them. No one spoke of it aloud, but all understood. When the first rescuers arrived in February, they were met by gaunt figures barely able to stand. Children clung to their mothers, hollow-eyed but alive. Others did not come out of the cabins at all. In all, nearly half of the Donner Party perished in the mountains, victims of poor judgment, cruel weather, and the false promise of a shortcut through an unforgiving land. As the survivors descended into California that spring, they left behind a campsite littered with broken wagons, bleached bones, and memories they could never escape. The trail had claimed its due, and the story of the Donners became a whispered warning to all who followed after. Not all dreams of the West came true. Even after the ordeal of the Forlorn Hope and the first rescue party, the Sierra Nevada held tight to the rest of the Donner Party through March. The snowstorms kept coming, layers of white burying the cabins deeper with each passing week. Inside, the air was stale and heavy with smoke, and the survivors huddled close, conserving what little strength they had left. Each dawn felt indistinguishable from the last, a blur of hunger, cold, and despair. The second and third relief parties made their way through the mountains in brutal conditions, bringing supplies and guiding out those strong enough to travel. Yet each journey back left more behind, too frail to move, clinging to life in the half-dark cabins. One by one, the rescuers carried children out into the blinding snow, their limbs thin and eyes vacant. Behind them, the cries of those left behind echoed faintly through the trees. For those who remained, time became a strange, hollow thing. Days passed in a fog of wind and white light. The meager food brought by rescuers ran out quickly, and again the impossible choices returned. Bodies of the dead, now frozen, were divided among the living. It was not spoken of, but it was understood. They were beyond shame, beyond judgment, beyond anything but the need to see another sunrise. Those who did escape on later relief trips spoke of the silence that clung to the camp when they left. as though the mountains themselves had swallowed all hope. The final rescue party arrived in April, nearly 5 months after the first snow fell. They found only a handful of survivors, their faces pale and hollow, their movements slow and mechanical. Broken wagons and scattered belongings lay half buried outside, mute witnesses to a winter that had tested them beyond human limits. As the last of the survivors were led down into the foothills, spring was already breaking over California. Wildflowers dotted the valleys, and streams ran high with meltwater, as though mocking the misery left behind in the high passes. The party had started with nearly 90 souls. Less than half made it through alive. For years afterward, the story of their ordeal traveled up and down the trail, a cautionary tale of ambition turned to hubris, of lives lost to the cruel indifference of the wilderness. Even as the survivors settled into new lives, the memory of that winter lingered. They would carry it silently to their graves, the bitter taste of Hastings' false promise, the sound of snow on cabin roofs, and the weight of all they'd endured to see the sun rise again. And still, others would come, drawn by the same promises, only to find new hardships, and yet another guide whose confidence would lead them into ruin. The trail still had new ways to punish overconfidence. Snow had broken the Donners. Now the desert would test the next wagon train. Just a year before the Donner Party's fateful expedition, another group of emigrants set out across the plains, lured west by the promise of a quicker, easier route to Oregon. Their guide was Stephen Meek, a rugged mountain man who claimed to know a shortcut through Oregon's high desert. His reputation as a seasoned trapper inspired confidence. To weary settlers, eager to shave weeks off their journey, his words were hard to resist. The wagon train followed Meek north of the familiar trail, leaving the well-worn ruts behind and striking out into open country. At first, spirits were high. The prairie stretched golden before them, and the summer sun still carried warmth. But as days passed, the landscape grew harsher. The grass thinned to sagebrush and rock, and the soil turned dry and dusty beneath the wheels. It soon became clear that Meek's route was no shortcut. Water grew scarce. Springs marked on his mental map turned out to be dry. Wells of hope ran as empty as the desert basins they crossed. Oxen collapsed where they stood, their ribs showing through their hides. Mothers tried to soothe crying children as dust coated their throats and lips cracked in the dry wind. The sky above offered no shelter, only an endless expanse of heat by day and chill by night. Some began to question Meek openly. His confident demeanor faltered, and he started riding at a distance from the wagons, as though he could escape the accusations whispered behind him. The train slowed to a crawl, every mile harder than the last. Graves appeared by the roadside as illness and exhaustion claimed the weakest. Tempers flared. Fights broke out over the smallest of slights, over the dwindling supplies, over who would be allowed the last sips from a shrinking barrel of water. More than once, desperate families abandoned wagons, loading what they could onto their backs and pressing forward on foot. Even Meek himself began to look worn and defeated, the proud guide now just another lost traveler. When at last they stumbled into the Willamette Valley, weeks behind schedule, many had nothing left but the clothes on their backs and the memories of those they'd left behind in the desert. The route became known as Meek's Cutoff, and its name was spoken with bitterness in the years that followed. A quiet warning passed among those who would later dare make the trip. Ambition and overconfidence, the settlers learned, could be as deadly as snow or starvation. Meek, for his part, faded into history, but the path he left behind remained a scar across the desert, a lesson carved into the earth for those who chose to look. By the time the last great wagon trains rumbled westward in the late 1860s, the long road had become more than a line of ruts through grass and dust. It had become a story, written in hardship, in graves and triumphs, in the determination of thousands who dared to cross it. The trail was no longer simply a path. It was a testament to what ordinary people were willing to risk for the chance to begin again. As the railroad pressed westward, iron rails cutting the journey from months to mere days, the world changed, but the land itself remembered best. Long after the last wagons passed, the earth bore their traces, faint ruts etched deep into the prairie grass, stone cairns marking forgotten graves, and the remains of way stations where travelers once found a warm fire. Sometimes a lone wagon wheel, half buried, would turn up in the dirt, a reminder of the millions of steps that wore the trail into the earth. Even today, if you stand at certain places along its length, you can feel its presence. The horizon seems to pull you forward. The wind carries faint echoes of hooves and wheels, and weary voices calling to one another through the dusk. A reminder that the trail was never just a road, but a proving ground for the human spirit. Some found their dream waiting at the far edge of the mountains, acres of green valley to call their own. Others left their names behind on wooden markers, carried forward in the memories of those who walked on, and the trail holds them all. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Leonardo da Vinci, a visionary painter and inventor whose boundless curiosity and imagination made him arguably the most prolific creative mind in history. Born in the gentle warmth of a Tuscan dawn in the mid-1400s, Da Vinci emerged into a world awakening to the boundless possibilities of human ambition. Neither noble nor humble, his origins were comfortably ordinary. Yet from this commonplace soil, an extraordinary mind blossomed. Defying labels, Leonardo was a painter, engineer, anatomist, and inventor who steadfastly refused to be confined to any discipline. His footsteps traced a path through the luminous yet treacherous landscape of Renaissance Italy, a land of opulence and peril, governed by dukes and kings whose demands for power and prestige shaped every chapter of his life. He painted the souls of his patrons with tender precision, fortified their cities, and devised intricate instruments of war whose elegance belied their lethal purpose. Leonardo crafted wondrous inventions centuries before their time: horseless carriages, flying machines, and most astonishing of all, a robotic knight animated by gears and levers, a mechanical marvel unmatched for generations. Yet despite his brilliance, Leonardo famously left many masterpieces unfinished, including a 70-ton bronze statue whose 24-foot-tall clay model was tragically shot to pieces by an invading army. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, let's follow Leonardo da Vinci through the bustling workshops of Florence to the glittering courts of Milan, and into the brilliance of a mind ever restless, ever dreaming. In the spring of 1452, among the rolling hills of Tuscany, a boy was born to a modest household. His father, a respected notary, and his mother, a peasant girl. He grew up in the countryside, which was alive with bird song, rivers and wind, gently blowing through the olive trees. From the start, he noticed things others missed. As a child, he would watch water ripple over stones, trace the curling veins of leaves, and quietly sketch the way clouds gathered before rain. His notebooks would one day hold thousands of pages of such observations, but here, in these early years, they lived only in his mind. Though born out of wedlock, the boy faced no hardship for it. His father acknowledged him, providing a comfortable home and arranging an education that suited his sharp mind. Teachers quickly saw his gift for drawing, and soon he was copying religious scenes with a steady hand. But even then, his gaze would wander beyond the canvas. A bird in flight, a wheel turning on a cart, a stream cutting its own path through earth. He seemed to see the hidden patterns behind everything. As he grew, his world expanded. He was sent to the bustling city of Florence, then one of the brightest centers of art and learning in Europe. Here, he apprenticed under a master painter and sculptor in a busy workshop. The boy from Vinci, as he was sometimes called, learned to grind pigments, stretch canvas, and carve wood. But what set him apart was his ability to observe, to look closer and longer than anyone else. When he painted, faces came alive. When he designed, machines seemed to almost work on paper alone. Even in those early days, his ambition stretched beyond the easel. He would linger by the Arno River, sketching bridges and imagining ways to harness its power. There was already a sense of restlessness in him, an urge to know more, see more, create more than the narrow world of commissions and church murals. By his teenage years, his master had begun letting him finish parts of larger works, trusting his keen eye and steady touch. In one painting, it said, he painted an angel with such delicacy and life that the master himself declared he could not improve upon it. Yet even then, the young artist looked uneasy at praise. He would slip back into his own thoughts, dreaming of things he hadn't yet built, scenes he hadn't yet painted, questions he hadn't yet answered. The boy from Vinci had found his footing in Florence, but his path would soon lead far beyond the walls of any workshop. The city of Florence in the late 15th century was a place alive with ambition. Its streets bustled with merchants and artisans, its chapels glowed with frescoes, and its squares echoed with the hammering of stone and bronze. Here, in the heart of the Renaissance, the young apprentice honed his craft in one of the city's most esteemed workshops. He shared benches with other pupils, learning to mix vivid pigments, carve delicate ornaments, and draw the human form with precision. But there was always something about him, an intensity in the way he worked, a habit of staring just a little longer, as if waiting for the world to give up its secrets. He became known for his astonishing drawings. He filled pages with studies of hands, eyes, and folds of fabric. Animals, too. He sketched cats mid-pounce, horses straining against harnesses, and birds in flight. Even the most ordinary objects were given new life under his gaze. Visitors to the workshop sometimes stopped to watch him at work, struck by the delicacy and confidence of his lines. Soon, his talent was impossible to ignore. His master began giving him more significant parts of commissions to complete. First, a landscape in the background of an altarpiece, then the intricate wings of an angel. On one famous occasion, he painted an angel with such grace and lightness that it made the figures around it seem clumsy by comparison. His master is said to have stepped back, shaken his head, and quietly conceded that the pupil had surpassed him. But even with praise, there was a restlessness that hung over him. After long hours in the workshop, he would wander the city streets and bridges, watching the swirl of people and water. He made notes of gears and pulleys in the markets, observed the flight of birds over the river, and sketched strange contraptions in the corners of his pages, ideas for things no one had asked him to build. He seemed equally fascinated by beauty and by mechanism, as though to understand how a thing worked was as important to him as how it appeared. In time, his reputation spread. Patrons began to notice his promise, whispering his name in the grand halls and chapels of Florence. Yet instead of settling comfortably into the life of a successful painter, he began to dream of what might lie beyond the city. Already, he imagined grander commissions, more complex projects, and the chance to test his designs on a larger stage. For now, though, Florence remained his home, a city of light and shadow, where his ideas began to take shape, while his determination grew sharper by the day. When Da Vinci finally left Florence, it was in response to a letter offering his services to the most powerful man in Milan. The Duke there ruled a city of gleaming stone and intricate intrigue, a place where art and war intertwined in equal measure. He needed men who could paint his triumphs, fortify his walls, and dazzle his guests with grand spectacles. The young Florentine presented himself not only as a painter, but as an engineer, designer, and visionary. And so he was welcomed into the Duke's court, and into a world as glittering as it was dangerous. Milan was larger, colder, and more calculating than Florence. Its narrow streets led to vast piazzas where soldiers drilled, merchants shouted, and the scent of iron hung in the air. The court was a theatre of wealth and power, and here the artist found himself cast in many roles. For hours each day, he painted portraits and religious scenes with a precision that left his patrons silent in admiration. His figures seemed to breathe. His Madonnas carried a humanity that set them apart from the stiff icons of the past. But his genius stretched far beyond the canvas. The Duke soon learned that his new servant could build machines. He designed bridges that could swing into place over rivers, siege engines of terrifying power, and theatrical devices that made plays come alive in a burst of smoke and moving scenery. He staged celebrations so elaborate they left guests wide-eyed and speechless. He was equal parts artist and magician, and the Duke relied on him more and more, especially as tensions with neighboring states mounted. It was here, in the cool stone rooms of the palace, that he began to keep the notebooks that would one day become his greatest legacy. Page after page, he filled them with designs and diagrams, a man's hand flexing, a bird mid-flight, a giant crossbow, a flying machine. What puzzled many was his script, written backwards, in a mirrored hand that flowed effortlessly from left to right. He never explained it, though those who knew him believed it was simply his way, more natural for his left hand and keeping the ink from smudging. But for all his success, there were whispers about him, that he took too long to finish, that he wandered from project to project. His patrons often grew impatient with his perfectionism, but his brilliance was too valuable to discard. Milan became his stage, his laboratory, and his home for many years. Here, under the watchful eye of the Duke, he pushed the boundaries of what an artist and an engineer could be, and he began to dream of creations the world had never seen before. Among the many wonders he devised during his years in Milan, one creation stood apart, a figure of metal and gears, dressed like a knight that could move as though it were alive. It was 1495 when he unveiled the contraption to the Duke and his courtiers. They gathered in a great hall, lit by torches, and watched as the armor-clad figure sat upright, raised one arm, then the other, and even turned its head with a slow, deliberate motion. Its jaw opened and closed, as though it might speak. No one in the room quite knew what to make of it. Some laughed, some applauded, and more than a few shifted uncomfortably at the sight of a human form controlled by nothing but cogs, pulleys, and weights. But the Duke was delighted. To him, it was a spectacle worthy of his court, another display of power and refinement to impress his guests and intimidate his rivals. For the inventor, however, the mechanical knight was much more than a party trick. It was the embodiment of an idea he had sketched in his notebooks for years, that human motion could be understood, copied, and even improved upon. The design was deceptively simple in appearance. Hidden beneath its armor, the mechanism was a marvel of engineering. Its movements were powered by a system of cranks and cables that mimicked the pull of tendons and the turn of joints. Even the fingers of its gauntlets could flex and curl. He never claimed the creation was meant for war, though many assumed it was a glimpse of what armies of the future might look like. For him, it was an experiment. One more way to explore the question that had haunted him since childhood. How does motion happen? And how might a human shape be given motion by something other than flesh and will? The mechanical knight returned to its corner after the evening spectacle, but its maker continued to refine the idea in private. In his pages, he sketched new designs for other automata, lions that walked, birds that flapped their wings, even carriages that moved without horses. The court soon turned its attention to other diversions, but in his mind, these machines lived on. To those who saw him at work in his chambers late at night, hunched over parchment and surrounded by tiny gears and wires, it seemed there was no line between art and engineering in his world. Both were ways of understanding life, and both demanded patience and precision. The knight never spoke, of course, nor did it ever walk on its own. But in the quiet of his workshop, it stood as a promise, proof that what he imagined could, one day, become real. In the dark hours after the city settled into sleep, he would make his way to the hospitals and morgues. There, by the faint glow of oil lamps, he set to work on his most unsettling and remarkable study, the human body. He had long believed that to paint or build anything truly lifelike, one had to understand what lay beneath the surface. And so, with a surgeon's calm and an artist's eye, he began to dissect the dead. His notes tell of more than 30 human bodies carefully opened and examined, each revealing its own intricate map of muscles, tendons, and bones. At first, he concentrated on the obvious: arms, legs, the arch of a foot. But soon, his curiosity deepened. He sketched the spiraling fibers of a heart, the delicate fold of a lung, even a fetus nestled in its mother's womb. The work was not easy. Bodies were not always easy to come by, nor were the conditions pleasant. The cold stone tables, the still air heavy with the scent of linen and decay. These were not places most men lingered. Yet night after night, he returned. And when asked why, he simply replied that the secrets of life were worth knowing, no matter how grim the setting. Those who saw his drawings found them astonishing. Muscles coiled like ropes across pages. Veins and arteries branched like rivers through the contours of a human form. Even now, centuries later, these sketches are considered some of the most accurate anatomical studies ever made. But in his own time, his work earned little more than raised eyebrows. Few understood the value of what he was doing, and some dismissed it outright as morbid indulgence. In his notebooks, he left observations far ahead of his age. He described how the valves of the heart opened and closed because of swirling vortices of blood. No one believed him at the time, but that insight would be confirmed centuries later. The hospitals and morgues became, in a way, his second studio, a place not of sorrow, but of discovery. For him, each body was a kind of machine, beautifully constructed, full of mystery, and he treated his work with quiet reverence, recording every detail with the same care he gave to his most cherished paintings. By the time he set down his scalpel, he had created a record of humanity more complete than anything the world had ever seen, not to shock or to disturb, but to understand. Not long after his work in Milan came to an abrupt end, he returned to Florence, older now, but still restless. The city was locked in a bitter rivalry with Pisa, and the air was thick with schemes. It was here that he offered one of his most daring ideas yet, to bend the course of a river itself. The Arno wound its way through the Tuscan countryside like a vein of silver, feeding Florence and Pisa alike. If the water could be diverted, he argued, Pisa would be starved of its lifeblood, its mills silenced, its defenses weakened. What he proposed was nothing short of a feat of engineering on a scale no one had attempted before, a series of canals, dams, and channels to change the river's course entirely. On paper, the plan was magnificent. He drafted it in his usual mirrored script, with sweeping diagrams and precise measurements. It was elegant in its simplicity, yet grand in ambition, a chance not only to defeat an enemy, but to showcase what human ingenuity could do. Florence approved the idea, and work began. But nature, as he discovered, does not yield so easily. The project faltered almost immediately. The ground proved too soft in places, too stubborn in others. Heavy rains swelled the river and washed away the early work. Laborers grew frustrated. The city, growing impatient and weary of the mounting cost, began to doubt him. He watched as the effort collapsed around him, not in a single dramatic failure, but in a slow, weary erosion of confidence. In the end, the Arno stayed its course, gliding past the walls of Pisa, as it always had. The river had not turned, and Florence's hopes of crippling its rival faded. Yet he did not seem bitter. If anything, the experience only deepened his fascination with water, how it carved stone, how it carried life, how it obeyed and defied in equal measure. He filled pages with observations of eddies and whirlpools, drew designs for more dams and canals, and sketched out machines to lift water and move it through the air. For him, the failure was not final. It was simply another lesson, a reminder that the world itself was the greatest challenge of all, and that mastery, if it came at all, would only come with patience. The river had won this time, but in his mind he kept drawing, kept dreaming of ways to change its path, long after others had forgotten. For all his brilliance, he carried a quiet reputation that troubled his patrons, a tendency to leave things unfinished. To many who paid him, it was a source of endless frustration. To him, it was simply the way his mind worked, always reaching beyond what a canvas, a wall, or even a lifetime could contain. One of his most famous commissions came soon after his return to Florence, a vast mural of a battle scene meant to commemorate a Florentine victory. It was to cover an entire hall, alive with charging horses and clashing soldiers. He threw himself into the planning. He sketched warriors with grim faces, studied the movements of riders and steeds, and experimented with new techniques for painting on plaster. But as the weeks turned into months, cracks appeared, not only in the wall, but in his patience. The pigments dried too quickly, the colors faded, and his perfectionism became a burden. He eventually walked away, leaving behind only a powerful sketch and a fragment of the mural itself. The unfinished work would later inspire other artists, but in his own lifetime, it was simply another promise left incomplete. This pattern had followed him for years. Even earlier in his career, a grand altarpiece for a church had been abandoned midway. His patrons complained that he was too easily distracted, that he took on more than he could finish. But those who knew him better understood. It was not distraction, but dissatisfaction. Each time he worked, he saw new ways to improve. A softer light, a truer gesture, a more perfect line, and he could not bear to settle for less. Of course, he did finish some things. His portraits, when he saw them through, were breathtaking. His sketches of anatomy, of flying machines, of waterways and fortifications were unmatched. But the deeper his understanding grew, the more he seemed to realize that perfection itself was always just beyond reach. Even his most celebrated painting, which he began during these years, would not be fully finished to his own satisfaction. He carried it with him wherever he went, adding a stroke here, softening a shadow there, never quite able to let it go. Those who criticized him for leaving things undone may have missed the point entirely. To him, each creation was part of a larger pursuit, a lifelong effort to capture the truth of the world, knowing full well that no single work could ever hold it all. And so, the battle mural faded, the altarpiece gathered dust, and the famous portrait remained ever so slightly in progress. As the years went on, his restlessness deepened. He moved from city to city, carrying his notebooks, his sketches, and the faint weariness of a man who had seen too many patrons come and go. The commissions still came. A chapel wall here, a fortification plan there, but his thoughts were increasingly elsewhere. He spent long hours by rivers and hillsides, watching birds wheel overhead, and imagining a day when a man might join them in the sky. Flight had fascinated him since his earliest days. Now, in his later years, it became an obsession. He filled pages with sketches of wings, gliders, and strange contraptions bristling with levers and pulleys. He watched kites rise against the wind and noted how swallows dipped and turned. In his mind, flight was not a fantasy. It was a problem to be solved. He even built prototypes, testing them in private. He designed a great screw-shaped device that he believed could lift itself into the air, and a set of wings large enough for a man to strap to his back. There are stories, though none confirmed, that he once persuaded a young assistant to try one of these machines, launching him from a hillside to see if the dream could hold. If true, the flight must have been brief, and the landing hard. The frustration showed in his notebooks. He scrawled reminders to himself to study the nature of wind, to test the strength of different materials, to watch birds more closely. He began to understand the limits of human strength compared to the weight of his machines. He was getting closer, but the final answer eluded him. Others began to notice his quiet withdrawal. In gatherings, he would sometimes sit apart, his hands folded, his eyes tracing the patterns of smoke or the flight of a passing gull. Some mistook it for melancholy, but those who knew him best understood it as a mind still working, still trying to see what no one else yet could. Despite his struggles, he never stopped drawing, never stopped imagining. His later sketches are full of fragile, beautiful designs, some impossible, some ahead of their time, all bearing the touch of a man unwilling to give up on the idea of soaring. Even as his own body grew older and his hands stiffened, he kept writing notes about vortices of air, lift and drag, and the balance of wings. He may not have flown in his own lifetime, but his vision carried far beyond it. And one day, centuries later, others would take to the skies on principles he first outlined by candlelight. In his final years, weary of Italy's shifting politics and growing rivalries, he accepted an invitation from the King of France. It was said the monarch admired his work deeply and wished only to have his company, a rare kind of patronage that asked little of him beyond his presence. And so he crossed the Alps, traveling slowly with his trusted assistants, his notebooks, and a handful of unfinished works. His new home was a manor house near the royal chateau, with stone walls, quiet gardens, and a gentle view of the French countryside. Here, he no longer had to prove himself, no longer rushed to finish what could not be finished. The king treated him as a guest of honor, visiting him often. Even now, he continued to work. He filled pages with designs for palaces and gardens, sketches of birds and rivers. He walked the grounds with his assistants, pointing out shapes in the clouds and drawing diagrams in the dust. Yet his health was beginning to fail. His right hand weakened. His movements grew slower. But his mind, by all accounts, stayed sharp. Visitors described him as gracious and thoughtful, still given to sudden flashes of energy when some new idea took hold. Those who came to see him often found him surrounded by papers arranged neatly into stacks, or gazing at the little portrait he kept close, his brush adding a faint line here or a softening of shadow there. Though his days grew shorter, he seemed at peace. Here, in this final chapter of his life, he was no longer caught between patrons or pressured by deadlines. He spoke freely with the king, walked the gardens in the morning light, and allowed himself to reflect on all he had tried to create. He died peacefully in that house, surrounded by his closest companions. Some say the king himself came to his bedside to pay his respects. His belongings, his manuscripts, his sketches, and his few finished works passed into the hands of those who had worked by his side. He left behind no great monument, no single masterpiece to define him. What he left instead was a body of work so rich, so full of questions and beauty, that it would take centuries to understand. And even now, the full measure of his genius still seems just out of reach, as though some part of him never quite stopped dreaming. After his passing, the world moved on, as it always does, but his notebooks and scattered works remained, quietly waiting to be rediscovered. Many of his ideas were so far ahead of their time that they were misunderstood, tucked away on dusty shelves, dismissed as curiosities. Yet over the centuries, as others pored over his papers, it became clear just how much he had glimpsed long before anyone else. His designs for bridges, canals, and fortifications showed an ingenuity that modern engineers still marvel at. His notes on water, on air, on the flight of birds, hinted at the physics of a world that was just beginning to be understood. Today, we know him as much for what he imagined as for what he completed. His paintings, though few, remain some of the most beloved in history, but his legacy is something larger and more elusive. It is the sum of his questions, his experiments, his determination to look closer, to see deeper, and to believe that understanding was always worth the effort. Even now, his life feels unfinished. His notebooks still speak of ideas that no one has fully explored. His art still invites us to stop and look, to notice the softness of a hand, the curve of a smile. His machines, his writings, his endless sketches, all seem to carry the same message. That wonder is not a thing to be found, but a thing to be made. And so, Da Vinci endures, not just in museums or history books, but in the restless minds of all who still look at the world and wonder how it works. His life reminds us that to dream is not foolish, and to try, even when the task seems impossible, is its own kind of triumph. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well.